Ladies and gentlemen, come along with me. We're about to embark on a journey unlike any other that I've ever taken in my content on the internet, where I attempt to review every single episode of Adventure Time, its spin-off specials, and its follow-up miniseries, Adventure Time Distant Lands. This is going to be quite the undertaking, and my goal is to complete every single one of those episodes before the end of 2022. In case you're new here and you don't know who I am, my name's Hyrulian. I run a YouTube channel where I post shitposts occasionally called youtube.com/Hyrulian. But my main area of focus for my content now is my podcast channel called The Switched Podcast, which you can find on Spotify and Apple Music and the likes. These reviews are going to be recorded in the same fashion as my main show, The Switched Podcast. And you can kind of consider it a spin-off of that show if you'd like as well. And if you've never watched or listened to the Switched Podcast before, I record every single episode of the Switched Podcast in my car to and from work most days of the week. And that's why the audio quality has some background noise and it sounds a little bit weird, and there might be some random jump cuts in case I'm passing someone or there's hazardous weather conditions all of a sudden, or any multitude of other things. But that's sort of how the show, The Switched Podcast, has come to be, and the way we do it is kind of designed to allow me to just kind of speak freely and kind of ramble on about topics I'm passionate about, as if you're just sitting in the car with me while I'm on the way to work. And I legitimately have been having so much fun working on the Switched Podcast, so the reason I wanted to review Adventure Time in the same way was because I feel so passionately about the casual, conversational nature of my main podcast, and I thought that it would feel perfect for a long-form, every single episode of a series review like this. In today's episode of Project Ooh, we are going to review what I've dubbed Episode 0 of Adventure Time, when in reality it's actually the first episode of the follow-up miniseries Adventure Time Distant Lands, simply titled BMO. This episode I've decided to review first before watching any of the rest of the show at the recommendation of my friend Ethan. Shout out to Ethan, because it is the first episode chronologically in the timeline of Adventure Time media. And I've decided to go with this because it sounded like, based on what he was telling me, that if I started off with this episode, I'd have a unique perspective going into the series, which that's still to be determined because I've only watched the BMO special so far, but we'll have to see. I think based off of some of the information I've heard in this episode, that's probably definitely going to be the case. And a little preface about my existing knowledge when it comes to Adventure Time. I've watched quite a few seasons back in the day as they were airing. I believe I watched up to the Fire Princess arc, which I think is around season 3 or 4 is when I hopped off. So I've watched about half the series, but it was so long ago that I'm probably going to have memories jogged by watching the series again for that part. But after that, I'm completely just flying by the seat of my pants. I don't even know what's going to happen. I know that the series gets really deep and lore filled, and there's lots of fan service, and I really liked what I saw of the first handful of seasons, so I'm really excited to get into it and actually experience this series for what it is and appreciate how much effort the people who created the series went into when they worked on it. It really seems like it's going to be an interesting series, especially for me as a young adult now, because I am still so fascinated in fantasy and Dungeons and Dragons and nerd culture, and the show seems to have all of that. And if you watched my announcement podcast episode or watched it on YouTube where I talked about Project Ooh, then you'll know that I planned on originally doing this with Drake and Josh or some other cartoon series, but obviously I decided that Adventure Time was around the perfect length, not too long, not too short, and it had a lot more lore for me to dive into, and that had me really fascinated in actually talking about this series versus any of the other series. I'm sure I'll circle back and talk about them at some point as well. And you'll have to bear with me for the first handful of episodes or so for this, because I'm really going to be kind of getting a feel for how I want to record these reviews, what kinds of things I want to include in each of my reviews, and I'm still getting a feel for how I'm going to record and upload these, because originally I was planning on just doing every episode as one single upload to the podcast channel, but then I realized with how many episodes we're going to be diving into, that's probably not going to be feasible. So instead I'll probably do anywhere from a handful of episodes down to like maybe 3 as a minimum, but we'll figure it out as we go. We're really going to be experimenting before I kind of nail down exactly how I want to handle this series. And on the topic of experimenting, I also have a spreadsheet that I'm using to streamline the review process for this in an attempt to hopefully kind of find the perfect balance between getting my discussions to be true discussions and express my real thoughts and opinions, but also helping to keep me on the rails and going off topic constantly. I'm going to kind of go through and write down a brief description of each episode as I go. I'm going to write down some of my favorite parts, some of the weirdest parts, some of the coolest parts. And my friends gave me some other categories for things to keep an eye out for as well. Things like the fact that apparently each episode has a hidden snail in it, and that snail is called back upon later on as like some important plot point. And they said I should go and scavenger hunt the snails in each of the episodes just casually. So I'm going to mark down and note in these reviews if I did or did not see the snail. Likewise, all of this stuff on my spreadsheet is actually going to be available for anyone interested in checking it out during the creation of this series on my Ko-fi blog at ko-fi.com/Hyrulian, where basically you'll be able to download it on Google Sheets rather, and kind of see written out what my notes actually were for each episode, as well as use a copy of the document that's blank for you to fill out along the way as well if you'd like to undertake this journey with me, come along with me on this Adventure Time review journey. But we've got a lot of plans ahead, and it's kind of unknown territory for me. Hopefully, eventually, we'll iron out a perfect formula for these reviews, and it'll be so streamlined that you'll come to kind of expect exactly one thing and exactly one review style instead of it being too crazy and all over the place. I really want to focus a lot of effort in on this and kind of get it all perfectly straightened out. But folks, I think I've been dilly-dallying enough. I think it's time for us to get into our first Adventure Time episode review. And of course, we are talking about episode 0, aka Adventure Time Distant Lands, episode 1, BMO. Let's get into it. Adventure Time Distant Lands Season 1, Episode 1, BMO, is unsurprisingly an episode centered around BMO. BMO the robot is basically on a journey. He's just left his home planet of Earth, as we find out in the episode, to go to Mars and farm potatoes. The episode opens with BMO in his spaceship singing a sad song about how he's lonely. The train just honked at me. He's lonely, and he basically only has himself, his reflection, and his potatoes to keep him company. When all of a sudden this robot that he names Olive kind of latches onto his ship and transports it to this distant alien planet with a wide variety of different species, and they basically all live there, and they all kind of work for this guy named Hugo, who's the owner of this big company on the planet that is trying to harvest resources and find pieces of tech that are useful and pieces of energy that are useful, and basically find any possible resource that they can suck off this planet and use for themselves. And when BMO crash lands, he finds himself in the middle of a battle between two groups of scavengers who are fighting over a random technology part that might be valuable to this Hugo guy. And BMO quite literally crashes into the middle of their fight. And it's there we meet Wi-Fi as well, which is basically Wi-Fi. It's Wi-5. I'm an idiot. It's there we meet Wi-5, and Wi-5 is basically the other main character for this episode, and she's a one-off character. And she's a bunny rabbit, like a anthropomorphic bunny rabbit, whose sort of main purpose of existing is to be the moral dilemma for the episode, because BMO's just kind of BMO. So Y5 is the one who kind of goes through the transformation in the episode, and BMO just kind of gets like lore dumping, constant lore dumping, and funny moments as well because it's BMO. But Y5 basically is also a scavenger, like the two groups that were fighting that I mentioned before. And Y5 is just a kid, and her parents are basically expecting her to hold her own weight and scavenge some goods and bring them back for Hugo's men and kind of bring them some notoriety and fame. And I think there's this whole thing where Hugo is building this like ship that's going to be full of resources and basically be like a safe haven for them so they can launch themselves off of the planet that they're on, and whoever cooperates the most with him and provides him with the most useful technology and or resources gets to be on the ship. They basically reserve themselves a spot. So Y5 and her family have this motivation to save themselves from this dying planet by proving their worth to this corporate overlord, when in reality, of course, the corporate overlord is the bad guy, and he's the one sucking the planet dry because he doesn't plan on helping anyone. He just plans on using all of its resources and dipping out of there. But when BMO shows up, him and Y5 become friends, and Y5 kind of befriends him in a roundabout way to use him to be a sort of scapegoat for her to get in good with Hugo and her family to get in good with Hugo. But eventually they form a friendship, and thanks to BMO helping out some of the townsfolk on this planet, he befriends them and becomes their sheriff, which is really, really interesting because Sheriff BMO is one of my favorite characters in the show so far. I distinctly remember BMO having sort of like a multiple personality thing going on in the show, like the main Adventure Time show, so I'm wondering if when we get around to that, if he will have that as a character trait, because I seem to remember him having it as that, but whenever BMO was doing specific characters was when he was at his funniest in the show, in my personal opinion. But basically, after Y5 and BMO befriend each other, they decide to start helping people, and in a roundabout way, this gets them introduced to Hugo himself, and Hugo acts nice and friendly to BMO and Y5 and convinces them to go do dangerous tasks to gather resources for him that he can't obtain. And naturally, they help out, and then Hugo betrays BMO, and Y5 has to decide to betray Hugo and save BMO, her new friend, or if she wants to stay on Hugo's side and kind of help out her family and not betray her family. And that's sort of the moral dilemma of this episode. We know Adventure Time loves its moral dilemmas. And what obviously ends up happening is Hugo turns out to be evil and planning to leave everyone on the planet after sucking all their resources dry. So Y5 and BMO work together to save the day. And BMO sets off in his spaceship that's been newly repaired, and he crash lands on another planet where he manages to land mere feet away from the treehouse that we see in Adventure Time, thus starting off the earliest point in the series. Now let's actually dive into the episode now that we've talked about the sort of plot synopses. Now, obviously, since this is a Distant Lands episode, and the whole point of the Distant Lands miniseries is the fact that it's like extra lore dumping content for the original Adventure Time series, it's definitely not a filler episode in any way, shape, or form. There's a lot of stuff here that does not matter to the main canon content of the Adventure Time universe, but at the same time, there is a lot. So I already mentioned how they set up the introduction to Jake and Finn, and it sort of introduces how BMO met them. But also, there is some very serious implications in the form of them outright mentioning that BMO is from Earth 1, which I know that's kind of a spoiler for some of the earlier seasons of Adventure Time, that since BMO's from Earth, and I know Finn kind of questions if there is an Earth and if he's the only human that exists or not. But we obviously know he is not now, because Hugo actually turned out to be a human from Earth. And his company, Hugo Co., is actually responsible for the inevitable destruction of Earth. Because basically Hugo Co. did the same thing that they were trying to do to Y5's planet to Earth and succeeded, where they sucked all the resources dry, thereby destroying the planet. And Hugo and his confidants set out from Earth to explore the galaxy and to basically try to find a planet suitable to rebuild and start sucking more resources dry, because they're evil, so obviously they did. And on top of that, we also learned that there are other models of BMO. We actually run into, I think it's Simo in this episode as well, which is like an old woman style BMO that's like more wise, and she talks about how she's a different model, but they're basically family, and they're both from the same company, which I think the company that made BMO and Simo is literally called MoCo, if I recall. And they didn't really explain like what MoCo actually did, or why MoCo actually exists, and what BMO is supposed to be, but it's kind of implied that he's supposed to be like a service robot, or like an entertainment and service robot. So we learned a lot about BMO's backstory in this episode, and it was kind of the main purpose of a lot of the things that we were shown. The actual events of this episode in particular don't matter as much to the whole series, because of the fact that it's kind of just a side story in a distant land that involves BMO. But nonetheless, it is still interesting, and it did provide me with some interesting background information on Adventure Time and its world as a whole, inadvertently, without having to outright tell me a story in the same universe, which is really, really fascinating, and I thought it was really, really cool. Now, I wanted to note, because I thought that it might come up again and be important, but BMO calls his friend, aka his reflection of himself that he sees, football, which I thought was interesting. I don't know why he calls his reflection football, but I don't know if that's going to come up later or not. I just thought it was an interesting tidbit. Also, BMO saved this like blue, like floating space cow thing at one point in the episode, and it saves him later on and he calls the blue space cow thing that floats around, he calls it Ricky. I just want to keep these two names in mind in case they come back up again and turn out to be references to something else, or maybe BMO calls something else Ricky or football later on in the series. I also want to note they did not have a snail in this episode, and also they played Card Wars in this episode. I thought it'd be interesting to make a mental note of each time they played Card Wars as well. They played Card Wars during this one scene where Y5 played Card Wars against one of Hugo's associates and gambled her hover boots, or like anti-gravity boots, away to this guy, which caused a lot of mishaps later on in the episode that easily could have been solved if she would have had her gravity boots. So I think the moral of that story is, do not ever allow children to gamble. 1, it's illegal. 2, it's just not cool, bro. One of the coolest and cutest parts of the episode was the part where BMO died, because BMO actually dies for a part of this episode and gets revived when he's rebuilt by Simo. And right as he's about to die, the cute part happens, because BMO kind of just chuckles and goes, ha ha ha, I think I'm dying, but that's alright. BMO always bounces back. And then he literally like explodes into a million pieces. And when he does, the cool part happens, because time slows down and we actually get to see the internal components of BMO, and it's really, really cool. And BMO's heart has like a little face on it and stuff like that. And it was just neat kind of seeing like a blown up, like broken down parts version of BMO, because there's lots of cool looking parts inside of him. I don't know, maybe that's just weird of me to say. But they do eventually rebuild him, no worries. Our friend BMO is still alive, obviously, because he has to be in the entire Adventure Time show we're about to start. I wanted to touch upon, too, some of the cooler things in this episode also included Olive the robot. Olive the robot turned out to be like a service droid, and he could literally like shapeshift into any object that BMO needed. He was like a megaphone at one part, he was a lasso at another part, and at one point he was a hat that BMO just wore. He was all sorts of different things, and honestly, Olive is really cool. And obviously Olive is like kind of a non-gender specific name, but I'm just gonna kind of say he for the sake of, you know, whatever, I don't know. But Olive was really, really cool. And there was also the Hugo mat, which was basically this machine that was sort of foreshadowing for what was going to happen by the end of the episode, because the Hugo mats were basically these machines where you could trade resources and they would create like a goo version of an object that was indistinguishable from the real version of the object. So at one point, BMO gets out like a sports energy drink, in air quotes, from the Hugo mat, and he literally like it 3D prints out of goo a bottle of Gatorade that's full, and BMO drinks it. And there was lots of other stuff it could have printed as well. It was really, really cool. And during one part of the episode, these two little bug thief guys actually steal from the Hugo mat. So we got to see more stuff inside the Hugo mat as well. Some of the funny parts, too, in the episode was there was this one part where this room was flooding, and these space alien weird-looking things with these really, really dumb voices literally call out to BMO, and they're like, "Sheriff BMO, please help us. We're too stupid and dumb to save ourselves." And that part had me fucking rolling. That, and of course, BMO thought that this building was straight up just a popcorn maker because Hugo was showing them around, and he's like, "Yep, this is where it all happens. This is my main base of operations." And BMO just kind of goes, "Ha ha ha, I thought that was a popcorn maker." And I freaking died laughing. It's just stupid fun, and I loved it. But the last thing that happened that just had me completely rolling was right at the end of the episode. I guess BMO's ship doesn't crash land next to Finn and Jake's house. Ricky actually drops him off there. And when Ricky drops him off there, BMO goes, "Thanks, Ricky." And Ricky, in this like serious, like adult male, like stern voice, goes, "Actually, my name is not Ricky, it's Twinkle Toes." And he flies away, and that's the end of the episode, and I fucking died. It was so funny in the moment. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of times in this series where I'm laughing at jokes that have already happened and are not being played out for you guys, that do not sound even remotely funny when I repeat them. So I appreciate everybody bearing with me during this, because I definitely know it's going to be something I'm going to have to decide if I actually want to talk about or not. But it was funny to me, those moments, for sure. And the last thing I want to mention, one of the things that sort of was a plot device in this episode was the fact that BMO plugged in this random USB drive into himself. And this USB drive had like this map that showed that Hugo was draining the resources off the planet, and it was like the thing that the people on the planet needed to see Hugo was a bad guy and turn on him. And when BMO had the USB randomly plugged into him during the parts of the episode, which it was found inside of a Hugo mat, if I recall, he literally plugs it into himself and goes, "Ooh, that's smooth data." And I spent the rest of the episode trying to decide if it was supposed to be like an allegory for like a cigarette or a sex toy, or what the fuck that USB drive did to BMO, but it was really, really weird. So, folks, that is episode 0 of Project Ooh, aka Adventure Time Distant Lands, Season 1, Episode 1, BMO. I thought it was very, very great. There was lots of funny moments that had me reeling. It was a longer episode, which was probably a little bit harder to tackle for our first review, but I had fun watching it nonetheless. This episode is already going to be longer than most of the episodes that I will watch for the Adventure Time review series. But either way, I really, really enjoyed it, and this first dip into Adventure Time got me so excited. I'm really excited to see where the series takes me, where this journey takes me, and like how this show turns out, because I forgot how funny it is. The humor is not as like poop jokes in this episode as I remember it being. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of poop and fart jokes. I remember there being quite a bit of poop and fart jokes, which to an extent I still find them somewhat funny, but I feel like they're not going to hit as hard as an adult. And I appreciated in Adventure Time Distant Lands them having some more reasonable for the kids and adult jokes, you know, like that kind of thing. But that's my thoughts on Adventure Time Distant Lands, the episode BMO. I am not going to give it a rating yet, like a point scale rating, because I have not watched enough episodes of Adventure Time to know what I would rate a good episode of Adventure Time or a bad episode of Adventure Time. So hold off on that for now. But the spreadsheet will be updated eventually, though, when I do kind of pinpoint my rating. I would probably rate it really high, though, if I was going to give it a point rating, but I have no idea how it compares to other episodes of Adventure Time. But either way, folks, it's not too late to go start this journey with me. All you have to do is get HBO Max, because it's the only place you can stream Adventure Time, and then download my spreadsheet and follow along with me and fill out your own little review. And it'd be pretty fun. And if you want to download the spreadsheet, you can head over to my blog at ko-fi.com/Hyrulian. And hey, while you're there, maybe you can throw me a couple bones to help keep this project alive. I don't know. I'm just saying that because I'm supposed to say that, I guess. You don't have to, though. No worries. But either way, folks, have yourselves a fantastic day. And thanks for coming along with me on the first episode of this series. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Project Ooh, aka Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time. aka H-Rat. We're here today with Season 1, Episodes 1 through 5 of Adventure Time. We're going to go ahead and review each of those episodes in this episode of H-Rat. And yes, I did decide to change the title of the series to H-Rat. It sounds kind of weird, but it was easier to title the episodes by just putting H-Rat in the title. And I don't think there's going to be anything else on the internet that's identifying under the moniker of H-Rat, so I kind of thought it was like, oh, this is the perfect thing to make my series have unique branding. So if you ever want to find any other episodes of Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time, just go ahead and search up on the podcast channel or on my YouTube channel once those episodes start coming out as well, H-Rat, and you'll find all the episodes of this series, which I've decided to call Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time, aka Project Ooh. And I'll probably kind of use those terms interchangeably, but the first episode came out a couple days ago at the time of recording this, and just yesterday I finished the first 5 episodes of Adventure Time. So over the course of the next little bit here, in the next couple segments of this episode, I'll be reviewing episodes 1 through 5. Again, we're still just breaking water on this whole thing and just starting out with it, so it's probably still going to be a little rocky to start out. But I have already added a new category to the mix for each review, and I've already started rating the episodes on a blank point blank out of 10 scale. So for example, the lowest score could be 0.1 and the highest score could be 10.0. And that's how I'm going to rate every single episode. And I didn't want to rate the first episode that I watched, aka Adventure Time Distant Lands BMO, when I reviewed it, because I hadn't seen any other episodes of Adventure Time yet, so I didn't think it was fair to just give it a general random rating. But now that I have actually seen more than one episode of the show, I've decided to go back and rate all of the episodes. So right away here, let me pause for a second and I'll tell you what I ended up rating Adventure Time Distant Lands Episode 1 BMO. So I ended up giving the first episode of Distant Lands an 8.5 out of 10, which is actually a very good rating. And the main reason I gave it that high of a rating is because out of the first 5 episodes of Adventure Time I've seen so far, I liked this one significantly more than most of them. And that's kind of going to be the general theme for this first episode, this first true episode of H-Rat, because I'm basically going to be talking about the first 5 episodes, and I gotta be honest with you, my opinions on them were kind of mixed. But without further ado, let's actually get into the single reviews for each of the episodes. Season 1, Episode 1 of Adventure Time, aka Slumber Party Panic, follows Princess Bubblegum and Finn, where basically Princess Bubblegum is trying to create this serum that makes it so the deceased residents of the Candy Kingdom come back to life. Basically, the idea is she wants her people to have immortal life and live forever. So she's designing this like serum that'll make it so even when they die, she can just pour it on their corpses and they come back to life as fully healthy candy people, which in itself is kind of a fucked up plot. And it's kind of funny because near the end of the episode, Jake even kind of comments on that. He's like, whoa, this is really kind of weird. Which I thought was kind of funny that the show's producers slid in that little joke to prove that they were kind of self-aware about how weird the general idea is. But of course, Princess Bubblegum's plans immediately go south, and her serum is incomplete, and instead of bringing them back to life as fully healthy candy people, it instead brings them back as zombified candy people who crave sugar. And that sort of brings us into one of our first weird points of the episode, because immediately one of the first sugar zombies, as I'm going to call them, latched on to Princess Bubblegum and started trying to eat her, and in like a raspy old man voice was like, "Give me some sugar, baby," and it was really, really fucking weird. This episode, in a way, kind of acts as the pilot episode for the entire show, so it really isn't super important to the canon of the TV show itself, and it's very self-contained. So I did say on my spreadsheet that this was a filler episode. You could debate that the episode itself, since it is the pilot episode, exists to introduce some of the characters that we would see for the rest of the show. And in that case, it kind of is filler and it kind of isn't. But this plot is very standalone and doesn't actually really come back and like actually affect us in any way, as far as I know. I'll go ahead and change it on the spreadsheet if I do run into something that makes this episode more important to the plot down the line. But as of right now, it is not. And speaking of things that are important to the plot down the line, I did not spot the snail in this episode, unfortunately. I'm doing the snails in a way where I'm kind of just going to either spot them or not spot them. I'm not going to like frame by frame search for them, but I can go ahead and spoil right now. I'm pretty sure I found the snail for every other episode in this block here, but either way, very intriguing nonetheless. And I added a new column to my spreadsheet, which you can find over at ko-fi.com/Hyrulian, for if there was any fart jokes or not in the episode. And yes, there was some fart jokes, some very, very creative and very, very funny, I assure you, fart jokes in this episode of Adventure Time. But carrying on with the actual plot of the episode, Finn and Princess Bubblegum immediately run back to the Candy Kingdom after accidentally zombifying all of the deceased residents and get everyone into the keep of the castle, where they have a slumber party, quote unquote. And the reason for the slumber party is apparently we learn that candy people explode when they experience fear. So Princess Bubblegum has decided to make them all sleep overnight in the castle without telling them about the zombie outbreak in order to keep them safe from exploding out of fear. Now, naturally, when they arrive at the castle, Princess Bubblegum makes Finn form a royal promise that he won't tell anyone about the zombies because she wants to protect her citizens. And Jake and Lady Rainicorn, which is his Korean unicorn rainbow girlfriend, can't know about it either, even though they're not candy people, because Finn promised Princess Bubblegum that he wouldn't tell anyone, and apparently it's complete blasphemy to break a royal promise. So some chaos ensues and the candy people almost find out like 100 times, but then there's a really, really cool scene where Finn basically makes them all wear masks, like blindfolds, and tells them that they're going to play piñatas, and he tricks them all into bashing the shit out of some fake candy zombies, or not fake candy zombies, they're real candy zombies, but they think that they're piñatas, and they bash the shit out of them. And there's some really, really disturbing scenes where the candy people are just eating the guts of the deceased citizens. Granted, it is candy, but it's really, really fucking weird, and it's a little disturbing. And then obviously after that, they take the blindfolds off, and right as the candy people are about to freak out because they realize that they're eating zombies, Princess Bubblegum comes in and saves the day. But not before Jake finds out that the zombies are actually zombies, because Finn straight up tells him. But before we get on to the ending of the episode, I briefly want to mention the fact that it kind of shocked me, and I totally forgot that this was a thing. But there's a ship between Finn and Princess Bubblegum, and I looked it up because I thought it was kind of weird, because she really comes off as an adult in this episode. She's 18 in season 1, and he is 14. Or, I'm pretty sure he's 14. He's somewhere around 14 and she's 18. So right off the bat, season 1 of this show, they are shipping an adult, a legal adult, with a minor. I just thought that was interesting to note. But basically, since Finn revealed to Jake, because he figured it was safe, that the candy people were actually turned into zombies. He broke the royal promise, which makes these like promise guards that are kind of like godly and otherworldly freeze time and capture him and Princess Bubblegum, and he has to solve a math question in order to fix everything. And the math question is 2 + 2. And after some serious consideration and thought, Finn decides 2 + 2 is 4 and saves the day. And Princess Bubblegum realizes that the answer to her problem and the number that was missing in the formula to create her serum was 4, and she was too dumb to realize it. So she finishes her serum, and she pours it all over the deceased and re-deceased zombified candy people, turning them back into regular candy people, and the day is saved. Roll the credits. Now, this was very much a pilot episode, very much a filler episode. Not a whole lot really happened, and it honestly took me way longer than it should have to explain the plot, because basically the plot was just everything that happened in the episode. It was very much a straightforward, very easy to explain, but not simple to explain, but it's a very simple episode, but it was very hard for me to explain without just telling you everything that happened, which is something I'm going to have to get down for these future episodes. But basically, that was the first episode of Adventure Time. The last thing I want to mention is there was a joke that came off as kind of racist, where basically they were playing Truth or Dare at one point, Finn and some of the residents of the Candy Kingdom, and this chocolate-covered strawberry woman asked the manly muffin man to take off his muffin wrapper because he's an anthropomorphic muffin. And when he takes it off, everybody exclaims, "I didn't know he was chocolate." And I don't know if that's racist or not. I just wanted to slide that in. But there's episode 1 of season 1 of Adventure Time, Slumber Party Panic. Honestly, very fittingly too, I found this episode to just kind of be straight in the middle. It was a fine episode, just very mediocre as far as like the fact that it didn't have any plot furthering stuff, and it was just kind of, average episode. So I gave it a 5. So we're starting right off the bat, first episode of Adventure Time, with a solid and straightforward 5. And there it is. Episode 1 of Adventure Time is a 5. This review of this episode at this point is almost as long as the entire episode. I really need to nail down getting these descriptions. I need to read my actual description that I wrote down, because honestly, I think that would help me keep these more to the point. But you get the idea. This is the first test, the trial run, if you will, of actually describing the episode. So I'll get there, but thanks for bearing with me with that. Season 1, Episode 2 of Adventure Time is called Trouble in Lumpy Space, and it opens up with our heroes Finn and Jake, joined by Princess Bubblegum and Lumpy Space Princess, having a tea party where they're bouncing on trampolines or some bullshit, and Lumpy Space Princess falls off the bouncy thing and accidentally bites Jake in the leg. And he is afflicted with this illness called the lumps, which apparently is similar to lycanthropy, aka the illness that causes men to turn into werewolves in most like fantasy situations. And basically, if Jake is left untreated until midnight, he'll become a lumpy space person. And Finn really doesn't want that to happen, because Lumpy Space Princess is introduced in this episode, and she's just a fucking bitch. She's probably my least favorite character in the show so far, and that's because her whole gimmick is she's those really annoying teenage preppy girls you used to have to deal with when you were in school, or you still have to deal with if you are in school, that were always like on their phones and creating drama in their groups of friends, and always obsessed with, oh, so-and-so's dating so-and-so, or, oh my god, did you hear so-and-so kiss so-and-so under the bleachers? basically, Lumpy Space Princess is the embodiment of that teenage girl angst and spirit into a character, and I hate it. And it's kind of how her whole, I guess you'd call it kingdom, is portrayed. All of the lumpy space people are constantly acting like overly angsty teenagers, and it's really, really annoying, and it's really, really dumb, and that's probably one of the reasons why I rated this episode so poorly. But basically, they arrive in lumpy space through this really, really cool like toad door, where it's like a portal, and when you say the password, you get sucked into this toad's mouth. Like, he grabs you with his tongue and sucks you into his mouth, and then you go through this trippy sequence, and then all of a sudden, bada bing, bada boom, you're in lumpy space. And lumpy space is really, really cool. It's a real shame that the people in lumpy space are the way that they are, because so far in the show, this is one of the most interesting and distinct areas that we've been to. And it's the home to these really, really annoying characters. Like, we're introduced to Lumpy Space Princess, we're introduced to her parents. She's got this friend that she talks to in the episode and turns out to be kind of important to the plot. Her ex-boyfriend Brad, who got with her best friend. And then there's the smooth posers, which are definitely the weirdest characters in this episode. But basically, they're all just really annoying, and they're constantly like creating drama with each other, and Finn and Jake just kind of have to put up with it the entire episode. But they arrive in lumpy space, and it's like these clouds in the middle of an infinite void of space, and they have to travel from cloud to cloud with these like floating cars, I guess, which is really, really cool. But the place they need to go in order to get the cure for the lumps is this place called Makeout Point or something like that. And basically, Lumpy Space Princess does not want to go to Makeout Point, because that's where her and her ex-boyfriend Brad used to go. And now Brad is with her best friend, and she really doesn't want to go there. But Finn calls up Lumpy Space Princess's friend and invites her and Brad to go on a double date with Lumpy Space Princess, Finn and Jake, and her friend and Brad. And I can't remember her friend's name to save my freaking life, but that's not important. And even though Lumpy Space Princess is pissed off, she agrees, and they get in the car and they drive and they go pick up her friend at Brad's house. And Brad is like really, really weird, because he's not lumpy at all. He's just like a little man, and it's kind of funny and really, really off-putting and unsettling for some reason. But they get to Makeout Point, and Finn and Jake immediately run to the top of the hill, and they find the smooth posers, which the smooth posers are really, really weird, because I guess they're just like actual lumpy space people who want to be smooth. And if you're in possession of the cure, you can temporarily be smooth in appearance, if you're a lumpy space person. So they kind of fight over who temporarily has the cure for the lumps, because it makes them smooth temporarily, and they want to be smooth, which sort of plays into this theme that being smooth is better than being lumpy. And like, they kind of make lumpiness and being a lumpy space person out to be a race, and it's like an inferior race. And that's kind of like a theme throughout this entire episode, and it's really, really weird. And I'm going to dive into that here in a little bit in this segment, so let's get into that in just a second. But basically, they're about to get the cure from the smooth posers, Finn and Jake, so they can cure Jake's lumpiness. And Lumpy Space Princess comes up and asks them why they're taking so long, because they need to get going to the prom coming dance, which is a dance that they agreed to go to with Lumpy Space Princess if she helped them find the cure. And when she makes fun of the smooth posers, they decide not to give Finn and Jake the cure, and Finn flips the fuck out on Lumpy Space Princess and basically tells her she sucks and to fuck off, which is what everybody watching the episode wanted to say to her. And she gets upset, and she ditches Finn and takes the now basically completely lumpy Jake to prom coming, and Finn is stuck on this like space island because he doesn't have a car, so he can't leave. And he heads back up to the Smooth Posers, and they're like, wow, you got ditched here. We feel bad for you. And then they give him the cure, and he has the cure, but he can't get to the prom coming dance where Jake is because midnight's quickly approaching, because it's on a space island a little far away, and he doesn't have a car. But I guess if you're a lumpy space person, you can float, and you can somewhat float to distant islands. They say it's a really low chance. So basically, Finn has one of the Smooth Posers bite him. He turns partially into a lumpy person and floats over to the prom coming dance. And after some like fighting and apologizing and other TV show stuff, he makes Jake take the cure for the lumps, and Jake is fixed. And then Jake makes Finn take the cure for the lumps, and Finn is fixed. Roll the credits. Honestly, this episode kind of sucked. It took me way longer to explain the plot than I wanted to, but I gave this episode a 4 out of 10 because, one, Lumpy Space Princess just kind of sucks. Like, I don't know what the writers were thinking putting this character in the show and putting this kingdom in the show. I'm just not a huge fan, and I'm sorry if you like Lumpy Space Princess, but I remember even as a kid kind of being put off by Lumpy Space Princess and just not really liking this episode, which is interesting that it ended up standing the test of time and I still dislike this episode. But I want to talk about really quickly something that was kind of weird. So in this episode, they make lumpy space people act a very certain way, and it makes me think that they're setting them up to be this like group of people that we're supposed to hate, even though they're not bad. And it almost seems like it's kind of racist. It kind of comes off as like a racist, like a, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It comes off as a, like, basically a way for them to create a race that we're supposed to hate, because all of the lumpy space people act like Lumpy Space Princess, and we hate Lumpy Space Princess, so we're supposed to hate the lumpy space people. I don't know if we're supposed to hate them or not, but the show's like, this is kind of set up in a way where lumpy space people are so annoying that it's like, why are we supposed to dislike them? It seems like they're stereotyping a certain type of race, and it just came off as really, really weird and kind of out of left field. And this episode, honestly, was easily the most skippable for me. And if you are kind of watching along and listening to these reviews before you watch the episode, I just recommend skipping this episode. I actually even considered just dropping this whole series and plan when I saw this episode because I disliked it that much, but I'm glad I didn't, because the next 3 episodes that I watched I liked very much, but this one was just really random and not very good. It was like set up in such a weird way. But here's a couple other things I want to talk about really quick. This was most certainly a filler episode, and other than introducing Lumpy Space Princess, this episode really served no purpose to the overall canon of the show. I did see the snail. The snail was at the prom coming dance near the end of the episode, and also this episode did have some fart jokes. So there's that for you. But yeah, those are my main takeaways from this episode. Very much the worst episode so far out of the 5 that I've seen. And I guess that's about it. I don't want to rant about how terrible it is for too long here. I've already talked about this episode almost as long as the entire episode is, about hating it too, so I don't know. You get the idea. Not a very good episode. Moving away from episode 2, that brings us to season 1, episode 3 of Adventure Time, Prisoners of Love. And honestly, I probably consider this to be, in my head, the first real episode of the show. This one, the quality shot up very, very rapidly, very, very quickly. So let me go ahead and tell you about it. So, episode 3 of Adventure Time opens with Finn and Jake going sledding in the Ice Kingdom. Apparently they're there because like a lava giant man has moved outside of their house, and now he's just kind of sitting there, and it's making everything really, really hot, which at this point we haven't even seen their house. But that is what we're told. We're told a lava man moved out in front of their house, and so it's really hot there, so they're trying to escape the heat. So they go sledding in the Ice Kingdom. And we're very, very quickly introduced to one of the fan favorite characters from Adventure Time, the Ice King. And he immediately gets mad at Finn and Jake, and basically says, "What the fuck are you doing in my kingdom, bitch?" And then they start fighting. And I kind of had trouble telling if I was supposed to be under the impression that they'd met before and fought before or not. I really was not sure. On one hand, it kind of seemed like this was the first time they were encountering each other, but on the other hand, this kind of seemed like a repeat time. It was really, really hard to tell, and I just wanted to point that out at this point. But eventually, Finn and Jake get way too cocky during the fight, and the Ice King manages to freeze them. And he drags them all the way up to the top of his mountain where he lives and locks them in a cage with a group of princesses that he's captured in the hopes of marrying them. And this sort of sets up the plot because now Finn and Jake have to escape and also help the Ice King's captives escape as well. And the way they end up doing that is they basically trick the Ice King and take advantage of his feelings and make them think that they're having a whole lot of fun with a little dance party in the cage. And so he goes inside to dance with them, but then Finn turns around and beats the shit out of him and knocks him unconscious, and they all escape. End of the episode. That was by far the easiest one to explain, but what this episode does that makes me like it so much is it introduces the Ice King. And I know the Ice King is going to come back and be a reoccurring character. And I also know that the Ice King, from my first watch of the first couple seasons or so of Adventure Time, was one of my favorite characters. And right off the bat, his introduction was perfect because he really just kind of seems like a sad old man in this episode, and we haven't had any of his actual like backstory or anything really yet. We just know that he's basically really depressed and he's socially awkward and he has trouble connecting with people, and he kidnaps the princesses because he really just wants someone to talk to, and he wants someone to hang out with and someone to play music with him, because we also learn he's super musically inclined, to the point where he has tons of instruments and he can play them very, very well. And he's just such a failure at communicating appropriately, and that's what makes him into a villain. And it's really hard to 100% lock him into being a villain because of the fact that he's such a sad old man and he really just wants to have a genuine connection with another person. Now, a couple of really funny parts I want to point out. Right at the beginning of the episode, when Finn and Jake are sledding, they were using something as a sled. I don't really remember exactly what. It was an office chair, because it was very clearly like an office chair with like wheels and everything, and it breaks, and Finn goes, "Oh no, our sled broke." And I'm like, where did he get a fucking office chair, and why does he just think it's a sled? And then Jake basically turns big, because I haven't really established this yet, but Jake's like got a whole multitude of like crazy powers, and his main thing is he can turn like shapeshift into any like size and shape that is convenient to the plot. And in this case, he turns big and lays on his back and says something along the lines of, "Sleds are for chumps, just ride on my gut." And Finn and Jake have like this sequence where like Finn rides on his gut, and it's really funny, and then Jake's like, "Switch!" and Finn hops off him and starts sliding like face down into the snow, and Jake's riding on his back, like standing on his back, and it was really, really funny. Another part that was really funny is there was this part where the Ice King was knocked out during the escape sequence, and there's this owl, and for some reason, I don't really know like anything that leads up to why I remember this, but I just remember it being this way. There's this giant owl in like space in Ice King's dream, and I for some reason remember him being called the Cosmic Owl. I don't know if that's going to come up later or if this is something I saw on a different show that I'm mixing up with Adventure Time, but either way, this Cosmic Owl guy basically calls Ice King a sociopath, and because he's like, I'm just a sad, I can't do an Ice King voice. I'm just a sad man with a scraggly beard. And then the Cosmic Owl is like, no, you're just a sociopath. It fucking killed me. This episode was very straight to the point. Had a very simple plot, very easy to follow. And it introduced the Ice King, which made me mark it as not a filler, because the Ice King is such a crucial character to the plot of the series versus like Lumpy Space Princess, who's just kind of there to exist. And let me check really quick if I saw the snail. I know so far I've like spotted all these snails, but I did actually spot the snail. It was in the cage with the princesses when Finn kind of sees they're all there and it pans over them. Some other parts I wanted to bring up about this episode is there's a really, really weird part where the Ice King like kind of spanks his ass tauntingly at Finn and Jake, and it was really, really weird. And I remember Ice King being a very weird character, but I just wanted to point that out. I gotta make sure to comment on all of the really weird Ice King moments in the series, because there's gonna be a lot of them. And I didn't put it in my notes, but it's something that stuck with me enough that I want to bring it up anyway. But they're at the end of the episode, Slime Princess, which is just basically this little green blob with a crown, thanks Finn for saving them. And she's got like this very clearly adult woman voice, and she goes like, hey Finn, you know how you said us princesses should marry anybody we want? Well, I decided that I want to marry you. And Finn's like, and Finn's a minor, and her voice did not sound like a minor. I just wanted to throw that out there. Another like weird, like pedophile kind of joke thing. And it's really funny because Jake follows it up, seeing that his friend is in distress and wants to help him by saying, oh, Slime Princess, you don't want to be with Finn? He pisses his pants all the time. And it was really just fucking random, and it was pretty funny, but since it was a kind of immature joke, I didn't include it in my notes, but it stuck with me enough that I decided to bring it up anyway. But yeah, there's that too. And one other thing too, I touched upon how it really showed in this episode the Ice King's musical prowess. There's also a part that shows Finn's musical prowess, because basically he has a flute, and this flute, Finn kind of throws it to try to solve a problem at one point, but he plays like a little jingle on it before he throws it, and it reminded me of vivid memories of Finn having like his fucking like auto-tuning phase. I don't know when we're gonna get there. I just remembered it, and I wanted to bring it up at this point because I remember there being musical sequences involving Finn. I might be wrong about that, but I'm remembering Jake has a viola, Ice King has a bunch of like instruments, but his main one's the drum kit, and Finn has his flute in this episode, but I know down the line it's like his voice. He's got like an auto-tuned voice thing going on. But I just wanted to bring it up because this is the first time we see like the musical aspect of the show really in full swing. But overall, this episode was really, really great. And I gave it a 7 out of 10 rating. Honestly, it's been the best episode of the main series so far. And I just found it to be very fulfilling as far as like introducing actual stuff that's pertinent to the show. And that's why I think this is the real true first episode of the show. And honestly, you could skip the other two and be perfectly fine. This is the first real episode of Adventure Time. And did I say 2? I don't know if it was 2 or 3. Let's see. Slumber Party Panic, The Lumps, I think this is 3. I'm pretty sure this is 3. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I can't see it right now because I'm not looking right at my notes. But this is the first real episode of the show, and I really, really liked it. So there we go. Season 1, Episode 4 of Adventure Time is called Tree Trunks, because the main character of the episode, other than Finn and Jake, is, of course, the one and only little cute old woman elephant Tree Trunks. And they introduce her because Finn and Jake are just randomly at her house in the woods, playing outside in the woods, and they go inside, and she baked them an apple pie. Right off the bat, we have like a really weird moment because the first pie she bakes, there's like a fly on it or something, and she takes a really, really dark turn with it. Like, she grabs the pie and throws the whole pie in the trash because there's a fly, and she's like, says something along the lines of like, "They want this pie, they can have it." And it was really, really fucking weird. This episode was by far the weirdest so far, I think, if I'm being honest with you. But Tree Trunks is introduced, and she's basically this little green, yellowish elephant gal who's got like an old woman southern accent, and she loves baking apple pies, and she basically is just making a pie for our boys when she casually mentions that she has a lifelong dream of taking the bite out of this apple, the crystal gem apple. And it's located in these really, really evil woods, and she knows she's never going to see it, but she just kind of brings it up because she wants to tell Finn and Jake about it over the pie. And of course, Finn and Jake, being the adventurers on the show called Adventure Time, say, "Hey, Tree Trunks, why don't we just go take a bite of that crystal gem apple?" And she's like, "Oh, really? Okay." And so they set off to take a bite of the crystal gem apple. And that sets in motion the plot of this episode. And this is another episode where Finn gets mad at his friends. That's been a really common theme of this series so far. Finn's just kind of had moments where he gets really, really pissed off at his like friends and takes out his anger on them for their flaws. And then he has to apologize because he looks like a doofus, like, immediately. And this happens again in this episode because Tree Trunks wants nothing more than to be an adventurer like Finn and Jake. And she tries really, really hard, and she's just a sweet old woman elephant, and she's not cut out for it. So she keeps accidentally throwing herself into danger, and Finn kind of gets beat up in the process trying to save her. And that's sort of the general idea for this episode. Finn just has a really hard time trying to keep Tree Trunks from dying. And it all culminates in the final scene of the episode, where they do actually find the crystal gem apple in the middle of these dark and evil woods. And they have to fight this crystal guardian guy who mimics their movements and is really, really hard to defeat. And when they manage to outsmart him, after Finn apologizes to Tree Trunks and they basically do a little dance and act all ladylike, like Tree Trunks did in order to trick the Crystal Guardian into letting its guard down, they raise Tree Trunks up to the branch to take a bite of the crystal gem apple, and when she does, she explodes. Like, hardcore, like, full stop, explodes into, like, nothing. Like, she just... And the sound plays, and it's like, oh. And Finn and Jake look at the camera, and they're mortified. They're like, what the fuck? And then the episode just hard cuts, and Come Along With Me starts playing, or the Island song starts playing. And that's how the episode ends, just with Tree Trunks fucking dying. And I believe I recall, too, there's like a scene after the credits, maybe, or maybe they're midway through the credits, or maybe they're right before it cuts to black, where you can see Tree Trunks running through like some crystal world, just kind of like laughing or something, which teases the fact that she's going to return in a later episode. But I vividly remember this episode from when I first watched, because I was like, what the fuck? Because they just set up this like sweet old lady, and then they immediately make her explode and die. And I was like, what the fuck? And they call upon this like murdering innocent old women trope like a lot in the next episode, so we're gonna come back to that. But yeah, really, really weird episode plot-wise. Tree Trunks was definitely the cute part of this episode. There's one part of the episode where she rides on Finn's head, and it's really, really adorable. And it made me kind of just giddy. And there's another part where she plays, like, in the woods with these little skull butterfly guys. They're basically skeletons with butterfly wings, and they're really, really small, and they float around. And they have, like, guitars, and they play music for her. Or they have, like, little swords, and they're freaking adorable, and I love them. And that's why I'm putting them in this cute category, even though they were pretty cool either way. Some other funny parts include Finn fighting the wall of flesh in the dark forest, and Tree Trunks kind of comes up to it and starts putting stickers on it, and she's like, "Oh, you look like you could use some stickers." And then she's like, "I got a rainbow sticker, and I got a scratch and sniff sticker. It just smells just like a pickle." And that was pretty funny. There's also this one part, too, where Tree Trunks is like, "Oh no, Jake. Finn looks like he's in trouble." And Jake's like, "Oh, don't worry, Tree Trunks. Finn can handle it. He's 12. And that fucking had me just reeling because it was so funny. And there it is again. The fucking 12-year-old. And he's being shipped with this bubblegum princess who is canonically, at this point in time in the series, 18 years old. It just is baffling to me. And I know it's like a kid's show and it's innocent and it's fine, it's whatever. But it was just nuts for me to realize that. Like, he's only 12 years old, and all these women that he's kind of being flirted with are, like, definitely 18 or older. But that's just me. There's this other really weird part where they're fighting a snake monster, like a humanoid figure that's made out of a bunch of snakes, and it's really menacing looking. And Tree Trunks is like, "Don't worry, Finn, I can handle it. I'll just have to seduce him with my body." And she, like, gussies herself all up, which is definitely the correct term since she's such a southern little elephant. And she, like, does sexual dance moves to try to seduce this snake man. And it was really, really weird. Oh, and another thing with the snake monster man, he had a gem weak spot in a similar vein to, like, the bosses in The Legend of Zelda. And it was literally, Finn was like, "I'm trying to defeat the snake monster man, but I can't find a secret gem weak spot." And then he turns around, and it's literally just a giant gem on his back. And Finn's like, "Oh," and he kills him. And it's so funny because it's like a video game joke. But yeah, that's just me. This was definitely one of the weirder episodes of the series so far, but honestly still one of the best episodes of Season 1 at this point, 4 episodes in, which isn't very far, but very, very good episode nonetheless. I gave this one a 6 out of 10 versus the 7 out of 10 for the last episode, because it was good. It was not anywhere near as interesting as the last one to me personally, but this is the first episode to actually set up a multi-episode story arc as far as I understand. So that's pretty monumental nonetheless. But yeah, a very, very good episode. I'm glad we had 2 good episodes back to back because I was really kind of questioning my whole decision to record this series after episode 2 freaking because of how bad episode 2 was. But these 2 episodes were very good, brought me right back into it, good to go. Oh, and the snail was having a tea party with Tree Trunks in the evil woods, because at one point she stops and has a tea party with some evil monsters, and Finn has to save her, and the snail is there also. I caught the snail again. Also, while I'm at it, the last episode with Ice King did not have any fart jokes, surprisingly. And neither did this episode with Tree Trunks. I kind of expected there to be like an old woman tooting joke at some point, but that did not end up happening either. But yeah, there we go. Season 1, Episode 5 of Adventure Time is titled The Hyrulian, and it opens with our two heroes in the Candy Kingdom partying when all of a sudden Princess Bubblegum takes Finn aside and takes him up to the top of the tower to tell him about this book called The Hyrulian. And basically, The Hyrulian is this book full of knowledge that's super important and useful for heroes. But the book can only be obtained by the most righteous of heroes. So naturally, after she tells him about this book, he sets off on a little quest to get the Hyrulian. And this is the first episode where when Finn goes and finds Jake and says, Jake, I got something we gotta do. Jake's like, is it adventure time? And he's like, it's adventure time. And then they set off. So that's when they could have rolled their credits and the series could have been over. I'm just going to throw that out there. But anyway, they set off towards the Hyrulian. And when they arrive, they're at a gate. And this old guy called Keeper is there. And there's this really funny moment where he says this riddle really, really fast. And he's like, you have to figure out my puzzle. My puzzle involves opening the gate. The gate can only be opened for the most righteous hero of all time. The gate's important gate. And then Finn just opens the gate. And the Keeper made it out like this was going to be some crazy difficult riddle that Finn was going to have to solve. And then Finn literally just picks him up and puts him in the lock because he's wearing this key-shaped hat. And he turns him and he unlocks the door. So that was all the puzzle was for that. But pretty funny part nonetheless. And he's like, oh, how'd you solve my riddle, young man? Please tell me. And Finn's like, oh, I just thought you'd look really cute crammed into that lock. And that was that. And then they head out into this wooded area where they run into some gnomes that are bathing in lava. And Finn immediately hears their cries and comes to rescue them, only to discover once he releases them that there are some evil gnomes that go around killing old women for fun. And they proceed to murder on screen 4 or 5 different old women, making them explode in a very similar way to how tree trunks exploded in one of the previous episodes that we were talking about. And Jake later on mentions that this whole area of the world was kind of created to be a specific challenge for Finn, which makes me think maybe his trauma from having to deal with not being able to save tree trunks from dying is kind of coming back to haunt him, because he's seeing all these old women just getting fucking murdered, and he gets really, really angry, and he starts running away crying. And Jake puts the evil gnome guys back in the lava for them to start crying out for help in a very pitiful way yet again. And after Jake gives Finn a little pep talk about how this whole place is not even real and this is all just, a challenge that's been laid out for them, he is then tasked with fighting a giant. And this giant guy, they totally screw him over, and they slip his wallet out of his back pocket and steal one of his dollar bills, one of his giant ass dollar bills, and use it as a paraglider to get away. And this part was really, really sad because I felt bad for the giant, because the giant started crying and he's like, hey, that's my dollar. And Finn's kind of just soaring through the sky, flying around on this dollar bill with Jake, and the giant's just kind of left in the dust crying. But thankfully, Finn, being the wonderful hero he is, once he gets back to the top of the mountain, he throws the dollar back down the mountain in the form of a paper dollar airplane, and the giant catches it and he gets his dollar back. So there's that at the very least. He did swallow Jake though, so the giant kind of had it coming. And then in the next area, there's this evil skeleton necromancer-y kind of guy, and he basically says that he's the final challenge, and he tasks Finn to fight and kill an ant. And basically, it turns out that this is a test because Finn immediately asks, like, is the ant evil? And the guy's like, oh, yes, the ant is very evil. Kill this ant. Well, then it turns out that the ant is actually not really evil. He's more not good or bad. He's neutral. And Finn refuses to kill the ant and instead breaks out of the trance that this guy's got him in and stabs the evil skeleton guy, completing the final challenge, only for the doors to the top of this like mountain temple they are in to fling open. And Finn sees that the keeper's there and that this manly Minotaur hero guy's there, and they all kind of chill out and have a little picnic while Finn gets to thumb through the Hyrulian. Roll the credits. That's the episode. Boiled down quite a bit. There's a lot of like other side stuff that happens in this episode too. But some funny things that also happen that I want to bring up that I haven't brought up yet is as soon as the doors open towards like their area where it's the end and they have their picnic and everything, the keeper is back, but now instead of wearing a like key hat and like some robes, he's wearing like a little devil costume. And so Finn immediately goes to attack him, and he's like, oh, Finn, why did you do that? These are my pajamas. And that was weird. And then Finn opens the Enchiridion, and the first page he lands on is How to Kiss Princesses, which again brings up our whole 12-year-old Finn being pushed on to 18-year-old at the time Princess Bubblegum as a romantic partner. I'll give up on it for now, guys. But yeah, and Princess Bubblegum like video calls them on this like magical orb, and she's like, oh, what's it say, Finn? What's it say? And he's like, it says nothing. Ha 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 ha. Episode ends. Let me check my notes really quick and see if I have anything else to bring up at this point. So I did mark this episode as not a filler episode because we learn a lot about Finn's morals and what kind of drives him to be an adventurer and to help people in this episode, which I believe is very important to him as a character, so I don't think that this is a filler episode. And even so, there is this whole thing with the Enchiridion where I don't believe that this is a one-off thing. I think the Enchiridion itself actually does come back and is an important object later on in the series, but if I'm wrong about that, I might question if this episode is a filler or not, but I'm pretty sure the Enchiridion does come back up, and if it does, this is definitely not a filler episode. Another thing is, I did spot the snail yet again. Our last snail of the day, he was at the Candy Kingdom party at the very beginning of the episode, and yes, there were fart jokes in this episode. There was a couple of them. I don't remember exactly what they were. But overall, this fifth and final episode for this podcast episode was very solid, very run-of-the-mill, to the point where I originally rated it a 5, but I think I decided I'm going to change my rating to a 6, because it's definitely better than the pilot episode to the show. And it does give us some backstory and lore on Finn and his morals, because he's really kind of at this point just like a hero for the sake of being a hero, but now we kind of know why he's a hero, or at least what drives him to be heroic, which I do believe is important to our understanding of the show. And also, one more thing, the old women were actually fine all along. They were actually figments of Finn's imagination, and at the final picnic at the end of the episode, there is at least a couple of the old women that were quote-unquote killed during the episode, and they're there, so it turns out that they were okay. But folks, that's all the time we have for this first episode of HRAT, aka Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time, aka Project Ooh. I guess this isn't really the first episode. If you missed last week's episode, it was titled Episode 0, and we reviewed Adventure Time Distant Lands Episode 1, BMO, which chronologically was the first episode of the series, but this is the first 5 episodes of the actual series. So that's kind of why this is the true episode 1 as well. Just like the third episode of Adventure Time is the true episode 1 in my mind as well. But either way, after our bit of a rough start, I was kind of having second doubts about this series. But the rest of the episodes in this block of 5 were very enjoyable, and I had a lot of fun with them, so I'll definitely be continuing from here. I decided to only watch them in groups of 5 and record the reviews for those 5 before I continue, in order to kind of block it up for the episodes and to keep my opinions fairly fresh and fairly contained to a small part of the show. But after this episode is done being recorded here in a moment, I'll probably be getting right back watching episodes 6 through 10. And it should be a delight, actually. I'm really, really excited to get back to it, and I'm hopeful that you folks are excited to hear more about my thoughts on the show. I've been having a lot of fun with this. But thanks for watching. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hey guys, Hyrulian here. Welcome back to A-Trat, aka Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time, aka Project Ooh. Today we are going to review episodes 6 through 10 of Season 1 of Adventure Time. We're back here again. I appreciate you folks following the series. I've been having a lot of fun with this one. Without further ado, let's get right into episode 6. Season 1, Episode 6 of Adventure Time is called The Jiggler, which you'll find out why here in a moment. Because basically, Finn and Jake were wandering through the woods when they stumbled upon this guy. And it's like this little guy who kind of looks like a robot. And he consists of like 2 balls connected with a bunch of holes all around him. And like out of those holes comes like some tentacles that he uses as like an arm and a leg and another arm and another leg, and they call him the Jiggler. And they basically find him in the woods because Finn is singing a little song with his auto-tune voice, which this is the first time we hear Finn's iconic auto-tune singing in the show. And when he does, this little Jiggler guy follows them because he loves music and he loves dancing and he loves whistling. So since they meet this guy in the woods and he seems fun, Finn and Jake decide to take him back to the treehouse because, quote, they want to put him next to their bed so they can wake up every morning with a little dancing guy next to their bed. This set of episodes here, these 5, were off the rails with the weirdness at some points, so try to bear with me, folks. I tried to keep things somewhat coherent, but honestly, I'm sure throughout this episode there's going to be some parts that are going to be incredibly difficult for me to describe because of just how weird they are. So Finn and Jake, I should say, take the Jiggler back to their house, which we're introduced to in this episode. It's their little tree house in the middle of the field, and they have a dance party with him or her all night. And they basically all crash and go to sleep, and they wake up excited for some more partying and dancing and whistling in the morning. This Jiggler thing kept up the dancing and singing and partying for quite a while because it was really late, and it got to the point where Finn and Jake had to like pass out, but this guy was still going. So pretty funny, pretty interesting. But basically when they wake up in the morning, the Jiggler is not doing too well. You can tell that he's like kind of like malnourished, or he's like sick or something, because he's literally like a husk of his former self. Finn and Jake make multiple attempts to try and help out the Jiggler, and they try to like feed him breakfast, and they try to like feed him a bunch of other random things, and it does not help, and his health declines even more severely to the point where he starts like spewing this juice all over the place out of one of the random holes on his body. and they think that it's a great idea to plug it up. And they plug it up with Finn's glass eye collection and Jake's eye patch collection. And naturally, plugging up the holes and not letting this juice get out turns out to be a terrible idea, because the jiggler then explodes into like a really long, stringy, fleshy, like, weirdness pile. And they have to kind of like ball him back up and put him back together. And he just randomly starts like painting on the ground with his lips, which I guess is a thing the jiggler has. Painting of like a big jiggler and a bunch of baby jigglers in the woods, which tells Finn and Jake that that's where his mother is. So they scoop up what remains of the jiggler and take him to the woods, where his mother does not even recognize him because all of his scent is gone. So they have to douse him in this weird, like, purple goo that he threw up earlier, but is also what the pool next to them is full of. And once they douse him, the mother recognizes the jiggler and takes the jiggler back. Finn and Jake save the day, and they agree not to ever have another pet ever again. And that's the plot of the episode. Now, yes, this is most certainly a filler episode, just like a lot of the episodes in this block. No, I did not manage to spot the snail. But yes, there was a fart joke, because when they were feeding the jiggler, they were questioning if they were putting the food in the right hole, because there was a hole on the opposite side of his body from his mouth where it basically farted. This is one of the ones where I kind of wanted to put maybe in the fart joke category, but I think it's safe to assume what they were implying was they were trying to figure out if they were accidentally feeding the jiggler's butt instead of its mouth, and they were feeding its mouth because it was farting out of its butt. But that was the fart joke for this episode. There was a really fascinating part in this episode where they were trying to figure out what to feed the jiggler, and I thought for sure for a second that it was going to end up being the iconic bacon pancakes part of Adventure Time that I vividly remember, but it did not turn out to be that, and instead they ended up finding out that the jiggler has the ability to suck drawings off of pieces of paper and eat them, which is really fucking weird. There's something with color, and like the jiggler, whatever species it is capable of absorbing color, which is really, really weird. But they draw stuff on the paper and the jiggler eats it, and it's really, really weird. This episode was fucking weird. Now, some things I want to mention about their treehouse very quickly here are, we see in the background this painting that's hung up in their house that I actually kind of remember from when I was little watching the show, because it's basically a naked, presumably woman, laying on her stomach with like her hands under her chin, and the painting is ripped in such a way down the middle where it's covering up the naked part of her body. I just thought that was interesting to bring up because it was like such a weird little detail to include in a children's show. But I think we've kind of already established that the people who made this show are really, really horny. But and also there was a point in this episode where they actually hear Finn sort of sing "Let's Get This Party Started" with his auto-tune voice, which he mentions the reason he has the auto-tune voice is because he swallowed a tiny computer in the past at some point in an unseen episode. But the reason I'm bringing up him singing "Let's Get This Party Started" with his auto-tune voice is because they actually use this for many Adventure Time commercials, and I vividly remember it as a kid. A lot of Finn singing auto-tuned was used for the commercials, and specifically I remember they were doing like Adventure Time marathons or new episodes of Adventure Time on Cartoon Network back in the day, and they'd use that clip of Finn saying "Let's Get This Party Started" in his auto-tune voice to like kind of promote new episodes or marathons or that kind of thing. And I just wanted to bring that up for a little bit of nostalgia for anybody who sort of remembered that about the show. But that's about it for this episode of Adventure Time. I ended up giving this one a solid 5. I think it was honestly about as good as the pilot episode. Nothing really of importance actually happened other than them introducing us to the treehouse where Finn and Jake live. But either way, it was a nice little side story, and I kind of have to remember that just because an episode of this show doesn't have anything that furthers the overarching plot of the series, that doesn't mean it's a bad episode. But this one was very fine, and honestly, it was right up there with Slumber Party Panic for being a very average and very fine episode. And it's pretty poetic, actually, that we started last episode off with Slumber Party Panic, and I gave that a 5. And we're starting this episode up with the freaking, what's his name again? The Jiggler. We're starting this episode off with the Jiggler, and that episode's also a filler episode that just has some little bits and pieces in it, and it's just a 5 out of 10. But either way, still a very fun and entertaining episode, and a great way to start off this second or third episode, depending on how you want to look at it, of H-Rat, aka Project Ooh. Now let's get into the next episode. Now, before I actually start the discussion about Season 1, Episode 7, I want to put into perspective for you guys some information about how much of a clueless child I was when I originally watched the first handful of seasons that I did of Adventure Time. Season 1, Episode 7 is titled Ricardio the Heart Guy. And as a kid, even though the characters in the episode say the name Ricardio multiple times, I always had it mixed up in my head and thought his actual name was Ricardo. To the point where I went into this episode and I glanced over the actual name of the episode, and I assumed it was Ricardo up until somebody actually said the name Ricardio. And that's when the pun clicked with me at 21 going on 22 that Ricardio is the heart guy, and the name Ricardio is a pun because cardio, Ricardio, heart, I'm just a fucking clueless kid, and I still am, and I just wanted to point that out. But anyway, on with the episode. So this episode, Ricardio the heart guy, is about Finn and Jake basically stopping this evil heart man who shows up randomly. And the episode opens with Finn and Jake rescuing Princess Bubblegum from the Ice King for like the second or third time in the series so far. And when they do, basically Princess Bubblegum thanks them and agrees to throw a party in their honor at the Candy Kingdom. So when they arrive to their party at the Candy Kingdom, it's already in full swing, and when they show up, nobody even notices they've arrived, which already puts them in kind of a bit of a downer mood. Not Jake, because Jake has no character flaws so far in the show, but Finn's instantly like, what the hell? Why is nobody paying attention to me? This is my party. And it turns out everybody's gathered around watching Lumpy Space Princess get a massage from this anthropomorphic heart man called Ricardio. And Finn is instantly kind of suspicious about this guy because everybody's paying attention to him and not Finn at his own party. So Finn's already kind of jealous, and the guy looks sus as hell. Even as somebody who's not involved in the actual events of the show, Ricardio is just a really sus-looking guy, and he's got a really, really terrifying face, and it's definitely one of the weirdest things right off the bat about this episode, because all the characters in Adventure Time have fairly simple faces. It's usually 2 black dots for eyes, and a fairly straightforward, simple mouth. But Ricardio has like very molded features. He's got like actual like drawn eyes, and he's got like a face with teeth, and he's just really, really fucking weird, and he's really, really like different than the rest of the characters in the show, art style wise, which immediately makes him stand out and makes the audience know that there's going to be something weird going on with this guy for sure. But basically, Princess Bubblegum shows up and is instantly swooned by Ricardio, the heart guy, because he knows a bunch about science and stuff, and he's got a brain. And Lumpy Space Princess introduces her to him, and he asks her to dance. And Finn, being the underage minor who wants to date the 18-year-old that he is instantly disheveled by this, because he wanted the dance with Princess Bubblegum because he saved her, not Ricardio, the heart guy. So anyway, Finn is increasingly suspicious of this random dude that's a heart that has a really menacing looking face. So he manages to convince Jake to stake this guy out, and they kind of tail him and follow him around and spy on him for a while, and they catch him in a back alley collecting like rope and like breaking a bottle and like pretending to stab somebody with it. And they're like, what the fuck? And then Ice King shows up, and he beats the shit out of Ice King and throws him in a dumpster, which is pretty funny. And he kind of takes off. And they're like, well, did he beat up Ice King because he's a good guy? Or like, what the fuck's going on? And so Finn says, enough with this. I'm going to go confront him and see what he's up to and try to figure out what's actually going on here. And so Jake, he grabs onto Jake, and Jake kind of does like the Spider-Man swinging thing with his like really long rope arm thing that he does, because, you know, Jake's special ability is he can stretch and stuff like that. And they swing through the city, and they land right next to Ricardio, the heart guy, and he's like, you really think I'm doing something menacing? And Finn's like, yeah. And he's like, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. And then they kind of get into a fight, and he starts beating the shit out of Ricardio. But then Princess Bubblegum arrives and saves him, and she's like, Finn, you're such a jealous dweeb. There's nothing going on here. Stop being the jealous little boy. And they leave. And then the Ice King crawls out of the dumpster and is like, Finn, this is my heart. My heart escaped my body, Finn. You need to stop my heart. He's gonna try to steal Princess Bubblegum's heart and make it his wife. And so they go back to Princess Bubblegum's castle and find her already tied up. And Ricardio's about to rip her fucking heart out with a bottle or something, I don't know. And they manage to stop him and beat the shit out of him and give him back to Ice King. End of the episode. Come along with me, credits, you know, you get the idea. And right at the end of the episode is another weird moment, because after they beat the shit out of Ricardio, and he's like beaten, and he's like, all right, you know, and the Ice King comes to retrieve him and take him back, he literally grabs Ricardio and like shoves him into his chest, because he has like a hole in his chest where his heart was gone. It's not like particularly gory or anything, it's just weird. And he grabs him and puts him in the hole, and then like Ice King's like robe like fills up and covers him up. And as he's getting filled up, like you can see his face out of like the remaining area that isn't fully covered yet, and he's like, oh, I'll be back. And it was really, really fucking weird. And then Ice King tries to capture the princess really quickly and fails, and then the episode's over. But very, very strange. We're definitely continuing our theme of weird episodes for this chunk of 5, because Ricardio is just a really, really fucking weird character, and he honestly caught me way off guard. I remember the episode being weird, but like just thinking about the fact that it's like Ice King's anthropomorphic heart come to life is like really, really weird to think about. But interestingly enough, I do think that this episode, even though I did mark it as a filler, is somewhat important to the actual plot of the show. Because if it's Ice King's heart, then that means that there's a degree of Ice King's true personality on display here, with Ricardio. And if I'm being honest with you, the first chunk of the episode, Ricardio was being very charming towards the princesses and the people of the Candy Kingdom. And even though he was still definitely evil, and it proves Ice King is evil, even down to his heart, Ricardio was very charming, and it shows that if Ice King was less socially awkward and more put together, he could probably be fairly competent and actually manage to pull some bitches, you know what I'm saying? But let me see if there's anything else I want to add here. I know I did find the snail. The snail was at the party, I believe. And there's some cute and funny moments I wanted to mention in this episode as well that were particularly memorable from when I watched this show as a kid. So there was one part where basically Finn was jealous of Ricardio and tried to convince Princess Bubblegum to dance with him instead. And Jake's like, go show him the science dance, Finn. Go show him the science dance. That guy's a smart guy, but he's got nothing on your science dance. So then Finn goes up to them and is like, Princess Bubblegum, science dance, science dance, science dance. And he does like a little like break dance, like robot dance kind of thing. And it was really kind of funny. And there was another part that was pretty musical in this episode where basically Finn and Jake couldn't agree on whether or not Ricardio was a bad guy or not. And Jake thought he was just a bad guy. Like he looked like a bad guy, but he was actually nice. Where Finn like was jealous, but also he had a hunch that he was a bad guy, and he turned out to be right. But basically, they weren't like fighting about it, but they were sort of bickering about who was right. And Jake sang this little song, and he's like, "I gotta follow my gut, Finn." And then he's like, "My gut says he's evil. Your gut says he's evil. My gut says he's good. Let's put our guts together and end this funky feud." And that was just kind of a cute little funny part in the episode as well. And I remember that really, really well for some reason. But that's Ricardio, the heart guy. I gave this episode a solid 6. Honestly, as far as filler episodes go, pretty decent and fairly enjoyable. So there's that. Oh, and I almost forgot about the fart jokes. Fuck. Oh, this episode had some of the most on-the-nose fart joke shenanigans I've ever seen in Adventure Time so far. So basically, when Ricardio was giving the massage to Lumpy Space Princess, every single time he pushed down and worked her, like, body out to, like, do the massage, there was, like, a really loud fart sound to the point where, like, he was walking around on her back and it was like... So, yeah, lots of fart jokes crammed into like a 5-10 second period. So yes, this episode did have a fart joke, or 2 or 3, but overall very, very solid filler episode of Adventure Time. Very, very weird to continue our trend, and that is Adventure Time Season 1 Episode 7, Ricardio the Heart Guy. Adventure Time Season 1 Episode 8 is yet another weird one. I think I should probably just stop saying that they're weird, because that should be a given at this point. But Episode 8 of Adventure Time is called Business Time. And basically, Finn and Jake are on this beach, and they have Elon Musk's flamethrowers, and there's like random hunks of ice washing up on the beach, and they're melting the ice to find trash and just collecting trash. And really, really weird premise to start an episode off on. But basically, the reason they're collecting trash is because they're building this thing. I believe they call it the Gauntlet Dock, and it's literally just like basically like a medieval version of a wipeout course. So there's water underneath, and along the way there's like spike traps and like swinging axes and like flaming rings and stuff like that. And it's like an obstacle course for them to kind of flex their adventuring prowess. And they're basically collecting trash from these ice caps in order to help them build this machine. And when they're going through and melting these ice caps, they accidentally find one full of a bunch of really creepy businessmen, and they melt the businessmen out of the ice cap, and the businessmen are just there, and they don't really explain where they're from or anything. They just immediately start looking for ways to get to work. Their whole gimmick is, if they're not working for someone or working in general, they kind of have like a lack of purpose. So immediately Jake suggests that they should hire the businessmen to be their adventuring assistants, if you will. And Finn is very, very hesitant, and he says, we should just not hire them and do the adventuring stuff ourselves, because it's our thing. We should finish building our gauntlet dock by ourselves because it's our thing and it's supposed to be fun for us. And Jake disagrees, and he does actually manage to convince them. So they hire the businessmen, and they immediately get to work, and they finish the gauntlet dock, which Finn and Jake go through in this really, really epic scene. That was one of the more actually interesting animation moments in the show so far, because basically the camera is like following behind Finn and Jake as they run straight through this gauntlet dock, and they like dodge spikes and flame traps and shit like that, and it was actually really, really cool, and that's why I'm bringing it up. Now, some notes about this episode before we continue with the plot. Yes, this is a filler episode. No, I did not spot the snail, and no, there were not any fart jokes in this episode, surprisingly. Also, this episode was the first episode of the original series to introduce BMO. BMO does not talk once in this episode, but when Finn and Jake are kind of chilling at the treehouse because they have these adventuring assistants, a lot of the time that they're just kind of hanging out is spent actually playing BMO, surprisingly. So BMO is in this episode and an episode coming up, but he does not have a speaking role yet, and as such has not been introduced as a character. So anyway, on with the actual plot of the episode. So after Finn and Jake sort of decide to hire the businessmen, and they do their little wipeout course on the gauntlet dock, they basically head back to the treehouse. And then there's a couple scenes where they go on a couple small-scale adventures, and progressively more and more they start to lean on the businessmen to assist them with their adventuring, to the point where like a lot of the work is not even being done by Finn and Jake anymore. Honestly, the businessmen kind of like get to the point where they're the ones doing all of the hero work, and Finn and Jake are just kind of watching and mediating. And then it gets even worse, because eventually they completely step back and completely stop, and the businessmen are left to do all the adventuring themselves, which these businessmen are really fucking weird, because A, they're super motivated for their work, which is really unrealistic, and B, they're literally like zombies. Like, they zoom in on like a close-up of them multiple times in the show, and there's like weird splotches on their skin, and they're really, really creepy, just overall in demeanor and looks and everything. So very, very suspicious, and I'm kind of shocked that our heroes are still falling for stuff like this, because even now, only in season 1, 7 episodes in, 8 episodes in, you know, they've already seen so many sketchy characters and fallen for their traps, so I don't know. But either way, there's a montage then where Finn and Jake eat a fuck ton of ice cream and play Adventure Mission or Adventure Master on BMO, and they get really, really fat. There's a really, really funny scene where Finn and Jake are basically making their guts turned into the shape of a character, and they're making fun of them. And Finn squeezes his gut and makes it look like Princess Bubblegum, and he's like, "Hi, I'm Princess Bubblegum, and I've got a really loud, high-pitched, annoying voice that Finn absolutely thinks is adorable and really, really cute." And it was kind of funny, because this is yet another instance of Finn, the 12-year-old, going after 18-year-old Princess Bubblegum. But Either way, after they are lazy for a while longer, shit starts to hit the fan when the businessmen take adventuring autonomously to the next level by creating this robot that's basically just kind of sucking up anybody who could possibly ever be in danger and putting them in, I think they called it the care sack, which is just like this like dome that's off the side of the robot. It's really, really weird. And basically obese Finn and obese Jake have to stop the businessmen because they are trying to save people, but they don't care if they're happy or not. They just care if they're safe. So it's not really working out the way that Finn would want it to. And so he basically goes and gets sucked up by the robot, and Jake has to save the day. And the way Jake saves the day is by getting sucked up in the hose and then turning big. And the robot explodes, and Finn fires them, but then he quickly rehires them and tells them to refreeze themselves in the ice block and send themselves back off into the ocean, which is pretty funny. And that's basically the end of the episode. And right at the very, very end, there's a part where Jake's like, all right, this has been fun, but I'm done being fat now. And he uses his like stretching abilities to just stretch himself back down to his normal size. And then Finn tries to do it, and obviously since he's just a normal human, he can't stretch himself down to be skinny again. So he tries, and his body shakes a little bit, and then he's like, aw. And then the episode ends with Finn just being hit with the realization that he's going to have to work off this obesity that he's caused upon himself. Very, very much a filler episode, but either way, decent and interesting. I really did not remember this one at all. So if anything, I would probably take off some points for it being remarkable in the way of being memorable. It was a good episode, don't get me wrong. There was just nothing really to kind of draw me in and make me keep watching it. But very, very solid average episode nonetheless. And that's why I gave it a 5 out of 5. And I didn't spot the snail, surprisingly. I was a little upset by that. This seemed like the perfect episode to accidentally spot the snail in when I was not focusing on the main plot. But honestly, they must have hidden the snail good enough that I did not see him. So there's that. But yeah, that's our episode for that one. Now, the next episode is actually very remarkable because of the fact that it is Season 1, Episode 9, My Two Favorite People, which they marketed the hell out of this episode back in the early days. I'm pretty sure they even named one of the DVD collections of Adventure Time Season 1 after this episode. And it's also important because it's the first time we get an episode that is mostly centered around Jake as the main character. Up until this point, it's been Finn and somebody else, or Finn and Jake and somebody else, but it's never just been Jake at this point. Like, this is the first true Jake-centered episode, and Finn kind of goes to the supporting role more than the actual main character role for this episode, which is noteworthy because down the line we're going to see a lot of shifts between the main character of the episode, but this is the first time they decided to steer away. And the plot of this episode is actually very simple to explain as well. Basically, Jake has this girlfriend, and it's this unicorn rainbow woman named Lady Rainicorn, who's Korean, and she speaks Korean. And Jake wants to spend time with her, but when he spends time with her, he can't spend time with Finn. And when he spends time with Finn, he can't spend time with her. And he becomes kind of depressed about this, and he talks to his he talks to the worm that lives in his viola, which we haven't talked about Jake's viola yet, but we will, named Shelby. And Shelby suggests, why doesn't he just hang out with both of them at the same time? So he has Finn and Lady Rainicorn hang out together, and basically some issues come up right away because he realizes that since Finn can't speak Korean, he can't understand a word Lady Rainicorn says. So they go and retrieve a universal language translator from the bottom of this lake. And what ends up happening from there is Finn and Lady Rainicorn become really, really good friends because they can actually communicate. And they kind of hit it off so well that, one, Jake becomes jealous because he kind of thinks that Finn's trying to steal his girl. And two, Jake ends up kind of becoming a third wheel because of this new, fresh and fun friendship between Finn and Lady Rainicorn. And it all culminates in the last part of the episode where Jake, out of desperation and jealousy, calls Tiffany on his cell phone. And he goes through a whole list of contacts during the cell phone sequence, which I imagine are probably references to either characters we'll see down the line or people who created the show. But I thought that the fact that they even brought up this many different names was kind of noteworthy in itself. But basically, Jake calls Tiffany, and Lady Rainicorn and Finn stumble upon Jake playing viola in a clearing with Tiffany. And Lady Rainicorn's jealous because Jake always plays viola with her, and now Jake's playing viola with some random woman. And Lady Rainicorn gets upset, and then Finn's like, "Hey Jake, you're making Lady Rainicorn jealous, stop it." And he's like, "I'm not trying to make Lady Rainicorn jealous, I'm trying to make both of you jealous." And Finn's like, "Why would I be jealous?" And then Jake's like, "Because Tiffany's a boy." And then there's like this random little boy named Tiffany, and he's really, really fucking weird. And he's got like this really high-pitched, obnoxious, like 4-year-old voice, but not actually 4-year-old. It's probably more like a 6 to 8-year-old voice. And he's like, "Ha ha ha, Finn, Jake's my best friend now." And so Finn and Tiffany get in a little fight, and Finn beats the shit out of Tiffany, and Tiffany starts running away scared. And there's a really funny part where Finn like long distance hucks a loogie at Tiffany, and it hits him, and he goes like, "Ah, hey!" And it was really, really funny. But that's the end of the episode. They realized that they were all just being jealous for no reason, and Jake breaks the translator, and him and Lady Rainicorn remain friends, and I don't know, they all lived happily ever after. It ended pretty quickly, and there wasn't really a resolution. Jake just kind of said, "All right, let's just go back to how things were," and they were like, "Okay." But there was the plot for that episode. There was a really neat part in this episode where Finn and Lady Rainicorn spot this wizard in the woods, and he's giving out these power rings. And basically the power rings make it so they can like shoot these magical effects out of their hands that don't actually do anything, but they look really, really cool, and I wanted to bring that up because I thought it was fascinating. And they even turn out to be cursed, and the evil wizard man who was giving out the power rings for free had a secret agenda, but it was very cool nonetheless, the effects that the rings were giving off. Some other moments that were noteworthy and kind of funny was the universal translator had like an alien setting, or like, I don't remember what the other one was, but then the one that they ended up having to use so they could actually understand her was an old man setting. So Lady Rainicorn was like, "Hello Finn, I'm Lady Rainicorn," and it was pretty funny. There was also a part where Finn and Lady Rainicorn were playing BMO again, and it made me laugh because it was very clearly on the screen a racing game, and they were both race cars. And Finn's like, "Whoa, I got the sword," and I thought it was kind of funny. I don't know, maybe that was just me. Tiffany was just a really fucking weird character in this episode, to be honest with you. Like, such a random left field character, but I kind of hope he shows up again in a later episode because he was just so fucking weird, but weird in a different way than like the other characters so far. So there's that as well. I did spot the snail. The snail was actually chilling out by the lake where they found the universal thought translator. And yes, this was a filler episode, even though it was the first Jake episode. It really didn't do a whole lot for us except explain how Jake does have character flaws too, because up until this point, Jake has been kind of the one who's had zero character flaws. So it was nice to see Jake have some character flaws at this point in the show. They also continued the theme of making their characters very musical in the show in this episode, because it's revealed that Finn knows how to sing with his little auto-tuned voice, but Jake can play the viola, and he's actually really, really good at it from what we see in the episode. And Shelby, I know, is a reoccurring character, and we were introduced to her, the little worm that lives inside of Jake's viola. But it was interesting to see that little side character lore unfold as well, because if I recall, Shelby ends up coming back and being important throughout the show, and in this particular episode, she kind of acted as a sort of word of advice and like a therapist role for Jake, and it was really, really interesting. And I don't know, I like Shelby. Shelby's a cool character. But that was that episode of Adventure Time, Season 1, Episode 9, My Two Favorite People. Honestly, this is my favorite episode out of this 5-episode block. I gave it a 6.5 out of 10. Very, very good side filler episode. Lots of good little plot stuff, and almost enough like new, important to the overarching plot things that I considered marking it as not filler. Because honestly, all this Jake stuff was good, and all of this stuff with Shelby was good, and it was just nice to see Jake be more of a character than just a sidekick. I really, really appreciated it. But yeah, that was episode 9 of Adventure Time. We're now at the 10th episode of the entire series, Season 1, Episode 10 of Adventure Time, Memories of Boom Boom Mountain. And this episode opens up with Finn and Jake hanging out with these manly marauder men in their little, like, camp up on a hill or something like that. And all of the marauder men are getting super drunk off of squid ink in a really, really weird moment where, like, the squid is attached to, like, a hose at the bottom of him, and he's like, "Oh, you love my ink, don't you?" And I was like, what the actual fuck was that? But anyway, Finn and Jake are there because they want to roughhouse with the marauders, because that's their favorite activity. So they are just fucking going nuts, and they're beating the shit out of each other, and they're having a grand old time, when all of a sudden Finn hears some crying, and he says, "I need to go help whoever's crying." And basically what he discovers is there's a sentient mountain. I was trying to think of the right way to describe this. There's a sentient mountain with a face, and the mountain is crying boulders that are falling down the side. And the reason the mountain is sad is because the mountain is seeing these marauders roughhousing, and he doesn't like it, and it's making him sad. He doesn't like seeing the violence. And Finn at this point recalls basically his first real piece of backstory we've gotten in this entire series so far. Hence the reason why this is such an important episode, and I marked it as not a filler episode. Because we learn a lot about Finn's backstory in this episode, and we kind of get some hints at possible backstory information for Jake as well, which is really, really fascinating. But let's dive into it. So basically, we learn that the reason Finn became a hero was because a long time ago, he was abandoned in the woods as a baby, and he was naked. And basically, these woods were on the top of what Finn refers to as Boom Boom Mountain, hence the name of the episode, Memories of Boom Boom Mountain. And basically what happened was, since Finn was abandoned there as a naked baby, he shat, and when he shat, aka boom boomed, he boom boomed onto a leaf, and then he proceeded to fall into the leaf and land in his own shit. And he sat there and laid there and cried and cried and cried as a baby, and nobody came to help him. And that's sort of his tragic backstory and why to this day he's decided he must be a hero. And there's a really funny moment in the flashback where there's like these anthropomorphic ladybug people, and they see baby Finn in the woods laying on the ground, having shat all over himself. And the baby, like the sun ladybug, is like, "Mommy, what's wrong with that guy? What's wrong with that baby guy?" And the ladybug mom is like, "Don't look at him, honey. He's weird." And that's really fucking random and funny. But we'll get back to the flashback later on, because throughout the episode, we actually kind of get this flashback to continue, and we learn even more information about Finn's backstory. But basically, after declaring that his purpose as a hero is to make sure that no one's cries for help go unnoticed, like his did when he was a baby and he fell into his own shit, he must help this mountain and get the men to stop roughhousing. So what he does is he goes back and he asks them nicely to stop roughhousing, which they definitely don't go for. So instead, he goes through a whole series and plethora of different ideas, involving things like attaching like animals, like cushiony animals, to their like fists, so whenever they hit each other it doesn't actually hurt them and it's not violent, and that works for a while. And there's a really funny moment where a guy, one of the marauders, has 2 pigs strapped to each of his knees, and he starts going around beating people up by kneeing them, and the pigs are oinking every single time he knees somebody, and I thought that was really, really funny. And that works temporarily, but then the mountain kind of is sad because the animals are getting hurt, and he's like, this is not any better at all, what the fuck. And so Finn goes back down, and after a little more like attempts, he basically ends up accidentally getting the marauders to find it more fun to pet each other than beat the shit out of each other, to the point where the marauders rub each other raw, and it actually starts hurting them more than the actual violence and the roughhousing was, which makes them upset, and therefore Finn has to find a way to help them without making the mountain upset again, which turns out to be a problem for him. And basically the overall theme for this episode is how Finn wants to help everyone, and he's not going to be able to always help everyone, and he kind of has to deal with that. Well, then, at least I thought that was the theme of the episode, because right after, like, he has to deal with that, because there's like a montage of other miscellaneous characters in the background near the mountain who are also getting upset because they need help, and it's going to like affect somebody else and make somebody else unhappy if Finn helps them. He basically realizes, like, fuck, I can't help everyone because everyone isn't happy if I help everybody else. And it's stuff like, I'm trying to think of more specific examples, like the mountain, for example. If Finn wants the mountain to be happy, the mountain doesn't want to see the roughhousing, so Finn decides, like, hey, we should turn the mountain away from the roughhousing, like, turn the entire fucking mountain in a different direction so it actually can't see the roughhousing, which in itself is kind of a ludicrous idea. And the marauders are on board, and they're going to help him, and the mountain's on board because he just says, everybody promise you're not going to roughhouse. They're like, yeah, sure, whatever. But then there's another freaking mountain that talks, and it's a woman mountain, and the woman mountain's going to be very sad if they turn the other mountain around, because the other mountain has a really pretty waterfall on the back side of it. And so Finn will make the other mountain sad if he turns the other mountain. So basically what ends up happening is there's a montage where there's all these characters that need help, and Finn manages to find a way to help every single one of them without making any of the other ones upset, which in itself is a very impressive feat. But something I wasn't a huge fan of is it really didn't go with the entire sort of idea that I thought this episode was pointing towards, which is the fact that Finn won't be able to help everyone every single time. He learns no lesson because he actually manages to find a way to finesse it and help every single person. And there's a lot of people in the montage. You'll have to watch the episode to see all the craziness and see like the Light Yagami level like master plan he comes up with to help every single person in a very specific way, in a very specific manner. And it was probably one of the more interesting parts of the episode, if I'm being honest with you, the fact that he was able to pull all that off. It just showed that he's got a bit of a brain on him, if the fart jokes kind of made you think otherwise. And basically after he helps everyone, the day's saved, and before the episode ends, we're given a little more backstory into the lore of Finn's experiences on Boom Boom Mountain. Because obviously, somehow he, as a baby, was taken off Boom Boom Mountain and sort of like rescued, I guess, because otherwise how would he be here now? It's not like he grew up in the woods as like a mountain wolf baby boy or anything like that. So it turns out that there are two dogs, and they're like anthropomorphic talking dogs, similar to Finn's partner Jake, that basically find Finn in the woods as a baby who accidentally fell into his own shit and decide to save him. And the dogs are none other than Joshua and Margaret, which there's a pretty good chance that these are Jake's parents. They don't outwardly say in the episode, but it's fairly easy to presume that all of this sort of setup is supposed to be kind of pointing us towards theorizing that Joshua and Margaret are Jake's parents, and basically Joshua and Margaret found Finn in the woods and took him in, and he grew up with Jake, and then him and Jake moved out and became best friends, and they lived together. That's kind of the backstory they're pointing us towards right now. I don't know how that's going to change down the line, but it's really nice to have some sort of loose backstory for Finn and some sort of loose backstory for Jake. I really appreciate the show's creator for finally giving us a tidbit of actual lore and backstory in the series. It was really, really nice to have, actually, and it made episode 10 one of the best episodes so far, in my opinion. Now, some other things I want to bring up at this point is, no, in my opinion, this was not a filler episode. I think all of the lore, deep diving, and backstory stuff we got for Finn and a bit for Jake in this episode was well worth actually watching it, and I think it was very, very solid backstory stuff to the likes that we haven't seen in the show yet, and I really appreciated it. So no, it was not a filler episode. Did I spot the snail? Yes, I did. The snail was in the Marauder camp when they were petting each other instead of roughhousing. There was a cutaway scene where all the animals, now that they were removed from the fists of the Marauders, were just kind of hanging out, and there was a snail there waving at the camera like it always does. So yes, I did spot the snail. Surprisingly, there was no fart jokes in this episode, which I found pretty shocking. Because I really thought multiple times throughout the entire episode that there was going to be fart jokes, but they actually managed to keep all the fart jokes away, at least as far as I remember and wrote down. Some other weird things that happened, there was a part where there was like the montage where all these people needed help and Finn couldn't help all of them in a way without making somebody else upset, where it just cut away to like this old guy, and the old guy's problem was that he was naked, and he was like, "Oh, I'm naked." And it was really weird, but it was kind of funny, obviously, because that's just sort of how this show rolls. But other than that, what else happened? There was a part where Jake basically kind of revealed to everyone a secret about Finn, and that's the fact that due to the trauma from what happened on Boom Boom Mountain before Finn was rescued by Joshua and Margaret, he cries every single time he takes a shit, which was a interesting little tidbit, and it was kind of funny because they made such a point of calling it Boom Boom for the majority of the episode, just because like Finn as a baby called it Boom Boom, and then Jake's like, yeah, Finn still cries every single time he poops. It was pretty funny. Honestly, I gave this episode a 6. I'd probably give it more like a 6.5 or a 7 if I'm being honest with you. Now that I'm looking back on it, I think I was just kind of plopping down a number because this was the final episode I watched in this block, so I was kind of checked out. But either way, it was a very, very solid episode, and I'm glad I'm talking about it now because it's making me realize that it was better than a lot of the stuff in this 5-episode block. So that's it for our 10th episode and the final episode of this podcast, Season 1, Episode 10 of Adventure Time, Memories of Boom Boom Mountain. Now, no transition or anything. I'm going to sort of do a wrap-up discussion. If you are just interested in hearing me talk about the actual episodes, that's the end of the discussion for that, so have a great day. Otherwise, if you want to hear me talk about this series a little bit and some sort of insight that I've had, go ahead and stick around. So basically, the reason I'm having this little discussion is because I want to address, in the previous episode of Project Ooh, aka H-Rat, I watched the Trouble in Lumpy Space episode, and I talked about how I considered not even airing the series because of how much I disliked that episode. I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea, and that's why I'm bringing it up at this point yet again. After I watched that episode, basically I had probably a moment, maybe the rest of a day, where I was thinking, is this show too childish for me to be watching and analyzing? Is this show worth my time? Because that episode was so bad that I'm just like, and it caught me so off guard because it was so early on in the series, and I was just like, not too hot on this episode. Well, basically, I didn't want anybody worrying that I was just going to quit if this happens again, because I actually, following this epiphany about the episode being really, really bad, I went and got on the Adventure Time subreddit on Reddit, and I was asking around to sort of see if the show changes in any way, because I've heard that it gets better and better, and then there's like a lull near the end, and then the final couple seasons are really, really good, and then Distant Lands is just excellent, which the BMO episode was really, really solid. And basically, so far, a lot of the episodes in this series have been filler episodes, and I know I'm only 10 episodes in, but I was kind of hoping for a little more lore and backstory on our characters than just Finn falling in some shit when he was a baby on top of a mountain, which is great lore and building and stuff like that, but I thought I was going to see a lot more, and I kind of expected too much out of this first season. And what I gathered as far as information goes from Reddit is season 1 and 2 are mostly sort of standalone adventures to sort of give us an idea of what Finn and Jake actually do. And then 3 and 4 for the seasons, aka the last couple seasons I watched, are when the surface begins to get scratched as far as like lore and backstory and world building. And once you hit 5 and 6, I guess Pendleton Ward, or whatever the guy's name that created the show was, actually leaves the show, and the new people who take over are really passionate about turning this show into something with a lot of lore and backstory and that kind of thing, and like ongoing plot lines. And so that's when the show really sort of takes off as a show that's worth analyzing and being interested in watching, is some of the more mid to late season stuff. So basically the reason I'm bringing this up is, one, I am going to keep all this in mind going forward when it comes to actually reviewing episodes, because I think I honestly might have started out with too high of ratings, and if the show really does get a lot better, I'm probably going to run into a situation fairly quickly where I'm giving out too many like 9s and 8s and 7s and possibly even 10s, because I've already set up an 8.5 episode and I've already set up a 7 episode, and from what I'm hearing, season 1 and 2 are just terrible. A lot of people think that season 5 and 6 are pretty bad too, but I've heard that seasons 1 and 2 are the worst seasons of the show, which makes me a little concerned that I might have been too nice with the ratings for these initial 10 episodes. So the reason I'm really bringing this up is because I want you folks to keep in mind as we continue with HRAT that I'm going to be rating the episode still, but if I find that one of my ratings for a previous episode feels a little too high or a little too low based on a later episode that I watched that I enjoy more, like let's say the next episode is by far and away the best episode of the show, I'm not going to be afraid to go back and lower some of my ratings or adjust the ratings accordingly. And my actual point scale number is not very crucial to this series existing. The only reason I even included my actual score rating is because at the end of all this, I want to kind of line up my scores side by side with sort of scores from IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes and kind of see where I lie and how I felt about the individual seasons versus the general community. So if you go check out my spreadsheet, which I'm posting my current constantly up-to-date spreadsheet with all the information I cover in these episodes plotted out in different cells on a spreadsheet, including dates where I actually watch certain episodes and dates where I record certain episodes and dates where I'm planning on uploading certain episodes. I'm going to be changing things as I go, and some of the podcast's information might go a little out of date. Like I know for a fact watching these next 5 episodes of the second chunk, I went back and changed some numbers on season 1 in the first 5 episodes, and I'm going to try to avoid changing information in categories, but as far as the point systems go, you can kind of ignore them, and they're really just there for me to kind of gauge where I'm at on my feelings towards a specific part of the show. And as such, these first couple seasons or so, I'm probably going to be reviewing these episodes very differently than I will be when the more lore-intensive stuff comes out. I am currently sort of recording them in groups of 5 where I watch 5 episodes, record 5 episodes, and then upload them as one podcast episode. But if more lore ends up releasing for this show and like I want to more nitty-gritty analyze things, I am not going to be afraid to steer clear of these 10-minute reviews. I already was kind of beating myself up for basically making a review that's just as long as the show. But I decided that my interest in this was more important than trying to shorten it up and make it more sweet. But basically what I'm trying to say with all this is right now this show is being edited and recorded in a very specific way. If the series ends up drastically changing as much as people kind of claim, both my friends and the people on the Adventure Time subreddit, these review episodes might change, and some of the data on my past reviews might get tweaked or adjusted accordingly. So if you always want to see the most constant, up-to-date information, go on over to my blog at ko-fi.com/Hyrulian, and you can search the posts, and I basically have a post where I included my spreadsheet for this entire series, and you can see all of my stuff written down, all my notes, and my individual scores, which will probably change sporadically throughout this entire series. But that's just something I wanted to plug. I've been having an awful lot of fun with this, and I'm enjoying what's apparently the worst episodes. So I'm really looking forward to see what this show has in store for like the later seasons when apparently it gets really, really good. And I appreciate you folks kind of coming along on this journey with me. But honestly, I wasn't even thinking about it until I was sort of thinking about the later seasons and how apparently they're going to be a lot better. But if the later seasons are more like what Distant Lands BMO was like, I think I'm really going to like them, because Distant Lands BMO was a standalone story, but it felt more smooth than the current stuff. The current stuff's a lot more candid, and it's like, oh, this random shit's happening, oh, this random shit's happening, and it's really off-putting for somebody who's kind of trying to reapproach the series with fresh eyes. But I'm not going to let it bog me down, because I know in a couple seasons it's going to get really, really deep and analytical, and I'm going to be able to deep dive into a ton of shit, and that's what I really, really want. So I hope you guys will hang out and stick around for that. I hope you're enjoying these sort of hour-long-ish 5-episode reviews. I'm kind of trying to pick out the most interesting parts of each episode to mention, and then kind of add my own thoughts on top of it as additional information to make it actually worth it. And those of you who are watching the show along with me, feel free to just keep going if I'm releasing episodes too slow for you, because I'm kind of trying to do 5 episodes a week-ish, to keep myself on a decent track. But if I slip behind, feel free to just continue, and if you need to skip an episode or two and come back when you're sort of at a stopping point and you want to just hear what I'm talking about, corresponding to the episodes you're watching at the time, I'll always put in the title of the podcast episode what episodes I'm going to review. Like the last week I did, I called it HRAT S1 E1 through 5, and then I put a little like catching title, like a little teaser, like a little whatchamacallit, something to grab you. I don't know. But I'm just rambling at this point. Folks, have a great day, night, evening, morning, weekend, weekday, whatever it is. This is coming out on a Wednesday, so have a good rest of your week if you're watching it on the day it comes out. And yeah, see you guys later. Bye-bye. Folks, I'm Hyrulian, and welcome back to another episode of Project Ooh, aka HRAT, aka Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time. We're here today to review episodes 11 through 15 of the series Adventure Time. We're still in Season 1, and we're still getting hit with tons of weird filler episodes, but some important characters are introduced in this set, and I actually feel pretty good about it. Not as many solid episodes as last set, but also a little less weird. Not, like, less weird to the point where it's like, whoa, this was a very serious set of episodes. Still a very, very weird set of episodes, but not as weird as the last set, but also in some ways not as good episode-wise. But either way, we've got a ton of stuff to talk about for this set, so let's jump right into Adventure Time, Season 1, Episode 11. Season 1, Episode 11, simply titled Wizard, follows our boys Finn and Jake as they are wandering through a field, and they stumble upon a creepy mismatch art style skeleton man, and he basically says, "Hey kids, you want some magic powers?" And naturally Finn, being the, rambunctious, uncautious youth that he is, immediately says, yeah, I do. And they jump through a little like creepy looking portal, and they find themselves in this wizard temple, which basically is owned and operated by this wizard frog tadpole group of, I don't know, little tadpoles living inside of a frogman named Bufo. And Bufo is basically a wizard master who teaches magical spells to young aspiring wizards for free. And he presents them a series of challenges to unlock multiple different spells before getting the Grand Wizard Superstar spell, which basically gives them the ultimate power. And it sort of works like the Cub Scouts, but in Adventure Time, because basically when you join, you get a robe, which is similar to like your scout uniform, and you get a bunch of stars, and the stars are kind of like patches, and each star marks your completion of a certain challenge and grants you the ability to use a specific spell. And basically, Finn and Jake show up and they start knocking these challenges one right after another out. There was a really funny moment where they basically had to eat an entire broom in order to unlock the spell of Dustomancy. And what happened with that was Jake just grew big and put the little tiny broom inside of his mouth and instantly shrunk down, thereby consuming it. But Finn was actually basically left with having to bit by bit consume this broom piece by piece, little chunk by little chunk, which ended up causing some actual difficulty for him. But when they finally finished eating their brooms, they both unlocked the powers of Dustomancy, which basically allows them to control dust particles and read dust particles' thoughts, which Bufo describes by claiming that one of the dust particles was really sad about his divorce. Very, very funny moment. But either way, they continue on and they do a whole bunch of different challenges, anything from like balancing on two legs on a chair, all the way down to like rubbing your belly and patting your head, or patting your belly and rubbing your head, that kind of thing. Weird like little gag challenges like that, like the kind of stuff you did as a kid when you were bored and you kind of just like know other kids on the playground who would have ideas for what to do. And basically what ends up happening is Finn and Jake manage to complete all but one of the stars. And when they're at the point where they just need one more star, Jake kind of decides, like, yeah, he's got enough powers. He's satisfied with what he ended up with. But Finn wants the final star. He wants the ultimate power, because we've kind of already established that Finn is a little bit greedy and power hungry in some ways. And he really loves to complete things. He doesn't like to leave jobs or tasks unfinished, or really anything unfinished for that matter. So he does the final challenge, which is basically just the pledge of ultimate responsibility, which Bufo tries to tell Finn that it's pretty important that he like kind of hears the details and doesn't just blindly accept it. But Finn wants it so bad he just blindly accepts it anyway, which basically forces him to enter eternal servitude to the Wizard Temple, where he has to effectively contribute his magic powers to hold a meteor in the sky that's trying to crash into the temple. And basically they have a bunch of old wizards that have been there for hundreds of years, and now Finn casting a magical spell on the meteor to hold it in the sky so it doesn't crash into the earth and destroy their wizard temple. And there were like 4 guys up there doing that before, but now that Finn's there and he took the eternal responsibility, one of the old guys was released, which is really funny because he's so old that the wizard Bufo just takes him out to the graveyard and basically helps him dig his grave, and still alive helps him climb into a coffin so he can bury him. And it was pretty funny. But Finn obviously doesn't want to be in eternal servitude because he's got adventures to go on, so he hatches a youngster plan to basically get all of the master wizards together, and they pick up and move the temple out of the way by scooping it out of the ground with giant magical hands, like a mage hand style thing if you've ever played D&D. But since it's multiple wizards combining their mage hands, they're able to lift the entire temple out of harm's way. And basically he saves the day, and they lose all their powers, which I'm pretty sure it has to do with the fact that they're closing down the temple for good now, because Bufo tricked so many people into accepting the free powers. So Finn doesn't actually keep any of these powers, which is kind of funny, and it makes the whole episode very much a filler episode and fairly pointless, all things considered. But there's some funny moments nonetheless. And also, while I'm at it, I did spot the snail. The snail was in this episode during the montage where they were doing all the challenges to collect their magic spells. But some of the other funny parts included one moment where Jake basically unlocked the power of being able to put someone to sleep, and he casts it on himself, and he basically is asleep for the rest of the episode, and it's just kind of left to Finn. And during the final moments where he's trying to save the temple, Finn tries to cast an awaken spell on Jake to get him to wake up and help him, and in his sleep, Jake deflects it, and it hits a rock, and it makes the rock come to life and become sentient. And he immediately looks into the sky and sees the meteor about to crash, and he's like, "God, why am I alive?" This will come up again in a later episode, like the whole idea of Finn accidentally creating sentient life that wants to die. But anyway, that was a funny moment. There was a really, really weird part in this episode where at the end, when the meteor strikes into the empty earth where the temple used to be, it singes all the clothes off of the main characters of the episode and the magical wizard men, and they're all naked. And basically, they censor the lower half of their body, and the way they do it is by plastering on top of the animation like an image of a log, which I thought was kind of suspicious because of the fact that it was covering their cock and balls, and the object they used to censor it was a log, aka a wood. So they censored their wood with wood. I don't know, weird thing. Some cool parts in the episode too included when Finn unlocked the power of shadowmancy, which let him control shadows, and he made like a cool looking shadow horse, and he tried to ride the shadow horse, but he just went straight through it because it's just a shadow, which was kind of funny. But the shadow horse itself was really, really cool. And also at the end of the episode there was like a magic almost like a Power Rangers style powering up sequence where Finn casts all of his magic spells at once in order to give him like ultimate power, and he does it one by one. He's like, dragon eyes, tiger claws, angel wings, and then after he lists a couple spells off, and he's like, and finally all the other spells I didn't list off by name, and then he starts glowing, and it was kind of funny, and it was a cool montage. And it was very reminiscent of like Power Rangers when they power up and stuff like that, so kind of cool. Either way, very run-of-the-mill filler episode, pretty decent side plot, and honestly one of the better episodes as far as filler episodes go, because of the fact that it was just a really interesting premise, and all the magic added for some really cool like magic moments where they did kind of more intriguing stuff than just weird stuff like usual in the filler episodes. And yeah, I quite like this one. As far as fillers go, it was really not too bad. So there we have it. That's Adventure Time, Season 1, Episode 11, Wizard. Season 1, Episode 12 of Adventure Time is titled Evicted. And you guessed it, in this episode, Finn and Jake get evicted from their treehouse that we were only just introduced to in the last handful of episodes or so. And basically, the events that lead up to them getting evicted from their house is Finn and Jake are up late at night telling spooky stories to each other, and Jake tells Finn about vampires and jokingly says that vampires used to live in this house, and that's that they were going to come back and haunt the place and they were going to kill them. And then, of course, right on cue, Marceline arrives, which Marceline is kind of a prolific character in the Adventure Time series. She's in the intro to the show when the camera pans under like the bridge and there's like the hissing woman. That's Marceline, if you've ever seen the intro to Adventure Time. And she's very, very important down the line in the show, which is why I marked this episode as not a filler episode. But basically, she shows up after doing a lot of traveling, and she kind of shares some of her stories with Finn and Jake, and then she says, oh, by the way, you can go ahead and get out. This is my house, and I don't know why you guys are here, but this is my house. I live here, so please leave. And Finn really, really doesn't want to give up the house to Marceline, but Jake kind of convinces him that they just need to give up on it because Marceline's a vampire and she'll kill them. And after some actual kind of bickering back and forth between Finn and Jake, Finn agrees and they set off to find a new home. And there's a really funny musical montage where basically they're going around the land of Ooh trying to find a new house to live in. And eventually they stumble upon this cave, and the cave is basically it's like a water cave where there's a river flowing through the middle, and there's some sparkly stone and stalactites and stuff like that, and it's a pretty cool cave. And Finn and Jake decide they're gonna live there, so they clean the place up and kind of turn it into a pseudo cave home, in a similar vein to somebody just starting out on a Minecraft world would do. And then they have a party to kind of be like a housewarming party for their new cave home that they live in. And while they're dancing and having fun with some of the various characters that we've seen as side characters in the previous episodes, Marceline yet again arrives on the scene and basically reveals to Finn that she also, in fact, has claimed ownership of this cave. And the way she proves her ownership over these landmarks is she basically, in their treehouse, moved a painting off the wall, and there was a big letter M scratched into the wood of the treehouse. And then in the cave, she did the same thing by pushing a rock aside, and there was a giant M etched into the stone. Because apparently she's done so much traveling that she's laid claim over certain places and made them her house. And just as Marceline is about to kick them out of their second home of the episode, basically Finn flips shit on her and says, no, you're not kicking us out, you better fight me. And there's a vampire battle in which Finn actually comes out victorious, and Marceline basically says, wow, you guys are pretty hardcore and cool, you can keep your treehouse, it's yours, take it. And so she lets them have it, and the episode ends. And that's the episode. So what else actually happens in this episode? Let's break it down. So some interesting and noteworthy things that happen in this episode include the introduction of Marceline, which she talks about how during her travels she visited the Fire Kingdom, and that's going to come into play later on down the line here in this series, because the Fire Kingdom is going to play a major role later on from near the end of my time as a kid watching this show, as we dive into some more lore specific stuff, so make sure you keep that in mind. And some other things as well. They play BMO in this episode, and BMO doesn't talk again, but this is actually the first episode where we see BMO with a face in the actual episode, which I thought was noteworthy in itself. Some other stuff that happens that's really cool is Marceline reveals that even though she's a vampire, she does not suck people's blood, and instead she just sucks the color out of things. Like things that are the color red, she can drain all their color, and that's how she feeds. So she drains the red out of the strawberry and then feeds it to Finn, and it's a little weird. And yeah, sure enough, I just looked it up, And apparently season 1 Marceline is supposedly supposed to be portrayed between the age of 18 and 20. And again, Finn is 12 years old at this time, so there's some more of that for you. That seems to be an ongoing theme in this show. And I know there's like kind of some ambiguity, that's the word I was looking for, about their ages. I just thought it was noteworthy to mark down here. And let me see where I actually saw the snail. Well, shit, I guess I did see the snail according to my notes, but I did not mark down where it actually was in the episode. For the first time, we're actually not going to be saying where the snail was. I presume it was probably during the housewarming party in the cave, because a lot of stuff was going on in that scene, and I've noticed they usually hide the snail in the particularly busier scenes of animation on the show. And speaking of the party scene, I wanted to note we actually did see Tree Trunks in this scene, and she was just kind of hanging out and dancing at the party. Even though, as far as the whole Crystal Gem Apple story goes, nothing was ever tied up with that yet. So I don't know if we'll ever kind of circle back to that and get lore about that or not. But we know now that Tree Trunks must be safe because she's in this episode, so there's that as well. The only alternative is these episodes are actually chronologically not in order, which is definitely a possibility for these more filler type episodes early on here in the show. But for the sake of the lore for now, we're going to go ahead and assume that every episode takes place chronologically after the last, unless specified in some way. And the only other thing I want to mention is the end of this episode. So in the very beginning of the episode, I marked down one of the cutest parts being this inchworm that's on Finn's bed. And basically, it's raining outside, and this inchworm gets into Finn and Jake's house, and it crawls on top of Finn's bed, and it literally is like going like wow 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 as it's inching, and it was really, really adorable. Well, then this comes all the way around at the end of the episode, and Finn and Jake arrive back to their treehouse home that they've successfully fought Marceline in order to basically earn the pleasure of getting to stay living in. And when they do, there's some inchworms around, and Finn's like, "Oh, inchworms, you better not have been on the bed again." And then all of a sudden, a massive inchworm comes down from the second story of the house, and he's like, "Finn, Jake, I love you guys. Come here and give me a hug." And then all of the inchworms start doing like this mind control, like wah 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 thing. That was really, really creepy. And Finn and Jake kind of get sort of mind controlled by it, and they go and they hug this king worm. Really, really weird way to end an episode, which is kind of funny because this episode also had Tree Trunks. So far the two episodes with the weirdest endings have both had Tree Trunks in them, at least at one part or more. So I thought that was fascinating. Overall, very, very strange episode, and I know I say that every single time now, but since this was such a crucial episode and introduced such a crucial character, I did mark it as not a filler, even though a fair amount of filler-esque stuff happens, but I think that's kind of just the theme for this first couple of seasons of the show. Oh, and another funny thing, too. The musical sequence where they were basically going house hunting was like a montage, and there was like some random guy singing, and it was a really, really good song. It was probably one of the better songs in this first season of the show so far, because basically it's like a folky kind of guitar song about them exploring and trying to find stuff, and we see lots of different parts of the land of Ooh, and we see lots of interesting creatures, and I really, really like the montage. And then there's a part in the song where the guy's like, "I know you got your house stolen by that sexy vampire lady. So it's obvious that the showrunners are kind of trying to put Marceline up as like this kind of cool girl, like sexy older vampire woman to be Finn's new love interest in addition to Princess Bubblegum, which I think down the line will also be very apparent. But overall, I very much enjoyed this episode, and since the Ice King episode from the first couple chunks of episodes that we watched, I have to say this is probably my most favorite since, and I really enjoyed this episode, and I'm really excited to see where the series continues to go after this. All in all, I'm just a very big fan. And this is definitely one of the better episodes in season 1 so far, and it's probably about 75% in part to the fact that Marceline was in it. But yeah, I guess that's all I really have to say about this one. Very solid episode, and one of the most ones that I would recommend from season 1. It's definitely one of the must-watch episodes included in this first season. Season 1, Episode 13 is by far one of the least eventful episodes that I've seen in this series to date. Not a whole lot happens, but either way, I'm obviously here to give you my thoughts and opinions. And while I did not rate this episode lower than some other episodes I've reviewed so far, this one was definitely pretty meh. And I'm probably leaned on disliking it more than liking it. I just want to preface that before we get into it. So if you like this episode, I apologize for the fact that I'm about to start shitting on it. But honestly, there was some funny moments, and I'm going to make sure to highlight those as well. But Season 1, Episode 13 of Adventure Time is titled City of Thieves. And basically, Finn and Jake are just wandering through the woods, as they are at the beginning of many episodes, when randomly an old woman who's camouflaged into a tree kind of reveals herself and warns them not to enter the City of Thieves that's in the desert clearing up ahead in the middle of the woods. Because basically anybody who enters the City of Thieves becomes a thief. And the TLDR of this episode is Finn and Jake enter the City of Thieves after being told it'll turn them into thieves, telling everybody and thinking that they will not become thieves, and in the end they become thieves. That's the whole plot of the episode. But basically, Finn and Jake actually decide to go into the city because they want to try and purify the citizens of the City of Thieves, because they have high hopes that they will not be corrupted by the city. And as soon as they start getting near to the city, they discover this little girl. I'm trying to remember her name. I'm pretty sure her name was Penny. I have it in my notes, but I'm pretty sure it was Penny. And basically, Penny is outside of the City of Thieves, and she's crying because her basket was stolen by one of the thieves, and they ran into the city, and basically they had her basket, and now she's never going to get it back because she's scared of entering the City of Thieves. So Finn and Jake agree to chauffeur her into the city to retrieve her basket from one of the thieves. And basically what happens in this episode is a montage where they spot the person who stole Penny's basket of flowers, and as they attempt to get it back from that thief, another thief swoops in and steals the basket. And right as they start almost getting it back from that thief, another thief swoops in and steals the basket. And that continues on for probably about 2-3 minutes in this episode. And it was a pretty funny montage, and there were some funny moments in the actual stealing montage. And basically, it just ends with this one thief running so far away with the basket that they have to give up chase, and they're not able to get it back. And Penny offers up the idea that maybe the thief who stole her basket took it to this tower where basically the king of the thieves lives. And so naturally, Finn and Jake decide to go to the tower and attempt to retrieve the basket for the little girl, Penny. And at this point in the episode, Jake is very, very tempted to steal some red boots from this random boot vendor in the middle of the city. And Finn stops him for a little bit and even goes as far as trying to tie bells to Jake's hands so he can hear when he's trying to steal things. And it doesn't work, and Jake steals and becomes a thief. And to this point, Finn has resisted all urges and not even shown an ounce of actual desire to steal things, despite the city's stronger effects on Jake. But they arrive at the tower, and there's a magical barrier erected over the entire thing that basically does not allow any thieves to enter. So essentially, there's no way for anyone in the city to enter the barrier, except for Finn. The little girl, Penny, agrees with Finn that it'd probably be best if she stays outside of the tower because it could get dangerous. And Jake's a thief now, so he can't enter the barrier. So Finn heads up the tower by himself and finds that there's basically a giant loot room inside with a dead King of the Thieves skeleton man, and he's got a treasure chest in this chest cavity of his skeleton that Penny told Finn would contain her basket. So Finn steals the treasure chest from the tower and returns it to Penny, only for it to turn out, surprise, the basket actually was not in the treasure chest, and it was all made up, and Penny was actually a thief, and she convinced Finn to steal the gold from the King of the Thieves for her, thus making Finn a thief. And basically from this point, the episode kind of just continues, and Finn's kind of upset because he's now a thief. And then, for some reason, they get the idea to just use soap to clean themselves and to clean Penny as a way to make it so they are no longer tainted, no longer dirty thieves. They're now clean, and they're now purified again. And that's basically it. That's the whole episode. They think that they've cured Penny of her thievery, and the episode ends with Finn realizing that she stole his clothes. Roll the credits. This episode was very much super straightforward to a fault, and not a lot really happened. They just kind of entered the city, got tricked into stealing some things, cleansed themselves of any guilt for their wrongdoings, and that's the end of the episode. So I gotta say, I was not super impressed with this one. It had some interesting moments, and artistically, the actual City of Thieves was one of the more interesting places that we've seen in the series so far. But as far as good things I have to say about this episode, that's basically where I end it off. It was very run-of-the-mill, it was very average, and as far as filler episodes go, I'd say it was right up there with average to a little below average as far as quality goes. Now, some other things I have written down about this episode. I already mentioned that, yes, it is a filler episode. No, I did not manage to spot the snail. There was a lot of scenes with a lot going on, and especially the scenes where things were getting stolen. My attention was really drawn to the people stealing things. So I must have missed the worm, but it was probably somewhere in the stealing scenes, if I had to guess, or one of the overview scenes of the entire city. But either way, I did not spot the worm. There was no fart jokes in this episode. What else? The cutest part was when Penny rides on Finn's head. I'm a sucker for any small, adorable creature riding on top of Finn's head. The coolest part was there was a crossbow guy who basically had a grappling hook crossbow, which gets stolen, of course, because it's the City of Thieves. But he swings in on it at one point, and it was really, really cool, and it made me want a grappling hook crossbow. One of the more interesting things included in this episode as far as items go. And then, of course, the weirdest things that happened really sort of just boils down to the entirety of this random old woman who sort of just blends into trees for some reason. Like, she literally just kind of perfectly blends into wood naturally, and it's very, very strange. And it's such a weird ability for any character to really have. And it really was kind of just really, really fucking weird. I don't know. There's no other way to put it. That was definitely the weirdest part of the episode. Other than that, there was another funny moment where this guy got his jammies stolen and he said, "Hey, my jammies! Hey, my glasses!" Because he also got his glasses stolen. And it was kind of funny, and that was during the montage. But that's really it. So that is Adventure Time Season 1, Episode 13, City of Thieves. Not really a whole lot going on here. Season 1, Episode 14, The Witch's Garden, continues our sort of journey with kind of subpar episodes. This episode I was not the hugest fan of either, less because of the actual plot. It was a lot more interesting than the City of Thieves plot line, and a lot more stuff happened, but more because the episode just kind of made me weirdly uneasy, and it kind of stressed me out, and I don't know, it just gave me bad vibes, and I wasn't a huge fan of it. And let me kind of explain why. So the gist of this episode is basically Finn and Jake find themselves in this witch's garden, hence the title of the episode, The Witch's Garden, and the witch is growing like donut plants, and Finn eats one of the donuts off the plant, which angers the witch, and she strips Jake of his magical powers and gives him the body of a little boy, a chubby little boy. And what that means is Jake is no longer able to stretch and kind of move around all crazy and quickly like the magical talking dog that he is, and he's now just a chubby little boy who kind of just follows Finn around and can't really do anything. And the plot of this episode basically revolves around Jake being too prideful to apologize to the witch, because he's got so much pride and he will not apologize for eating the donut because he just doesn't feel bad about eating the donut, and so he doesn't care about getting his powers back more than he cares about apologizing for eating somebody's donut. And basically what that leads to is they go on an adventure to try to circumvent the witch's curse and find a way to restore Jake's powers. And we get some hints at Jake backstory in this episode, but really they just kind of give us the slightest little tease, like a little sprinkle, like a single sprinkle worth of lore, to the point where I'm not even going to consider this a canon, like a super non-filler lore intensive episode, because of the fact that they give us so little. But basically Jake reveals that he thinks he first received his magical dog powers by rolling in a puddle. So they set off across the land of Oo to find a magical puddle that may or may not exist, to try to let Jake roll in it and restore his magical powers and turn him back into a magical dog instead of a dog-headed chubby little boy. And basically they are exploring for a little bit, and they run into this river made of trash, and there's a trash mermaid that captures Finn, and Finn can't escape for some reason. And Jake is so lazy and such a chubby little boy now that he can't save Finn. So basically Jake goes back to the witch lady and apologizes for eating her donut, and then he gets his powers back and he saves Finn. And that's the TLDR of this episode. Again, like, realistically, not a ton happens. Very mediocre as far as stuff goes, and it was weird to me that Jake was, like, so prideful that he wouldn't apologize for eating a random witch's donut. Like, it was such a weird premise for an episode, and it really didn't feel like it fit Jake's character to not just apologize. It made Jake feel really dumb, or it made Jake feel really, like, unlikable, and I think that's one of the reasons why I had such a disdain with this episode. It was just really kind of off-putting, because it felt like the hero or at least what we're supposed to call the hero, aka Jake, was just kind of being a dick, and he wasn't owning up to his actions, and it was really just kind of hard to watch. And I think that's why I perceived this episode so poorly, and why I gave it the second lowest rating I've given an episode so far. But let's talk about some actual moments from the episode itself. Now, there really wasn't anything cute in this episode, but the coolest part was the fact that this witch just had a garden where she was growing plants with like donuts and bagels. I thought that was really, really cool. She even grows like a cupcake flower at one point. Neat idea. I'm a sucker for cloudy with a chance of meatballs, and this kind of gave me similar vibes. But as far as other stuff goes, some of the more weird parts about the episode were the fact that the witch had literally such a fucked up spine that it was literally like her legs were like straight up and down, right? And then all of a sudden her body just kind of like curved into a spiral, and it was like a spiral where her head was down by her legs because her body was contorted in such a weird way. And I think that also made me pretty uneasy because the witch was just randomly like kind of creepy, but not creepy enough that it was like, oh yeah, this is a creepy character. It was kind of like a not creepy character who was portrayed in a creepy way, if that makes any sense. And that made me kind of uneasy as well. And then also the trash mermaid was really, really ugly, and she was trying to seduce Finn and Jake, and it was very like awkward and uncomfortable seduction, and it was really like, what the fuck is going on in this episode? I was so confused. And some of the funny moments include one part specifically where basically Jake does actually decide to go back and apologize. And at this point in the episode, we're kind of introduced to a new side character, which is just a like transparent embodiment of Jake's self-conscious, and he talks to it, and it basically gives him advice, and it convinces him to actually go back and apologize to the witch. And there's a part where the witch video records Jake dancing with his self-conscious as if it's an actual person, and he has to stuff flowers in his underwear. And it was just kind of, it was pretty funny in the moment because the witch was blackmailing him in such a ridiculous way, but it was also pretty weird. But really, that's about it for this episode. Like, Jake is a douche. He loses his powers. Jake realizes he needs his powers, so he goes and apologizes, and he gets them back. These two episodes, this one and the previous one, City of Thieves, I'm recording at the same time because honestly, they're both fairly unremarkable, and they're both fairly like one note, easy to kind of just throw out as like a, oh, okay, this happens, the end episodes. So there's those two. I really don't have much else to say about that one. I would have loved to get some backstory, but literally Jake says like, trying to remember things about the past is really hard, and we just kind of get like cock teased with some lore, and then nothing ends up happening. So I don't know, that's really all there is to say. And honestly, this 5-episode chunk at this point when I was watching them felt so weak that I was like, wow, this is really unfortunate, you know? Like, we need to end this 5-episode chunk on a good episode so I can feel good about this again. And we actually did. The next episode was a lot more enjoyable and a lot more interesting, and actually introduces a side character who will come back in later episodes as well. So these 2 episodes were just a means to an end to complete this 5-episode chunk. Both of them are easily skippable if you're doing a rewatch. And yeah, I guess that's about it, really. Maybe I need to make a column on my spreadsheet on if the episode is actually worth skipping or not. That would be something that might be kind of fun. I don't know. But yeah, there's that. Season 1, episode 14 of Adventure Time. Season 1, episode 15 of Adventure Time asks the audience quite a big question in the title. What is life? And that question is sort of answered in the duration / runtime of this episode, because basically Finn, in a roundabout way, creates a sentient living being. And if you recall back to the first episode of this block where I was talking about the wizard episode, this isn't the first time Finn's accidentally caused there to be life created, because in that episode he animated a rock, and the rock came alive, and it was just alive, and it was like, what the fuck, why am I alive, what is going on? And that's kind of a tease for what ended up happening in this episode. So basically the episode opens with Finn just chilling out on the couch playing BMO, which still has yet to talk or actually be kind of animated as a character yet in the series. And all of a sudden Jake comes up the ladder to the treehouse with a giant trash bag full of butter, and he hucks it at Finn, to which it explodes and gets butter all over Finn, making Finn very, very upset. And as disheveled as Finn is, he decides to get back at Jake because this was such a horrible, horrible prank. And thus a prank war begins, in which we only see 2 actual strikes. The first strike was when Finn got buttered by the giant trash bag full of butter by Jake. And the second strike, or at least Finn's idea for it, was creating a robot that could create an infinite amount of pies to throw right at Jake's smug-ass dog face. And what ends up coming out of that is Jake kind of goes off and does his own thing, and Finn heads down to their garage, which this is the first time we actually see their garage in the series. I know we returned to the garage at some point in a later episode. I can remember returning to this location a couple times. But basically, he kind of digs through their garage and finds some junk parts, like a microwave and like a tin can, some tank treads for some reason, and he kind of slaps them all together and creates Nepter, aka, what was the acronym? Nepter, never-ending pie-throwing robot. That's what it was. My brain was like freaking doing some like Tony Stark 3D glasses eye computer calculation shit there to try to remember what the actual acronym is. Yeah, so Finn builds and constructs a robot named Nepter, aka never-ending pie-throwing robot. And Nepter is voiced by Andy Milonakis, in case anybody kind of has followed the internet for a while. At least I'm pretty sure he is, unless I got totally trolled. And his voice is very funny and very cute, and it fits Nepter perfectly, because basically Nepter comes alive, and he's charged by a lightning strike during a lightning storm that's happening. And he's only charged to 0.5%, basically. The lightning bolt was not strong enough to charge him fully, which immediately begins making Nepter question what is life, why is he alive, he can't even make pies, he's a pie-throwing robot that can't even make pies, his tank treads don't work correctly and let him drive forward, they only let him turn around in circles. What is life, basically? And in an attempt to fix this, Finn kind of introduces himself and says, hey, I built you to prank Jake. Let's get you juiced up the rest of the way, get you to full power, full capacity, and prank the fuck out of Jake. And Nepter kind of agrees, even though he's confused because he's new to being alive and he has no idea what the fuck's going on. So Finn and Nepter set off to the Ice Kingdom by floating there using some talking balloons that also get in on the prank theme of this episode by pranking Finn multiple times, which was very hilarious. And they basically arrive to the Ice Kingdom, specifically to Ice King's lair, in an attempt to steal some of his magic thunderbolt power to charge up Nepter the rest of the way. And when they're sneaking in, Finn finds that Nepter, since he's so new to being alive, has trouble keeping quiet and staying hidden. And so even though Finn's trying to go in stealth style, the Ice King actually does end up discovering that they're there. And he turns around and starts shooting magic lightning bolts at them in his normal power fashion. And there's a really funny moment in this episode where the Ice King is fighting Finn and Nepture's just kind of off to the side, like trying to stay safe. And the Ice King spots him and he's like, "Oh, an innocent bystander." And then he zaps him. And it was pretty funny. I don't know. And basically when the Ice King zaps Neptune, it makes Neptune become fully charged. But unfortunately for Finn, half of his charging power is now being directly pulled from the magical power of Ice King's lightning magic, which inadvertently basically makes it so, in a roundabout way, Neptune is the Ice King's son. And it's not really explained how this works. It's just kind of like, yeah, the lightning bolt from before was just a weather lightning bolt, so it didn't imbue any mark on Neptune, but this lightning bolt was straight from the Ice King, so now Neptune has some thoughts and tendencies similar to that of the Ice King. And so that's kind of what kind of sets up the rest of the plot for this episode, is Finn and the Ice King sort of arguing over who should actually lay claim to Neptune, because he's basically the Ice King's son now, even though Finn created him. And they sort of bicker about it for a while, and the Ice King actually pulls Neptune and accidentally Finn into this universe that's basically in his mind, where he kind of explains his desires. So we get a little bit more Ice King backstory here, but it's not really backstory, it's more just stuff about his motives. And basically we get to see all of the princesses from before, and possibly some new ones that we haven't seen up to this point in the episode, that the Ice King's kind of thinking about, and how he wants to marry them and kidnap them. And he asks Neptune, I keep saying Nectar, he asks Neptune to join him and start kidnapping princesses in an attempt to marry them. And it's left up to Neptune if he wants to stay with Finn and go prank the shit out of Jake and get back at him for the bag of butter, or if he wants to go with his Poppy, which is what he calls the Ice King, and it's really funny and adorable when he does. He's like, "I love you, Poppy." It's, I don't know, there's just something about Andy Milonakis' voice that's just hilarious to me, and I don't know why. It's up to him to decide Finn or Ice King. And naturally, we get kind of psyched out, and he teases us by sort of choosing the Ice King, and then he's like, "Nah, I'm just kidding. I choose Finn." And then Finn and Neptune head into the treehouse, and off screen we can hear Jake screaming as a bunch of pies are being flung at him by Neptune, and Finn got his revenge. And then after this goes down off screen, the camera sort of pans over to the Ice King, and we get more Ice King sadness, and we really feel even worse for the Ice King than we did off of that first episode in the first half of season 1, because basically there's an Ice King internal monologue moment where he's imagining himself sitting on a hill looking at the sunset, and his newly found son Neptune is hanging out with him, and he's just like, "Wow, this is a beautiful sunset, isn't it, son?" And Neptune's like, "Oh yes it is, Poppy. I love you, Poppy." And the Ice King's actually happy. So even though he ended up going with Finn, we end up feeling bad for Ice King in the end anyway. And that's sort of where it's left off for this episode. I feel like I remember Neptune coming back in a later episode. And because of that, and the fact that we kind of got to see more of Ice King's sadness, I very cautiously labeled this as a non-filler episode. If Neptune does not return, I will be going back and changing it back to a filler episode if I can remember to. Same thing with Tree Trunks and the Crystal Gem Apple Saga. We'll have to see what ends up coming of that as well. But overall, this was a very good episode. It was one of the better episodes in this episode, 5-episode block, and I really did enjoy it. And I'm a sucker for any episode that makes me feel bad for the Ice King, because he's one of my favorite characters in the show from my first couple seasons watch back when I was a kid. And so whenever the Ice King feels sad, I feel bad for him, and I just want him to be happy. And yeah, but I really, really did like this episode. Now, some funny parts in this episode include the balloons that I mentioned before. After they sort of float Finn and Neptune back to the treehouse, Finn's like, "All right, balloons, you've paid your debt. Thank you for your help. You can go now." And they're like, "Yay!" And they all like unbunch up and start floating upwards, and they're like, "To the mesosphere, we can finally die." And it was really kind of dark, but it was really funny, and I don't know, I just thought it was a funny moment. There's another funny part too, where those same balloons actually prank Finn by arriving at a window at the Ice King's lair to catch Finn and kind of make a daring escape. And right as Finn hops out the window to basically, you know, latch onto the balloons and head off, he's basically dropped by them. They like pull away their string really quick and he plummets, but then they do manage to catch him. So the balloons were one of the funnier characters in this episode for sure. Other than that, I'm trying to think here. There was another moment where before Finn actually built Neptune, he was looking through a book trying to decide how he should prank Jake. And he was basically reading a book, and he was looking at the pictures, and he was saying what was on the images, and it was stuff like, you know, it was stuff like a tree or like water, just like random objects that were supposed to give Finn like ideas on how to prank Jake. And while he was actually saying what was on the image on the page, and it was accurate, the actual words in the book were basically saying something completely different. Like there was a battleship on a page at one point, and it said like a taco or something like that. Very, very funny moment. I don't know if it was like supposed to be that funny, but it really made me chuckle, and I don't know. It was a really funny moment. I also put in my notes that I did spot the snail, and there was a fart joke. I did not write down again where the snail was. I was really slacking off with that. But I imagine he was probably in one of the overview shots, or maybe even in the Ice King's lair. If you watch this episode, you'll have to look out for him yourself, but I actually did manage to spot him. Other than that, Gunter the Penguin the Penguin was actually introduced in this episode. And he's a reoccurring, like, very minor side character, because he's basically the Ice King's main friend and one of his main, like, minions, and he's a penguin. And he doesn't talk, he just goes like, wah. But the Ice King talks to him a lot, and he does appear in multiple episodes, so I thought it was important to bring it up. Also, the back rooms of Ice King's lair are a reoccurring location as well, and we get to see kind of like an electrical room in the back of Ice King's lair, but I know later on down the line we see other back rooms in the Ice King's lair as well. And speaking of the Ice King's lair, there was a point where Finn and Neptune were sneaking around his lair, and he was laying on his bed shirtless, the Ice King was, and he was reading a magazine with a swimsuit on the front cover, and it said XOXXL on the cover. And I just thought that was kind of funny, because that was sort of like a nod to the fact that the Ice King's a horny bastard. A sad horny bastard, I should say. But overall, very, very solid episode. One of the higher rated ones for me personally in this season. And very, very enjoyable as well. I really did like this episode. And even though this chunk of 5 episodes was kind of a mixed bag and there was some low points in there, this episode and the Marceline episode were definitely highlights for me of the whole season so far. So this episode had some really high highs and also some pretty low lows. Nothing will beat the second episode of the show for me, but either way, very, very interesting chunk here. But yeah, really that's about it for this chunk of episodes of Adventure Time. Again, I'm still having a lot of fun with this series. I'm still recording about a week in advance, so whatever episode you're watching, I'm probably in the process of recording the next 5 episodes episode. But either way, if you're following along with this series and you have any suggestions for my spreadsheet, which you can view by heading over to my blog over at ko-fi.com/Hyrulian, coffee.com/Hyrulian. Go ahead and hit me up on Twitter at Hyrulian TV, and I'll make sure to tweet you back and thank you. Or if you just have any thoughts on these episodes so far at all, tweet at me as well. I love conversation, and I especially love deep diving into this series and kind of hearing people's thoughts. But I've still been having a lot of fun with it, and I hope you folks have been enjoying it as well. I'm not entirely sure how many more of these podcast episodes we'll have till we finish season 1. But I want to remind everybody that after we do finish the individual episode analysis, we will be doing an entire season 1 recap and analysis where I won't be discussing the plots of every single episode, but I will be kind of retracing my steps and mentioning some high points or some interesting moments in the episodes throughout the season. And I think that's going to be an interesting one, and I still got to work out the exact way I'm going to record that episode. But when I do create the season 1 finale, like wrap-up episode, I plan on taking all of these podcast episodes that are being recorded and uploaded as audio only to my Spotify account at the Switched Podcast Spotify channel, and editing them into a fairly long YouTube video. So far, each one's been just shy of an hour, and we are on the 3rd episode block. So that means that there's probably a good chance that this could end up being a 5-hour YouTube video, which I have never uploaded or edited a 5-hour YouTube video, and I don't know how my computer is going to handle it. So I might just end up uploading each of these as an individual episode, but we'll see. I'm going to work something out where each season's going to get uploaded one at a time to YouTube for the YouTube audience to enjoy as well. But yeah, that's all I've got for you today, folks. Thanks for taking the time to listen to the Switched Podcast, aka, HRAT, aka Project Ooh. I love saying AKA when I'm talking about this series because it has so many titles at this point, and I can't decide on one, so I just say them all. But yeah, more Adventure Time next week. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time. We've got a pretty good little block of episodes here. Honestly, out of all of the blocks of episodes I've recorded so far, this one by far had the highest rated episodes. So I hope you guys are excited to get into this one. I know I am, because man oh man do I have a lot to talk about this episode. Because there were some seriously good ones. I just wanted to emphasize that here at the beginning. But without further ado, let's get into Adventure Time Season 1, Episode 16, Ocean of Fear. So this episode, episode 16, Ocean of Fear, opens up with Finn and Jake chasing this newt who stole some boots. Yes, it's a very clever little rhyme. And basically, the newt is getting away, and he escapes into the ocean, and Jake's like, "Come on, Finn, we gotta go poop on the newt, because you know what they say, if you steal boots, you gotta poop, you gotta poot on the newt." And basically, this is a moment where Jake is being a hypocrite because he stole some boots in the City of Thieves episode. So by his own standards, he should have to be pooted on as well. But we're ignoring that because he's the hero. So instead, we're just going to accept the fact that Jake is trying to deal out some delicious justice against this newt by pooting on him for stealing the boots. And it's at this moment we discover that Finn is actually deathly terrified of the ocean. He basically starts to step into the water, and then he realizes the ocean is scary, and Jake has to go poot on the newt alone. And Finn returns to land after taking a couple steps into the water, where this really weird gut stink person comes out of his stomach and is basically like, "Oh, Finn the human, you're scared of the ocean, aren't you?" And, yeah, basically, it's like this weird, like, stink cloud that comes out of Finn's gut, and it represents his, like, pure gut fear of the ocean, manifested in a physical form. And this will come back to be a really weird point in the episode here down the line, so I'm just mentioning it in passing right now, but we're going to hear more about this stinky gut monster person here in a little bit. But basically, Finn tells Jake that he is afraid of the ocean, and he admits that it's a weakness he has, and he feels horrible because of it. And Jake agrees to help Finn. Oh, and I forgot that this weird gut stink monster, too, has a name. He's called the Fear Feaster. And I think he might end up being a reoccurring character. We'll have to see. It kind of seemed like they were setting him up to be something a little more than just a weird side character to mention in one episode. But that's just a theory I have, and I did not label this episode as a non-filler, even though it's possible this guy might return. I did label it as a filler. And basically what ends up happening is Jake attempts to help Finn conquer his fear in a multitude of different ways, and it fails miserably, and Jake gets the shit beat out of him every single time he tries to pull Finn into the water. And as a last resort, basically Jake captures Finn and takes him to like this really, really cool, like, destroyed, flooded city area, and makes him get into a submarine, where he takes him underwater to try to show him why the ocean is really, really rad. And this backfires when the submarine springs a leak, and they have to escape, and they're stuck at the bottom of the ocean in some scuba suits. And Jake actually ends up stuck at the bottom of the ocean because he's fallen unconscious, so Finn has to knock himself unconscious in order to get down there to Jake to save him, because that's the only way he's going to be able to get to the bottom of the ocean willingly, is by sinking down there himself while he's unconscious. And basically he wakes up at the bottom of the ocean and wakes up Jake, and Jake's like, "Oh, good job, dude, you conquered your fear." And they go back up to the top of the ocean and get out of the ocean, and that's basically the end of the episode. He really didn't conquer his fear, he just kind of forced himself to go underwater. But what ends up happening after that is basically the Fear Feaster, stinky gut monster person comes back out of his stomach and is like, "You fool, you did not even conquer your fear. You just cheated and made yourself pass out and sink to the bottom." And then these other, like, gut stink people that also live inside of Finn's stomach come out, and they're like, "Oh, Finn the human, being afraid of things and having weaknesses is what makes you a hero." And then we get like a little lesson, and the episode ends. And that's sort of the general plot synopsis for this episode. Now, continuing on here, there was probably a snail in this episode, but I definitely did not spot it. But there definitely was some fart jokes, and I definitely caught all the fart jokes. There was a cute moment in this episode when Jake grabs Finn's feet and starts to walk them to the ocean, and he basically grabs each of his feet and moves them forward one by one and goes beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. And it was really cute. Other than that, some cool moments include Finn fell asleep at the treehouse, and Jake painstakingly recreated their bedroom on a raft and transported Finn into this recreation of their bedroom, all while Finn is asleep. And then he wakes him up on this raft without him knowing, and he's like, "Hey, wake up, dude! It's time for it's time for you to get over your fear." And then he breaks away the room, and they're in the middle of the ocean, just floating there. And it was impressive from a technical standpoint outside of the show. Like, if you ignore the logic, or like it's a show, of course they can do stuff like that. It's just kind of impressive that Finn could painstakingly recreate their entire bedroom down to a T as a raft that's floating on the ocean. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But the other really cool part was when they find themselves on that island of like destroyed buildings that are nearly fully submerged underwater. There was like an abandoned tank, and you could tell that there was like some like crazy shit that happened to this world way back in the day. And it was just kind of neat to see that little lore for the actual world itself, because like presumably this city was an actual city at some point, and it was destroyed during a war, because otherwise why would there be a tank? It was just cool from like a technical standpoint. And when they did get in the submarine and go underwater, we actually got to see some really beautiful scenic vistas that were some of the most beautiful animation up until this point in the show, in my opinion. And it was really neat to see the cool underwater city area. Some of the funnier moments include when Finn's fear exclaims, "Sure, you'll conquer your fears, and I live in a 2-bedroom apartment that doesn't smell like vomit," which is obviously sarcastic, and it was just kind of a weird specific thing. It makes you wonder what the writers are going through. They're probably having a hard time. And there's another part where Finn beats the shit out of Jake, and he gets upset, and he says, "Dude, you're messing up my bread and butter," and he's referring to his good looks, and I thought that was kind of funny. And the other thing is, there was those gut stink people, and like the group of gut stink people that I assume were like the council of gut stink people were riding in like a gut stink limo being driven by a normal guy, and they were like, "Sorry, we're late, and the limo driver didn't show up on time." And then the limo driver was like just some random guy who wasn't even a gut stink man, and he's like, "I'm sorry." It was weird, but it was funny. And then the other weird moments included when they zoomed in on Finn's scared face, and he was like all wrinkly and like kind of realistic. It kind of reminded me of Ricardio in the earlier episode. And also the fact that there were just these weird like stink people living inside of Finn in the form of the Fear Feaster and the other weird stink people. But that's really about it for this episode. Honestly, very, very solid episode overall. And it was just a really nice filler episode. And honestly, this was the start of this new trend of filler episodes that were really, really good. This block is entirely filler episodes as far as I could determine myself. But every single one of them, for the most part, hit. And I think there was only maybe an episode in this entire block that wasn't very good. But I actually gave this episode a 7.5 out of 10 originally for my score. And the reason for that is they showed us some really beautiful scenes and like scenery in this episode to the likes that we had not seen until this point. And also, I just really, really like the plot. Like, the idea that Finn is supposed to be this hero, but he has flaws. And, like, it's just him and Jake kind of shooting the shit, trying to help him fight his fears. It was kind of a cool premise for an episode. And they did a lot of really neat stuff with animation. And I was really just a fan of this episode. This was one of the better filler episodes so far, for sure. That being said, spoiler alert, I did actually watch an episode in this block later on that I liked even more, that was another filler episode. So we're going to get into that here in a little bit. But that's it for this episode here. Season 1, Episode 16 of Adventure Time, Ocean of Fear. Season 1, Episode 17 of Adventure Time is titled When Wedding Bells Thaw. And this episode centers around the Ice King and Finn and Jake. And basically, Finn and Jake are just chilling at the treehouse, and then one day the doorbell rings or the door is knocked on or something like that. And they're like, oh, who could this be? We're excited. Let's see who's at the door. And it's the Ice King, and he has come to tell Finn and Jake that he is done with his princess kidnapping escapades because he's actually engaged to be married. And Finn and Jake are really shocked and surprised, but they're glad that he finally found somebody to marry him, and he's not going to be doing all of his evil deeds anymore. And basically, he decides that he wants Finn and Jake to throw him a manlerette party, which is basically a bachelor party, because his bride-to-be is apparently getting a bachelorette party, and he's jealous, so he wants a manlerette party. And Finn and Jake are apprehensive at first, but basically he says that if he doesn't have this one last chance to be crazy before getting tied down, he's probably just not going to go through with the wedding. So Finn and Jake decide to go along with his plan to have a manlerette party because they don't want the Ice King to be evil anymore. And basically they go and they have a big old party at a bunch of different places, and they like party hop place to place to place. And everywhere they go, the Ice King fails to easily fit in without causing any trouble for the people at the party. And it kind of makes him depressed at first, but then in the end he ends up having a lot of fun. And Finn and Jake are very wore out, but the Ice King is very happy because he had a great manlerette party. And when he gets back to the treehouse with our boys, he kind of talks about how he's been thinking about it, and he had so much fun partying that he doesn't know if he wants to be tied down anymore. And so Finn and Jake spend a little moment having like a miniature heart-to-heart with the Ice King and explain to him that marriage is supposed to be a beautiful thing, and it's going to be good for him, and it's the right thing to do. And he's like, yeah, you know what? Okay, yeah, I will get married. And he leaves, and that's when they realize something is afoot, because the wedding comes, and the to-be wife of the Ice King turns out to have been kidnapped by him. And basically it turns out that she was just a normal princess who he kidnapped and made wear this ring. And this ring is basically cursing her to be completely obedient and like willing to marry him. And this is some like weird kink shit, and it's really, really like off hinge and out, like it's, I don't know, it was kind of weird. The whole idea that the Ice King has this ring that can curse princesses into doing anything he wants was kind of like a little sus, if you know what I'm trying to say. But basically that's sort of the plot of this episode, because from there the stuff you'd expect to happen in an Adventure Time episode actually comes to happen. And Finn and Jake basically manage to stop the Ice King and rescue the captured princess, and he is left alone yet again as a sad old man. And while I'm at it, I might as well mention as well, in case you couldn't tell, this is definitely a filler episode. And also, I did manage to spot the snail. So the snail in this episode was actually just hanging out outside of Finn and Jake's house when the Ice King showed up. And that's where he was. And now let's go over some moments from the episode that I thought were noteworthy. So some funny moments included the Ice King saying that he thinks he doesn't want to get married anymore. He was like, my mind is made up, 80% sure, which was kind of funny. And also, they did the whole gag from one of the earlier episodes where they made the Ice King kiss Jake's butt by swapping the princess out for Jake's butt in an earlier episode. They did that again, except with the marriage. And so, by technicality, Jake was actually married to the Ice King, and the Ice King had to immediately start the divorce process with him, which is kind of funny. Some other weird moments. Basically, there was a part in this episode where they were kind of going down the river on like these little rafts, and it was supposed to be a fun little activity during the Man Lorette party. And the Ice King was like basically nude, and there was a part where it's heavily implied that Finn and Jake saw the Ice King's dick, which is, interesting, especially considering that Finn is 12 years old and the Ice King is an old man. But sus moments aside, very run-of-the-mill, average quality filler episode. I think I gave this one a 6. Yeah, I gave it a 6 out of 10. It wasn't really anything too crazy in this episode as far as content goes. Oh, but there was a cool thing. The Ice King brought up the fact that he was worried that his wife might be only interested in him for his demonic eye and ghost pouch, and he proceeds to lift up his beard, and there's like a creepy ass fucking demonic eye and a pouch that has like a ghost coming out of it, and it was kind of cool. And it was like, what the fuck? And there was also another weird part too where Finn was trying to explain how great marriage was for him and how it would like really help him out and he'd really like it. And he said, look at those 2 swans over there. They're married and they're in love. And then there was like these 2 creepy old swans that were kissing. And then one of the swans like opens up its mouth super wide and eats the other swan. And it was like, what the fuck? There's another little weird moment for you. But yeah, overall, fairly run-of-the-mill filler episode. Nothing too outstanding happened. If I recall, this was one of the lower-rated episodes in the entire block for this chunk. There was one that I rated a little bit lower, but overall, it was just very fine. There was nothing outstanding, no super amazing, like, animation quality things going on there, but it was just a really good, solid filler episode. Easily skippable if you're just trying to watch the important episodes, but it was still fun to watch nonetheless. Season 1, Episode 18 of Adventure Time is simply titled Dungeon. And, it can be described pretty much perfectly with just that one word, dungeon. I'm just kidding. Here's the actual plot of the episode. So Finn and Jake are helping Princess Bubblegum put up some signs around a dungeon that is in sort of the vicinity just outside of the Candy Kingdom. And while they're there, she kind of flies away on her cool princess magical giant swan, and she's like, alright guys, I gotta go take care of some princess shit. I'll see you around. Keep working on these signs, okay? And naturally, Finn and Jake get curious of the dungeon, and they end up falling into the dungeon. And this originally sort of is set up by the fact that Finn and Jake are talking about how Finn relies so heavily on Jake for a lot of the adventures, and he really thinks he could handle being an adventurer on his own, like being a solo adventurer. And Jake's like, yeah, no, you could definitely not handle that, bro. And so they kind of bet each other. Jake really didn't want to bet. He was just kind of like, I just want to eat my sandwich. But Finn bet him basically that he could make it to the center of the dungeon and get the treasure in the final room and bring it back in like 11 minutes or some shit like that, which is kind of funny because that's the approximate runtime of an Adventure Time episode. I didn't even realize that until I just said it, but and Jake's like, yeah, sure, no you couldn't, bro, I'd have to save you, bro. And he's like, you want to bet? And he jumps in, and basically Finn tries to go through the dungeon and realizes that he sucks without Jake, and the only reason that they work and they both are such great adventurers is because they're a good duo and they are really good at working together. And Jake comes down, also gets trapped, and they're both thrown into the same boiling soup pot of a evil angel woman, and they're together again, and they decide to help each other break out. And they break out, and they get to the final treasure room, and they almost both end up getting captured again. But Princess Bubblegum flies in on her magical swan and saves the both of them, and basically scolds them for being doofuses. And then that's the end of the episode. So there we go. Probably our most easily described Adventure Time episode of all time. Now let's get into some specific moments here. So, on this episode of Adventure Time, it was most certainly a filler episode. I did not spot the snail. I was doing a really bad job spotting the snail in these episodes because of the fact that they were so visually interesting. Like the Ocean of Fear episode had that really cool underwater city. Well, the dungeon in this episode titled Dungeon was actually really, really beautiful as well. And there was lots of super artistically beautiful scenes in the dungeon. And I found myself actually enamored with a lot of the scenes. And I'd pause and kind of look at all the detail and stuff like that. This chunk of 5 episodes or so is actually really, really good for that, because there's been a really sudden quality bump in the quality of the backgrounds and stuff in the show, and I'm really, really digging it. And it made me think much more positively of these episodes overall. Oh, and in case you're wondering as well, now that I've talked about the art stuff, yes, there was fart jokes in this episode. So cute moments. There's a part where Finn runs into this knight, and he's a little tiny knight man, and he's named the Bucket Knight, and he fights with the bucket, and he tries to stop Finn, but Finn just runs straight past him, and it was pretty cute. Of course, I'm pretty sure the Bucket Knight grows after that and beats the shit out of him, but I didn't include that in the cute moment, so there's that to think about. Under the cool moments in this episode, I marked down the fact that Princess Bubblegum just rides around on a giant magical swan. It was kind of cool, and it shoots lasers, and in the final battle there were these evil eye thing monsters that were trying to attack them, and Princess Bubblegum was using her magical swan to shoot laser beams at the eyes and kill them, and it was actually really, really cool, not gonna lie. So other things, there was some funny moments in this episode, of course, where basically Princess Bubblegum's alright boys, now you need to keep hammering up these warning signs all across the entrance to this dungeon. We don't need anybody slipping in. Please stay and finish hammering up all these signs. And Jake's whatever you want, mama. And it was a little bit of a sus moment. Every episode of Adventure Time has to have a borderline kind of, not really sex joke, but kind of a joke that's easily sort of accidentally or not given any sort of sexual undertone, and this was the part in this episode where this happened. What else? There was another funny moment where they take a break from hammering the signs to eat some lunch, and they did a parody of the title screen where it says Adventure Time and the sword kind of stabs into the logo, but it said lunchtime, and then the sword, I think it was a spork stabbed into the logo. It was pretty funny. And then they did another title screen gag at near the end of the episode, where basically Finn and Jake made up and they realized that they work better together as a duo, and they needed to stop fighting, and they had newfound respect for each other. So then there was another title screen gag where it said newfound respect, and it had the sword stab into it, and it was really, really funny. I don't know, I'm a sucker for visual gags like that, like the 2 hours later on SpongeBob and shit. It was kind of like that, and it was funny to me. I don't know. Weird moments. There was this very strange cat monster in the dungeon, And it had like some really weird traits. Like I think one of its like legs were cut off but floating in the right spot and still supporting it, and it was like using that to like fight. And basically this like evil cat monster was really, really creepy, and it had a creepy voice, and it was like, I have approximate knowledge on many things, Frank the human. And it was pretty funny, because basically the joke is, instead of knowing everything about everything, he approximately knew everything about everything. So he knew that Finn's name started with an F, and he knew that he was a human. It was kind of funny. I don't know. It's one of those jokes where you had to be there to really get it. And I wanted to touch upon as well, I mentioned that there was a fart joke in this episode, but technically it was an arm fart. An arm fart in itself is a fart joke in real life, so I decided to count it. But if we're only counting like actual farts from butts, then this one doesn't count. And this is where like I kind of got into technicality stuff, but I did decide to count it because it is technically a fart joke. Now, I ended up rating this episode a 7 out of 10, and I kind of stand by that. If you recall, I rated Ocean of Fear a 7.5 out of 10, and I'm rating this episode a 7, and since they're so close in rating, and these episodes released so closely, I wanted to kind of explain why one was a little bit better than the other, to sort of help the audience understand my rating system and kind of where I'm going for scoring purposes. So basically, both of these episodes had beautiful scenery in the background, and while I will say Ocean of Fear was probably more beautiful as far as scenery goes, the dungeon was also so beautiful on the inside that it was really hard to kind of pick which one was better. Off of that alone, I'd say they were probably about the same. But the truth is, the plot of Ocean of Fear, to me personally, was more interesting than the dungeon episode, and that's kind of a controversial opinion, I think, but I was more interested in what was going on with the gut monster, or the gut stink monsters, and Finn trying to get help to conquer his ocean fear with Jake, and Jake doing all this really cool like out of this world, over the top stuff to try to help Finn. I was more of a fan of the plot of that episode because it felt a lot more personal than just Finn and Jake kind of goofing around and like messing up. And that's kind of why I rated Ocean of Fear a little bit higher. But overall, these two episodes were some of the best filler episodes we've gotten in the show so far, and I was really, really happy with them. And I just wanted to make that perfectly clear. And it'll be a spoiler for the next episode, but I also rated the next episode a 7 out of 10 because it also has very interesting set pieces and scenery and art. But it's probably a little less interesting than the dungeon. But the reason why that got boosted up to a 7 out of 10 as well is because of all of the like background lore stuff that was added. Not stuff that made it not a filler episode, but there was some implied lore stuff that I really, really liked. So if that gives you some idea how my rating system kind of works, I hope that it does. Wow, that was a beautiful turn of words there. I'm truly a master craftsman when it comes to the English language. Wow. But yeah, that was, I think, Season 1, Episode 17 of Adventure Time, Dungeon. Psych, that was the 18th episode. Just thought I'd come back and correct myself really quickly. Season 1, Episode 18 of Adventure Time, Dungeon. Gotta keep myself straight and honest. I gotta keep this podcast informative, if nothing else. Season 1, Episode 19 of Adventure Time is titled The Duke. And this episode is going to be a very interesting one because our heroes are faced with yet another moral dilemma where they have accidentally gone down a bad path and done a bad thing, and they have to own up for it. So here's how the plot of the episode basically goes. So Finn and Jake are hanging out in presumably the drained moat of the Candy Kingdom. I don't know why it's drained, but either way, it's a ditch or something, and they're hanging out down there, and there's a bunch of old junk down there, and they're finding bottles of like old potions and just chucking them and throwing them for fun and watching them break, and like different effects happen. I noticed this show likes to do that a lot, where like random shit will just kind of happen when like magical characters are involved, like the magic man in the woods who was giving out the free power rings. Every single time you'd move your hand, it would just have some cool magical effect. They really mastered doing those neat magical effects, and this is another time where they did that sort of gag with these magical potions they were just throwing for fun. And what ended up happening was this magical potion that they had was like a boomerang bottle shape for some reason. And so basically Finn threw it in the complete opposite direction of the Candy Kingdom out into like the land beyond, and it bounced back like a boomerang does and went past Finn because Finn dodged it, and into an open window in the Candy Kingdom, where it crashed and shattered open, and apparently made Princess Bubblegum into like an ugly green hairless like mess. It was really weird. This was definitely one of the weirder parts of the episode, because basically once they head up there, they see that Princess Bubblegum is now completely green, and her hair is short, and it's like a mohawk almost. Like it really shrunk and like shriveled up. It's really weird looking, and she looks really strange. And while they were heading up to kind of to see what was going on in the castle after everything that went down, this guy was kind of running out the front gate, and Princess Bubblegum could be heard basically yelling, "Duke of Nuts, look what you've done!" And once they get up there and see what happened, basically Princess Bubblegum is fuming. She's like yelling, and she's all violent, and she's like, "I got this meeting coming up. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do? I got this meeting coming up. This is horrible." And she's like, that Duke of Nuts, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna have somebody go retrieve him from his house, and I'm gonna make him come back to the village. I'm gonna make him come back to the Candy Kingdom, and I'm gonna have him executed for doing this to me. And Finn's like hearing all this, and he's like, "Oh." And she continues, and she's like, "God, if I get my hands on him, anybody who would do this to me, I would hate for the rest of their lives." And she just keep like really piling on how much she would hate anybody who was responsible for this. And Finn likes Princess Bubblegum, and he's worried that if he admits it, she'll be mad at him, basically. And that's sort of the setup for this episode. What ends up happening then is basically Princess Bubblegum requests that Finn and Jake go basically bring him in, like kind of cop style, like arrest him and bring him into the dungeon, where he can either stay for eternity or be executed or something. It's not really kind of specified in the episode, but it's like she's definitely planning on doing something bad to this guy. That's the most important thing to know. So Finn and Jake then head to the Duke of Nuts' house. I don't know if it's in like the Nuts Kingdom or if it's just like its own little thing. Like they're not a kingdom, they're just like kind of an add-on to the Candy Kingdom. I don't fully understand the rules, but basically when they show up, they have one of those tropey scenes where the wife's home and the wife's like, "Oh no, you've come to take away him, haven't you? He did nothing wrong." And basically when they show up, the Duchess of Nuts is there, and the Duchess of Nuts says all that stuff, and she's like, "Oh, you have the wrong guy. He kisses babies and climbs ladders," and you know, all that kind of good, wholesome man stuff. And they're like, sorry, man, we have to arrest your husband for what he did to the princess. And they find the Duke of Nuts eventually, and he's out in the woods with his son, and he's being like a really wholesome dad, and they watch him for a while, and there's like a puddle and there's some ducks, and he like lays down his cape so the ducks can go across the puddle safely and stuff like that. And he's like super over the top, shown to be a really, really nice guy on purpose, because it's going to make Finn and Jake feel horrible for kind of lying about all this. And yeah, he like freaking kisses his son on the head, and he's like, I love you, son. And his son's like, I love you, Daddy. I hope we're together forever. And then Finn and Jake kind of pop out, and they're like, all right, Duke of Nuts, you're under arrest. And it was kind of strange. But after he says his piece and he explains he's a nice, wholesome guy who kisses babies and climbs ladders, they're like, shit, we can't frame this guy for Finn's fuck up. And they devise a plan to basically make Princess Bubblegum not mad at him anymore, and then hopefully tell her in a roundabout way that it was either somebody else entirely, or it was him but he apologizes, or something. They're trying to get out of it still. That's the key here. So they stage a robbery where basically Princess Bubblegum is robbed by Jake dressed as like a bandit, but it's literally just Jake wearing like a black bandana around his eyes. And then the Duke of Nuts comes out and saves the day. But it was such a bad thing because literally Finn's there too, and Finn just kind of shows up and doesn't save her, and is just kind of like, all right, Jake, you're done trying to rob her now. Duke of Nuts, it's you saved her. Oh my god. It was like the worst like fake robbery I've ever seen in a show ever. And Princess Bubblegum catches on to this, and Finn has to come clean and admit that the reason she turned green and hairless is because he threw the potion bottle and it accidentally went into her window. And she's mad, but she forgives him because he's her friend, and friends are supposed to forgive each other, and that's the moral of this episode. But she continues to hate the Duke of Nuts because apparently the Duke of Nuts is always breaking into the Candy Kingdom and clearing out their pudding vault and eating all of the pudding. So that's basically it for that episode. To get sort of payback for Finn and Jake fucking up and making that potion bottle go in her window, she makes them go to her like royalty meeting in her place. And from there, they're kind of like dressed up in Princess Bubblegum get-ups, and they're having like a really official royal meeting. And then all of a sudden, Finn and Jake are attacked by the assassins. End of the episode. And that was a pretty long description because a lot kind of happened in this episode, and I didn't even get into what that last part was about. So there was assassins at the end of the episode that tried to assassinate Finn and Jake, and you might be wondering who they were. Well, I'll get into that here. Let's switch over to my spreadsheet here, and I'll talk about some of the data that we collected in this episode. So, one second, I have to get back to my notes here. So yes, this was a filler episode. Yes, I did spot the snail, but we'll get into that in a little bit. It was kind of like a weirder spot overall, and I wasn't really sure if I should count it or not. But I think that's where the snail was supposed to be, where I spotted it, so I did count it. No, there were no fart jokes. And I already talked about the cutest moment in the episode where the Duke of Nuts and his son laid down their cape for the ducks to cross the little pond. That was pretty cute. And then the cool moment was basically there was a moment where there was a callback to the Ocean of Fear episode where basically Finn and Jake are throwing these booze bottles or potion bottles. I think I was calling them booze originally, but they were very clearly potions. And when they break one of them open, there's like some monsters similar to like the gut stink people that come out of one. I just thought that was a neat callback. It might not have even been a callback, but they look so similar that I couldn't decide, and I thought it was cool either way. And all the other little potion effects that they did for the potions was really, really neat as well. So, let's talk for a moment about Jake's obsessive fan. So, I mentioned there's 2 assassins at the end of the episode. One of them is the Duke of Nuts' son, because he's mad because Finn and Jake were going to try and frame him for the potion incident. And the other is Jake's obsessive fan, because we learn a lot of lore in this episode, and some of that lore comes in the form of basically there's this like squirrel character, and this squirrel character has like a tablet, but like a magical like hologram tablet. And the only reason why I say this is lore is because this is the first time we've seen kind of some more high-tech stuff existing in the main Adventure Time series. So, other than BMO, which still hasn't talked yet in the show, this is the first time that we've seen somebody use technology, and it's implied that there's like an internet in the Adventure Time universe, which I thought was really, really neat. And basically it's revealed that Jake runs an advice column, and I'm trying to remember what it's called. I thought I wrote it down. That's kind of sad. It was a really funny name. Did I really not write down the advice column name? Oh, I did. It's called It Begs the Question, because he's a dog. And basically the way it works is people send Jake mail, and he replies to their requests for advice in the advice column, like in a newspaper, or, the likes. You think of like the classic Drake and Josh episode where Josh dresses up like a woman and does his advice column, and that's like the whole running gag for the entire episode is he has to dress up like a woman so he can pretend to be a woman in his advice column. Same kind of gag, but no woman involved. It's just Jake doing an advice column as a magical talking dog, which is kind of interesting and funny in itself. So basically, this squirrel is an obsessed fan because he keeps trying to send Jake letters to go on his advice column, and Jake doesn't read his letters, and he's getting really, really enraged throughout the episode in the background. And did I write down anything more specific? I think that's just it. But there was a funny moment because the obsessive fan is watching them while they're at the Duke of Nuts' house, and he like kind of throws his letter over to Jake, and Jake just kind of like sees it but just kind of keeps walking, and the obsessive fan is like, "Son of a blee blob." It was really, really strange. And while I'm at it too, while they were at the Duke of Nuts' house, the Duchess of Nuts was also there, and she was very, very strange. And of course, that's the Duke of Nuts' wife. And the Duchess of Nuts can speak to nuts, which is interesting. But they were in like a bowl, so I'm like, does she eat nuts and then talk to them about why she's eating them? Like, what the fuck's going on there? The sentient balloons from the Nepter episode reappear in the opening moments as well, where they're basically in that little drained moat. I wanted to make a note of that as well. There's also a painting in Princess Bubblegum's castle that's her as like a younger woman and her mom, possibly. It looked like a queen, so that makes me think that the queen of the Candy Kingdom might have been around at one point and is either away or now deceased, but she's still just called Princess Bubblegum, so maybe she's kind of supposed to still be around. And then the snail was actually on this magical hologram device where the obsessive fan was reading Jake's advice column. When he was like scrolling over to Jake's advice column, we could see the snail for a couple seconds, and I think that's where they were supposed to sort of be implying that the snail was at in this episode. It was kind of a mysterious one. But basically, this obsessive fan is such a weird and interesting side character, too, because it gives Jake a little extra backstory, because he has fans and he has an advice column in-universe, which is kind of interesting to hear. But this obsessive fan, since Jake won't read his letter, basically decides to assassinate him. So he recruits the help of the Duke of Nuts' son, and in the final moments of the episode, they reveal that they are concealed inside of some of the other royalty members, and like they pop out and they like try to assassinate them. And the credits roll as they're being attacked, and Finn and Jake have yet to react to it. And I thought that was kind of an interesting way to end an episode. So yeah, that's the episode. I'm running over on time for this one a little bit, but that's mostly because just kind of a lot of weird stuff happened. But overall, I rated this one fairly highly. I thought it was another 7 out of 10. Some of the scenes from the Duke's house, like in the forest and things, were pretty artistically beautiful. But this was more specifically because of the in-universe lore about Jake's advice column and like the cool holographic computer newspaper thing. So that's kind of why I rated this episode so high. But yeah, that's our discussion on Season 1, Episode 19 of Adventure Time, The Duke. Hopefully the next one will be a little bit shorter, because it was nowhere near as good as the rest of the episodes in this block. So without further ado, here comes the doozy of Season 1, Episode 20. Alright, folks, so there is a TikTok that I really, really like, where it's basically this old woman who clearly must play The Sims, and she's showing the person recording the TikTok her collection of copies of The Sims games. And she goes through and she's like, oh, I love this one, and it's like The Sims 1 and The Sims 2 and The Sims 3, and she's like, oh, I love this game. This is such a good game. This is such a good game. And then she picks up her copy of The Sims 4 and says, ooh, this one's a dud. I don't like this one so much. And basically what I'm trying to say is that is this block of Adventure Time episodes. I liked pretty much every single episode in this rotation except for this one. There was varying level of quality throughout this block, and honestly, it was very apparent as time went on. But like episodes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for this block, aka 16, 17, 18, and 19, were all fairly good. And honestly, there was a couple in there that I would argue were some of the best episodes of the show so far. But because of all these good episodes, we were stuck with one episode, of course, that had to be bad. And this episode is probably my second least favorite episode in the entire show so far. And I'm going to get into it here in a moment. But that episode is Adventure Time, Season 1, Episode 20, Freak City. And basically, this episode opens up with Finn and Jake just chilling in the woods, and they run into a magic man. He appears as a beggar first, and he basically asks Finn and Jake for some food. And Finn gives the beggar some food and is like, all right, beggar, where's my reward? And the beggar turns out to be a magical man, and the magical man turns Finn into a disgusting giant foot with Finn's head and arms strapped onto it. And basically what happens after this is the magic man disappears, and Finn and Jake are stuck with Foot Finn, and they have to figure out how to make Foot Finn able to still do adventures. And I think the thing that I really dislike about this episode is it's quite frankly just fucking gross. Like, there's so many gross moments in this episode that just kind of bother me. And the fact that Finn's turned into a foot has got to be some writer with a foot fetish just kind of going crazy and having his own, like they stopped him in the past episodes, but this episode he's like, guys, it's my turn to write the plot of an episode, please. And they're like, okay, fine. And he writes the episode where Finn turns into a literal foot. And it's like, it's not even like a normal foot. It's the most disgusting foot you could possibly think of. And I might be being a little dramatic here, but just thinking of this episode makes me kind of feel sick because it gets worse. But basically, there's a funny moment because Jake suggests that they start setting up foot catapults and putting Foot Finn on there so Foot Finn can kick some evil giants in the crotch, which they do at one point, and it was pretty funny, and it was probably the funniest part of the entire episode. But then what happens is Finn tries to save a town that is burning down, like try to save people from the town, and he gets stuck in the fire and he's burned, and the townspeople are pissed off because he can't help them, so they throw him into this ditch under a bridge. And under this bridge, Finn encounters some more freaks, and that's sort of where the name Freak City comes from, because basically the Magic Man turned like all of these people into weird body parts, and it's really, really fucking freaky. Like there's like an arm guy, there's like another, I'm trying to remember what all of them are. One's like a round, presumably head, but like a really disgusting head, and like there's another one that's like a group of two women that were turned into tonsils, and it was just really, really weird. So basically Finn and Jake are under this bridge, and Finn's like, come on guys, we got to get back at the Magic Man, and they're like, nah, we just want to stay under this bridge and be freaks and be alone and be sad. And he's like, no, and Jake's like, come on man, just be alone and sad with them. And he's like, okay. And then there's a moment where Finn is just like laying in some trash, and Jake's laying in some trash, and they're sad. And then Finn's like, nah, I don't want to do that. And so he makes all of the freaks from Freak City turn into like sort of like a single giant by combining all of their individual body part bodies. And they go and they kick the shit out of the Magic Man, and the Magic Man turns them back. End of the episode. So it goes without saying this episode was really weird and really gross, and I just was not a huge fan of it. There's a part in this episode where Jake is literally like sleeping in garbage, and there's like mice crawling all over him, and it's just like, what the fuck? What is this episode? And I don't think I was a huge fan of it, mostly because of how gross it was. Like, compared to the rest of the show has been fairly straightforward and easy to watch without being like, ugh. There's been a couple moments here and there when they're scattered around, like, you know, when they're scattered around and they're given a good amount of time between each of them, it's fine. But in this case, it was just a bunch of disgusting stuff happening throughout the entire episode, and I was just not a huge fan. I feel like if people watched it, they probably would think I'm overreacting, but I don't know. There was just something about the plot of this episode that was kind of gross to me, and it didn't jive with me very well. And let me talk about some of the other things here. So, was this a filler episode? Obviously. Did I spot the snail? No, I did not. Was there any fart jokes? No, there wasn't. Obviously, Finn and Jake and the Freaks are the main characters of this episode. I didn't really see any moments that were cute, per se. There was a couple of cool moments where, I guess you could say all of the body part people were, like, combining was kind of cool, because they became one, like, giant that was, like, fighting, and it was kind of neat. It was almost like Power Rangers-esque, but like a gross version of Power Rangers, if that makes any sense. But what else? What do I got here? So some other funny moments. I mentioned the crotch catapult. When Jake and Finn go under the bridge, he asks if they have orange juice. like, the Cyclops man, when Finn and Jake arrive, is like, welcome to Freak City. Is there anything I can get for you? And Jake's like, yeah, man. Actually, a glass of orange juice would sound really, really good. And he basically is like, oh, we don't have that. And then, like, a couple minutes go by, and Finn and Jake are talking amongst themselves, and then this head guy re-interrupts and re-enters the conversation. He's like, oh, hey, I actually just looked in the back, and we do actually have orange juice. So here you go. And Jake gets orange juice. Pretty funny moment. One of the funnier moments in the episode. One of the more wholesome moments in the episode. Overall, pretty decent. But what else do I have on my notes here? Let's see. There was a part that was really weird where basically the magic man, to prove that he was a magic man, actually turned a bird inside out, like put its feathers and skin on the inside and its like organs and disgusting fleshy inside on the outside. And that part was really gross too, and it was extra weird compared to a lot of the other parts in the episode. But basically, the main takeaway, the main interesting thing for me from this is after the Magic Man turned everybody back into their true forms, all of the freaks from Freak City were no longer freaks, but they decided that since they were so strong together that they would set off to do adventures as a group. So I was bringing that up because it's possible that adventuring group that were previously the freaks of Freak City could come up again at some point. It seemed like they would be a pretty interesting reoccurring group to have in the show. But that was basically Season 1, Episode 20 of Freak City. Not a huge fan of this one. I liked it more than Slumber Party Panic, so I did give it... Or not Slumber Party Panic. I think it was called Trouble in Lumpy Space was the second episode of the show. I liked it more than that one, so I did give this episode at the end of the day a 5.5 out of 10, in case anybody was curious. And that's it for the 20th episode of Adventure Time. So let's get into the conclusion for this chunk here. So this was basically a very high quality chunk of episodes for Adventure Time, minus this last one. And I was very, very shocked. I hope the episodes kind of keep up this quality because it was really impressive to see. The animation quality and the background art quality suddenly shot up. And there were multiple moments throughout these episodes where I felt the need to pause and kind of just take in the environment. And that was really, really cool. And I really, really liked that. And up until this point, that really wasn't a thing that I was considering doing. I had a harder time spotting the snail too, and I think the main reason that was because all of the animation and art improved so much in this chunk of episodes. I don't know what happened at this point. Maybe they started making new episodes. Maybe I had only watched like episodes that they produced originally until now, and then all of a sudden I'm getting into episodes that they produced after the show had already aired a couple episodes and was getting popular. But there was such a huge quality boost in this chunk of episodes, and it was very motivating to me to keep going. And I know I ended off on a bit of a downer one, but I'm sure that the next chunk of episodes is going to be very, very great. I'm not sure if this is going to be the second to last or the third to last chunk of episodes. I don't know if I'll be able to finish the first season in the next group or if it'll be the one after that, but either way, we will do however many episodes are left, and then there will be a season wrap-up and conclusion where I kind of summarize my thoughts from the entire season and the entire series so far, and that should be really fascinating. But that will be a separate episode from the individual episode analysis episodes, if you're watching on like Spotify or something like that. On YouTube, the entire season, including the season analysis, will be going in one YouTube video, assuming I can figure out how to get it all spliced together in a semi-coherent way. But either way, it should be very, very interesting. I've been having a lot of fun with this series, and I hope you guys have been enjoying it as well. there's still time to start watching Adventure Time if you want to get in. I've been watching 5 episodes at a time and kind of pacing myself that way so I can record 5 episodes reviews and then watch 5 more and that kind of thing. But however you want to watch it, you could probably have the whole first season done in like a week easily, probably less if you've got nothing to do. But so far, very, very interesting show. There's about half the episodes that I recommend you watch, and half of them I was kind of like, but either way, still a good time, and I'm having a lot of fun with this series. So thank you for watching Project Ooh, aka HRAT, aka Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time. It's been an honor to review these episodes for you, and I'll be back with more real soon. So stay tuned, folks, and thanks for watching, and have a good day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Project Ooh, aka HRAT, aka Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time. I'm back here again to review the last 6 episodes of Season 1 and possibly give my conclusions, but that might end up getting saved for a future episode. But either way, if you're watching this right now on YouTube, you're probably a couple hours into a supercut where I'm talking about every single episode in Season 1 individually. So how's it going? Because after I finish this block of reviews for the podcast audience, there will be a whole supercut of every single episode that I talked about put into one video and uploaded to youtube.com/Hyrulian. So definitely make sure you go ahead and go check that out if you haven't. Hopefully I actually stay true to my word on that and I'm not just talking out of my ass right now. But anyway, let's hop into the last 6 episodes of Season 1 of Adventure Time. Starting off with Season 1, Episode 21, Donnie. So this episode starts out with Finn and Jake just wandering in the wilderness like they usually do, when they stumble upon a village of house people that are being terrorized by some sort of green giant's reject named Donnie. Basically, the house people are these little people that are shaped like houses, and they wear buildings as clothes. So in effect, they're just very, very small buildings that walk around, and they have like a humanoid face. And they're honestly very, very cute, and I put that down as one of the cuter things that happen in this episode, just the house people in general, because, I don't know, I thought they were really, really adorable. But basically, when they show up, all these house people are being like harassed by this big green giant knockoff guy named Donnie, and he's really just being a jerk to them. Like, he's, insulting them, he's being rude to them, and he's got these chickens that he grabs, and he starts squeezing the chickens and making them fart out eggs that are hitting the house people and exploding and getting egg all over them and stuff. It's really, really weird, and it was definitely one of the weirder moments in the episode when he grabbed the chicken and started squeezing it. But yes, you heard me right. The chickens do fart out eggs. Laying them would not be the correct term because there is an audible farting sound effect every single time Donnie squeezes one of the chickens. So there is our little fart joke for this episode. And while I'm talking about the village of house people, I should mention as well that, of course, the snail was just kind of hanging out, and I did spot it, and it was with the house people. I think this was one of the few times in this 6-episode block that we're doing that I actually did spot the snails, so I really wanted to make a point to point it out that I did spot the snail here amongst the house people. But basically, Finn and Jake start to beat the crap out of Donnie and say he needs to stop being a jerk. And it kind of turns out that he's just kind of lonely and he wants to have a friend. So Finn and Jake offer to have him come hang out with them. And they'll kind of teach him how to not be such a jerk. And even though he's kind of dismissive and says he's not going to do it, and he's like, whatever, he does end up actually going along with them, and you can tell that he's excited about it, even though he was kind of playing it off like he wasn't, because he didn't want to be seen as weak in the minds of Finn and Jake. So when they get back to the treehouse, Finn and Jake and Donnie are just kind of hanging out. They play BMO, and they just chill and chat. When Finn ends up hearing cries for help, and he rushes off to help whoever it is that's in danger, leaving Jake and Donnie alone at the treehouse, where Jake will try and make Donnie not a jerk. And it's at this point I want to mention as well that we actually get to see BMO introduced as a proper character for the first time in this episode. Basically, when they get back to the treehouse, all of the guys decide to play BMO, and BMO walks up and he's like talking, and yeah, this is the first time we see BMO as a character in the show, even though they've played him already and he's been in the background before for many different episodes up until this point. Likewise, one of the iconic moments from the first season for me is actually in this episode. Something I remember very vividly from my childhood is the empathy song from this episode, where basically Jake teaches Donnie the song, empathy, empathy, put yourself in the place of me, and that's the song. And basically, the way Jake sort of ends up rehabilitating Donnie and not making him a jerk anymore is by teaching him a whole bunch of little jingle type songs to remind him how to act and how to be polite and how to be nice and all that jazz. So one of those songs is the empathy song, and that song randomly pops into my head even still to this day as an adult. But basically, Finn goes to this village, and it's the village of the house people who are screaming, because this time, instead of being harassed by Donnie, they're actually being attacked by these werewolf-looking creatures. And when Finn beats the shit out of them and knocks one of them down, a house person that is in the shape of a well, he heads down there and he discovers that they're not actually werewolves, they're Y-wolves. And Y-wolves are basically just regular werewolves that also, when the person is infected with like the werewolf illness, aka lycanthropy, they're also infected with a desire to seek knowledge and explore the scientific world. So they're Y-wolves because they want to know why things are the way they are. And that's basically just a way for the writers to sort of have a convenient way to wrap up the fact that they are very, like, affected by this gas that Donnie produces called, like, obnoxigas or something like that. And basically it's gas that's given off by people who are obnoxious, and Donnie's very obnoxious, so he gives off the obnoxigas and stops the Y-wolves from attacking the village people. And essentially, by making Donnie go away, the Y-wolves have decided to attack instead of just having them be harassed by Donnie, because they have no competition now, so they've moved up the food chain. And this is another point, too, where the Cosmic Owl is first brought up again. He was in a previous episode with the Ice King, and I said that he seemed really familiar, and I saw him, and I was like, the Cosmic Owl, is that the Cosmic Owl? Because they didn't mention it by name. Well, in this episode, they talk about how the Y-wolves are eventually down the food chain consumed by the Cosmic Owl. And I was like, oh shit, there it is. There's the little callback, which, if I remember correctly, the Cosmic Owl does continue to come up in the show and be an important character. But I just wanted to kind of bring that out. So basically, these Y-wolves have started attacking the village because Donnie's not there to fend them off with his obnoxious energy. And so Finn goes naturally to get Donnie back, and he needs to get him back to harassing these villagers so the Y-wolves go away. But Jake has successfully rehabilitated Donnie, and he's no longer a jerk. He basically just goes around wearing pants and singing little songs to remind himself the proper way to act. And this is not good, because obviously the Y-wolves are not going to be kept away because of the fact that Donnie isn't putting off obnoxigas anymore because he's not a jerk. So basically they bully Donnie into becoming a jerk again, and they send him back to the village where he is obnoxious to the villagers again, thereby keeping the Y-Wolves away, and that's the end of the episode. Now, some other small things I want to mention really quickly include the fact that there was a really, really cool moment in the Y-Wolf part where the Y-Wolf gives the scientific explanation of the food chain. It was just kind of a cool moment, and he was talking about like how the Y-Wolves like wear like lab coats and shit, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And he had like a cool like science man voice. There was another funny part where Jake, to try to assert his dominance over Donnie, called him Donald, and he's like, hey, Donald, you better knock it off. And I thought it was funny. And when Jake tells Donnie that he needs to put on some pants because he's just running around naked, Jake's like, bro, you need to be wearing pants. You're not wearing pants. And Jake's like, yes, I am wearing pants. And he literally like pulls these like invisible trousers off of his like body that we couldn't see as the audience, and he says that they're made out of spider webs, like sewn by pixies or something, and I thought that was pretty funny. There was a weird moment where during the one of the fight scenes in the episode, Jake grows his finger really long, and he's like, whoa, wait a minute. And then it cuts back to Finn fighting, and then Jake shows up at the end of the fight, and he's like, oh, sorry, man, I zoned out there for a minute. That was really, really weird. I don't want to think about what Jake the dog was doing during that zone out, so to speak, but... the Y-Wolves were also very, very creepy before they started talking. Like, they had really, like, scrunched up and scary-looking faces, and I was not a very big fan of them. And I thought they were really off-putting. And another weird thing, too, was the house people. There's one point where the bank one, like, has his house clothing fall off, and you can see that he's just, like, a building-shaped person. And he's like, oh, I gotta go spackle my cracks. And it was kind of funny, but it was also very, very weird. Overall, very, very good filler episode. Honestly, one of the better filler episodes in this block. At the time, I gave it a 7, and I very much agree with that. This was definitely one of the better episodes in this chunk of episodes. A little spoiler for you, but I really, really liked this one. There was lots of funny moments, and overall, it was just very, very solid. So, yeah, there we have it, folks. Season 1, Episode 21 of Adventure Time, Donnie. Alright, folks, let's move on and talk about Season 1, Episode 22 of Adventure Time, Henchmen. So this episode opens up with Finn and Jake stumbling upon Marceline yet again in the woods harassing an old man. It turns out this old man is actually her henchman, and he's basically begging to her to release him from his servitude as her henchman because he's an old man and he doesn't like being trapped and forced to do whatever she wants him to. And she basically says no and makes him do a little dance and stuff like that. And he's just having a horrible, horrible time, and he's pleading to her to let him go. And Finn, being the hero he is, rushes in and asks Marceline to release the old man from service because clearly he's in pain. And she basically says no. And so Finn has to offer up his own services as her henchman in order to replace the old man and save him from Marceline's wrath. And Marceline very quickly agrees to this and basically takes Finn away to be her henchman and do a whole bunch of henchmanly duties. And Jake is obviously going to be trying to save Finn throughout this entire episode, but due to the fact that he's absolutely petrified of Marceline, he basically fails throughout the episode, so I'm not really going to mention him throughout the rest of this, but just know he's basically in the background every so often trying to rescue Finn, but then Marceline will turn around and do a scary face towards him, and he'll be so scared that he'll run away. But basically, they set off and do a whole bunch of different tasks. The first one is like involving Marceline taking Finn into this cabin in the woods where basically there's a guy and he's playing the piano, and Marceline tells Finn to hold him down because she's going to presumably suck his blood. But if you remember back to the continuity of the previous episodes, Marceline doesn't actually drink blood. She just drinks the color red. So she's tricking Finn into thinking that he's going to be doing horrible things, when in reality these are perfectly normal things. And in fact, most of the time it's actually good guy stuff and not even close to bad guy stuff that she's doing. So I thought it was pretty fascinating, and it's a good plot point for an episode. But basically Finn holds this guy down, and because Marceline kind of guilt trips him into it and says, like, you're a hero, you're supposed to live by a code of honor, you need to do as I say. And when he holds him down, he's like, I'm sorry, sir, I am sworn by my hero's duty to do everything that this vampire woman says. And he's like, oh, it's okay, son, I was married once, I understand. And that was kind of funny, so I wanted to note that down. But basically then she just proceeds to drink the red out of a red bow tie that he's wearing, and that's all there really is to it. Like, obviously it wasn't actually him trying to drink his blood. And when she drinks the red out of his bow tie, he's like, oh, a white bow tie, thank you so much, it's beautiful. And then they set off, and Finn was totally pranked into thinking that Marceline was going to make him do a bad thing, when in reality she was just drinking his red bow tie, and he actually liked his bow tie being white. So there's that. Now, I might be messing up the exact order of these events as well, but after taking the red from the bow tie of the piano man, Marceline then takes Finn to a graveyard where she raises an evil undead army and tells Finn that they're going to go attack some people with the army. And he's basically like, yeah, okay, ma'am. And he hasn't caught on to the fact that she's messing with him yet. And they head to the Duke and Duchess of Nuts' kingdom, aka the Nut Kingdom. And Finn goes in there and he tells them that they're about to be attacked. And there's a really funny moment where the Duke of Nuts is like, oh no, you're not telling us our nuts are about to be sacked, are you? Or the Nut Kingdom's about to be sacked. And it was pretty on the nose, but it was kind of funny. But yeah, it was really on the nose, but it was funny because Finn went ahead to tell them and warn them that they were about to be attacked before it happened, and then he said that. Then Marceline shows up, and Finn's like, oh no, you guys need to run and hide. But then the Duke of Nuts is like, oh, Marceline's here to play for us, everyone. And it turns out the whole reason Marceline raised the undead army was actually because it was a band, and she was just performing at the Duke of Nuts' birthday. Yeah, basically her whole band of skeletons were there, and the reason they showed up at the Duke's house actually was because it was his second son's first birthday, which is interesting because that puts this episode 1 year after the previous Duke of Nuts episode at the earliest now, because in that episode we met the Duchess of Nuts, and she was not pregnant, or at least was still pregnant in that episode, and they only had one son, so that means it's at least been a year since that episode. So interesting from a timeline perspective. But there's a little performance by Marceline that was really cool, and we spot the snail behind the throne of the Duke of Nuts himself, and it's a really, really cool party, especially for a 1-year-old. And then afterwards, Marceline comes over to Finn and tells him that he needs to kill this adorable little dimple plant. And the dimple plant is literally like a plant where if you eat something off of it, it gives you a dimple. And it's really, really cute. And Finn's like, what the hell? And she hands him her bass guitar axe and sends him outside to go kill this dimple plant. And he refuses naturally because it's cute and innocent, and he doesn't understand why he has to kill it, only for it to mutate into a giant evil dimple plant creature. And when Finn's fighting this dimple plant that's mutated out of control, he cuts it open, and this like orange goo comes out of it and goes into Finn's mouth. And when it goes into his mouth, he becomes super dimply, and then he pukes it back out, which was really, really gross and one of the weirder moments in the episode. And Marceline comes out just in time to notice Finn getting basically eaten by the dimple plant. and she has to rescue him, and he cuts his way out of the dimple plant, and they stop it. And she's like, I told you needed to kill the dimple plant before it mutated, and he didn't understand that it was actually, like, it needed to be killed because it was evil, so he got tricked again. And they go on from there, and basically Finn realizes that all along Marceline was just tricking him into doing all sorts of fun and crazy stuff that was supposedly evil, but it was actually just like normal stuff for Marceline that seemed evil to Finn, but was actually, like, for the most part, what a good person would do, like performing at a baby's birthday party, or giving a piano man a nice new white tie, stuff like that. So basically after this, the episode's almost over, and Finn and Marceline are setting off to do some more fun activities when Jake shows up and says that he came to rescue him once and for all. And Finn explains that he doesn't need to rescue him from Marceline because she's a radical dame who likes to play games. His words exactly. And Jake thinks that he's, like, under a spell or something, so he's like, oh fuck, my friend's captured by this vampire and he's under a spell. What am I supposed to do? And so basically Jake comes back later, and he has garlic and he has steaks, and he, like, sneak attacks them. And Marceline turns all, like, gross and, like, splotchy, and like, Jake kicks away her umbrella, which earlier in the episode she explained that the sunlight does hurt her, but she kind of likes it because it reminds her of when she was a kid and she would scrape up her knees and her mom would help her, and it, like, reminds her of when she felt loved, which was really, really sad, but it was a really, really interesting lore moment in the episode, because this episode was full of those. Like, there were so many interesting moments where I was like, oh shit, Marceline's, like, an actual character. And basically Finn has to sort of go along with Marceline and trick Jake into thinking that he defeated Marceline and saved Finn. But in reality, Marceline turned into a bat and got into Finn's backpack, and they escaped. And Marceline basically says, yeah, we've had our fun, but you're fired from being my henchman for now. Thanks for hanging out with me, Finn. And she reveals that it was all just a ploy, and the old man was just one of her old diving buddies, and he wasn't actually in her servitude. He was also part of the trick because she just wanted Finn to hang out with her, and I love it. This is the first episode that explores the Finn-Marceline ship, and I gotta say it right now, this is definitely my go-to ship for this show so far. I'm definitely more on the Finn-Marceline side than the Princess Bubblegum Finn side. Fight me. But either way, very, very good episode. I think I gave this one an 8 because of the great lore and the great shipping content, and I did mark it as not a filler episode because of some of the backstory and some of the further character development we had. But you could probably consider it a filler episode, and I don't think anybody would argue with you. But either way, really, really great episode. I don't think I'm missing anything either. Let me double check. Nope, it looks like I got everything. So that's all for this episode of Adventure Time, Season 1, Episode 22, Henchmen. One of the better ones overall for lore in quite a bit, and I really, really like the Finn and Marceline ship, so of course I was going to like this episode. Oh, and I should probably mention as well, of course, there was fart jokes in this episode. I did not spot the snail, however, and it goes without saying that yes, this was a filler episode. I forgot to mention those things as well. Season 1, Episode 23 of Adventure Time is titled Rainy Day, Daydream. And I want to preface my discussion about this episode immediately by saying that this is probably my favorite episode from this entire first season. And when I say that, I more mean it along the lines of when I think of my time watching Adventure Time before this podcast, when I was just a wee lad watching Adventure Time occasionally for fun on Cartoon Network as it was airing, this is the episode that I think of, and I was not expecting to have this episode pop up so soon. I honestly thought it was in a later season or something, but this is the episode that when I remember watching Adventure Time when I was young, it was this episode. So that's a lot of hype riding on this episode. Now, that being said, even though it's probably my favorite episode from season 1. It's not the best episode from season 1, if that makes any sense. I'm giving this episode a lower rating than some of the episodes I'm even going to talk about in this block. And the reason for that is, even though it's my most fondest memory episode, it's definitely not the best episode as far as quality. For reference here on what I'm talking about, I actually did score this episode lower than the previous episode we just talked about. So it has less than an 8.0 for the score. But without all of this, spoilers and shit, let's just get into the discussion here and talk about what is probably my favorite episode in season 1 of Adventure Time, Rainy Day Daydream. So Rainy Day Daydream opens up with Finn and Jake kind of chilling out in the treehouse, and they're either like near the treehouse or in the treehouse, I can't remember specifically, but they're kind of just hanging out when all of a sudden some clouds start moving in, and Finn's like, oh shit, it's starting to rain. And they're outside at this point, and basically what ends up happening is a knife storm, which is essentially just a thunderstorm, but instead of it raining, literally knives fall from the sky. So Finn's like mesmerized by the beauty of the knife storm, as was I. So mesmerized, in fact, that I had to put it down for one of the cooler moments in this episode. And Jake kind of had to pull him inside, and they're stuck inside, and that's the whole point of this episode. Is it's an episode where the entirety of it takes place in the treehouse, and they can't leave. And so naturally, it's a rainy day episode. They're stuck inside. So the first thing they do is whip out BMO, and they play Conversation Parade, which this was a really, really iconic moment for me as a kid. Basically, BMO loads up the game, and he's like, what do you think of all the stars in the sky? And Finn's like, yeah, they're okay, I guess. And BMO goes, that is an interesting response. Low power, shutting down, and his battery dies. So there's a little reenactment for you. But this little jingle from this part of the episode gets stuck in my head randomly so often. And I was waiting for this episode to pop up, and here it is. It just popped up all of a sudden. And basically from there, they decide, well, BMO's dead. What should we do while he recharges? And Jake suggests that they use their imagination. And Finn's like, the imagination is dumb. I like to live in reality. But then all of a sudden, Jake's imagination starts overreacting, and everything he's imagining becomes real, because Jake says, like, oh, the floor is lava. And Finn's like, ha ha ha, this is a dumb game, and he starts to step down on the floor, but his foot actually burns. And what they discover is Jake's overreacting imagination has caused the things he's imagining to come true in reality. And they basically set off on a quest entirely in the treehouse to get to their bedroom on the top floor and shut off Jake's imagination using a machine that's Jake's imagination shut-off machine that he imagined himself, so now it is in the room. It's kind of a bit of a meta plot, but all you need to know is there's a switch that shuts off Jake's imagination on the top floor of the treehouse. Jake's going to imagine shit that's going to get in their way, and they have to kind of adventure through their entire house. And what happens is Finn and Jake immediately head down to their den, which is basically their armory. It's full of a bunch of cool like artifacts and books and things, and there's some like magic gauntlets and missiles and stuff, and some weapons too. And I thought this was a really, really cool room artistically, because it implies that Finn and Jake have been adventuring a lot longer than we've actually seen in the show. And then basically they head upstairs, and they fight a giant, and the giant's invisible because Jake imagined it to be invisible, and also most of his figments of imagination are invisible, but for some reason they specified with the giant that it was an invisible giant, so I thought it was important to note that. And when Finn's fighting the invisible giant, he kicks, and when he kicks, like a woman pain sound can be heard, and Jake's like, you just kicked his wife in the face. And that was a really, really funny moment. But then basically after they get past the giant, they get out to basically this little deck offshoot area off of the treehouse that connects to one of the outer branches. And they have to get across the little bridge, which it's still knife storming. So Jake has to imagine a metal umbrella over the bridge to stop the knives from impaling them. But when they get to the other side of the bridge, they discover that Jake's also imagined a riddle master who is blocking the door. So he has to solve a riddle, but the problem is Jake can't come up with a riddle, so the riddle master doesn't have a riddle. And so instead, he just kind of gets attacked by snakes because the riddle master doesn't know what else to do. So he's just like, here, I'm going to attack you with snakes now. And he has snakes. He has snakes, and Finn throws his missile at the riddle master, and it blows up, and all the snakes fly and land on them, and they get injected with imaginary poison. But basically, they eventually get past the riddle master, and they get to the top floor of the treehouse. Keep in mind, all of these encounters have been invisible up until this point. There's been absolutely nothing as far as, like, actual visual stuff for these imaginations. It's just been all invisible shit. So, very, very interesting episode visually. Not /s sarcasm. But basically, once they get up to the bedroom, the only thing stopping them is a bunch of cute girls, because Jake imagined that his imagination machine was upstairs in the bedroom with a bunch of cute girls. So Finn has to pass through a group of invisible cute girls, and then he shuts off Jake's imagination machine, which then makes Jake's imagination shut off, and he becomes incredibly dull and boring. And so since Jake is dull and boring, he's just kind of got no personality, and Finn gets kind of pissed off, and he's like, I want my dog with the personality back. So he goes to try to turn his imagination back on, but the machine was a figment of his imagination already, so it's not there. So what Finn ends up having to do is use his own imagination, which requires a lot of effort on his part, to imagine an imagination turn on machine for Jake so they can turn back on Jake's imagination. And when Finn starts trying to imagine things, he's a lot less creative when it comes to imagining. So he enters into this like realm of imagination inside of his head where it's just an endless white void, like that episode of SpongeBob where Squidward goes through like the weird dimensional rift thing, and he's all alone. You know that episode. Yeah, everybody knows that episode. And he encounters this minstrel who like dances his imaginary cans and shakes his ass, and it's really, really weird. But basically what it boils down to is Finn has to come and fight his inner self, who has like a desire to be civil instead of being crazy and flamboyant. But after he manages to basically stop all of the random figments of his imagination and turn back on Jake's personality and imagination, the episode's over, and that's about it. Jake and Finn are back to normal, and the knife storm starts to clear up, and that is the episode. So, needless to say, there's not really a ton going on there. As I mentioned before, despite all that, I actually did find myself quoting pretty much every single line of this episode as it was being spoken in the episode. So for some reason this episode stuck out to me more than a lot of others, which is very, very strange, because as you can tell, it's not super outstanding in any real way. But that being said, for the fact that it stood with me all these years, I decided to give it a little bit of a boost to the rating. But keep in mind, rose-tinted nostalgia glasses are in full effect here, and it's probably more of a 6 filler episode, but I did give it a 7. I was somewhat reserved, but not as reserved as I probably should have been. Now let's look over my notes here and see if there's any other moments I want to bring up. So some of the cute moments, the minstrel who was shaking his ass was kind of cute. I don't know. Some other cool things, I talked about the knife storm and the den. Both were really, really cool because the knife storm was just aesthetically very interesting, and the den was full of like tons of cool little artifacts and things. I talked about BMO, talked about Finn kicking the invisible troll in the face. Oh, there was a part where they were up in Jake's room, or Finn and Jake's room, and they were with all the cute girls, and Jake pulls one of the cute girls up close to him and says, "Damn, girl, if you weren't a figment of my imagination, I'd want you to have my babies." And it was really, really kind of strange, but it was funny. And also, there was one point where they were trying to shut Jake's imagination off, and they accidentally put it into overdrive mode, and he was imagining everything, and that was kind of funny. And one of the things that he screamed out that he was imagining and he needed it to stop was that he imagined his mother naked, which is funny because, as we've seen, his mother is literally like identical to him, but just wearing a dress. So I don't know. Apparently, we did discover in the previous episode that Jake does wear clothes, so I guess magical dogs can be naked after all. That's the point of this anecdote. I talked about the white void, so yeah, I think that's everything. So, needless to say, this episode, very mixed bag for me coming back to it, but I do look back on it very, very fondly. Lots of funny bits in this episode, and I think it's really interesting that they managed to have a whole episode that just took place in the treehouse. I know there's some episodes down the line, too, that I think also take place in the treehouse, and there's been some already that mostly take place in the treehouse, but this is the first one that's like a treehouse-centered episode, so I thought it was really neat to be able to see like some of the nooks and crannies in different rooms inside the treehouse. Because ideally, eventually, I'd like to get deep enough into this series where I start kind of mapping these places out and trying to gather an understanding of what the actual areas look like and what it would be like to actually explore. Because I kind of want to make understanding a big part of this series, and I kind of want to understand how the world operates and how the world is laid out in the land of Oo. But overall, very, very interesting episode. One that I remember and really, really like a lot. Probably one of my favorite episodes from Season 1, if not my favorite Season 1 episode. But yeah, that's Season 1, Episode 23 of Adventure Time, Rainy Day Daydreams. Season 1, Episode 24 of Adventure Time is titled, What Have You Done? And it basically centers around Finn and Jake arriving in the Ice Kingdom for some unknown reason to them at the command of Princess Bubblegum to kidnap the Ice King. And they really have no clue why they're here and why they need to kidnap the Ice King. Finn is just such a simp for Princess Bubblegum that he decides to do it and just not even care why they need to kidnap the Ice King in the first place. And basically, Finn and Jake overpower the Ice King, knock off his crown so he loses his magical powers, and tie him up and bring him back to the Candy Kingdom to throw him in the cell in the dungeons of the Candy Kingdom. And basically, Princess Bubblegum says, "You guys watch over the Ice King, I'll be right back." Which I should mention, for some reason, and they don't really explain why she's doing this, they arrive in the Candy Kingdom and she's literally wearing a gas mask and she's spraying like gas all over the place. And it's not a gas mask, I guess, it's a plague mask. So maybe there is a reason now that I think about it, but we'll get into that here in a moment. But basically, she's wearing a plague doctor mask and she's spraying fog all over the place, and it's like really, really creepy and weird, and it's like dark and gloomy and green all over the place, and they really just kind of feel nervous about what's going on. They don't really understand why they had to kidnap the Ice King in the first place. Princess Bubblegum didn't give them any instructions. They just said, guard him until she gets back. And they start to have second thoughts about why they're even imprisoning him. And the Ice King also kind of manipulates them and tells them, like, hey, you guys don't even know why I'm supposed to be in here. Why are you guys holding me here? This is false imprisonment. Don't do this. And it gets to them, and they genuinely consider releasing the Ice King because he just tells them to. And after some serious, like, guilt shaming to Finn and Jake by the Ice King, they do eventually decide to release him. And when Princess Bubblegum comes back, Finn and Jake have locked themselves in the cell because they feel that they've wrongfully imprisoned a man without knowing why they were imprisoning him in the first place. So Princess Bubblegum gets back and explains that the Ice King accidentally cast a plague over the entire Candy Kingdom. When he was flying over, he was scratching his beard, and this is really, really gross, so if you're eating right now, you might want to, like, skip ahead a little bit. He was scratching his beard, and his beard dandruff was supposed to be like snow, and he thought he was making it snow for the people in the Candy Kingdom, and he was doing a nice thing. But in reality, his beard dandruff actually made all of the Candy Kingdom residents have some affliction called, like, freezer burn or something similar to that. That's basically going to end up killing them. And he in no way actually intended for this to happen. He legitimately just thought he was going to, like, use his magic to make it snow for the people in the Candy Kingdom, but he legitimately just shook off his beard dandruff, and it made everybody sick. But basically, the reason she needed him kidnapped and brought to the Candy Kingdom is because even though he didn't really do anything wrong, he needed to be tortured in order to get his, like, cries of pain, because his cries of pain were the only thing that could cure the plague that he's cast upon the Candy Kingdom. And he wasn't willing to offer up his cries of pain for free. When Princess Bubblegum went and confronted him, he literally was just like, he just was starstruck, and he's like, oh, you're hitting on me, aren't you? Oh my god, we're gonna get married and stuff. So she couldn't get it out of him willingly, so she had to use force, basically. Which this brings me back to a good point. When Finn and Jake let the Ice King go, there was a really, really funny moment where basically the Ice King was thanking them, and he was talking about, like, how he finally had some friends, and he was really, really happy. And he said that Finn and Jake were his best bosoms. And Finn turns and looks at the camera, deadpan, breaking the fourth wall, looking into the audience's souls, and says, I am no man's bosom. And it was really, really weird. But basically after he leaves, he's like, me and Finn and Jake are all friends now. This is great. So what they end up having to do is they have to go to the Ice King's lair in the Ice Kingdom, and they basically have to stage the Ice King accidentally hurting Finn and almost killing him. So the Ice King is sad that his friend has gotten hurt, and he cries out in pain, and that ends up happening, and the people in the Candy Kingdom are cured, and the Ice King says, no, my friend. Well, anyway, Gunter, throw this guy outside. He literally just throws Finn's lifeless body over to Gunter, and literally Finn's, like, kind of upset because he was just kind of cast away by the Ice King, and Ice King didn't really even see him as a friend, or so he thinks. But in reality, the Ice King just doesn't even know how to treat friends or what friendship really is. But he's bummed out about it, and Jake's like, hey man, if you were to die in my arms, I'd hold you for hours and hours, and I wouldn't stop wailing out in pain for hours and hours. And he's like, hey, let's do it now. And he holds out his arms, and Finn jumps in and pretends to be a lifeless body, and Jake's like, no. Pretty funny moment, TBH. Am I forgetting anything about the plot? I don't think I am. Yeah, the people of the Candy Kingdom are cured. Obviously, this is a filler episode. I did spot the snail. The snail was in the Ice King's bedroom, So that was nice. I actually spotted the snail. I was having difficulty spotting the snail in this chunk of episodes for sure. There's one part that was kind of cute, but also kind of weird, where the Ice King pretends that he's a banana. I don't remember the context. He literally pretends that he's a banana, so interesting. The Ice King, basically to make Finn and Jake feel bad, shows them themselves in a mirror and says, "You want to know who the real villain is? It's you." And he holds up the mirror, and the mirror keeps breaking, so he can't show them themselves like he's trying to. But it was really funny. Yeah, he was saying that they're the real jerks, and he keeps holding up the mirror, and it keeps breaking, so he can't prove his point. And the joke goes on for probably 2 minutes longer than it needed to, but it was pretty funny nonetheless. What else? I talked about the bosom thing. Oh, there was a part in this episode where Finn and Jake were just kind of beating up the Ice King while he was in jail before they realized what they were doing was wrong. And I made a note in my notes section for this episode that Finn and Jake probably committed several war crimes in this episode. If we're keeping track, which I need to look up the exact definition of war crimes, but I'm sure false imprisonment and torturing somebody is probably grounds to be a war crime, but, it is what it is. Also, Princess Bubblegum can speak German. Yeah, I don't know where this came from, but Princess Bubblegum can speak German. She speaks German twice in this episode. Really, really weird, off the cuff. Not a single mention of this before. Just randomly speaks fucking German now. It kind of reminds me how Lady Rainicorn speaks Korean. I think they just realized that if those two are going to be friends, they both needed to speak weird languages occasionally, so it was very strange, but I don't know. I just wanted to tack that on here at the end. Overall, pretty bog standard filler episode, which unfortunately is probably going to be the case for most of the episodes for this remaining block. So I gave it a 5.5 out of 10. Nothing groundbreaking, a little bit worse than the other filler episodes in this episode. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel about this one. I don't know. It was fine. Another simple, straightforward, easy filler episode. Easily skippable and you're not going to miss anything, but a fun little jaunt nonetheless. I think this episode is probably worth watching just for the really creepy Candy Kingdom gas scene with the Plague Doctor mask version of Princess Bubblegum speaking German. It was just so off the cuff, and it really caught me off guard, and that's the thing that I'm going to remember from this episode, if nothing else. But there we go. That's this episode. God, I haven't recorded this podcast in so long that I'm having trouble forming my words in an eloquent way. Eloquent way? Elegant? Eloquent? I don't know. Alrighty, and now for Season 1, Episode 25, Finn meets his hero. So basically, this episode opens up again with the boys exploring the wilderness. I know I say that every single time. I should probably just stop saying it. But they're wandering around, and they find this sword stuck in the ground. And Finn's like, "Whoa, look at this." And Jake's like, "Whoa, Finn, do you know what that is? That's Billy's sword, bro. Whoa, Billy." And then there's a musical montage for this character in the Adventure Time universe named Billy, who's apparently the greatest hero of all time. And basically the montage is musical, and it's Billy, he's an adventurer, and he's going around and he's fighting a bear. And that's just my sort of pseudo rendition, but basically he does all this crazy heroic stuff. And they kind of poke fun at certain things he does, and they're like, "Whoa, he fought a bear? That's awesome!" And he even fought the Lich King, which I remember from my previous watch of Adventure Time as a kid, that the Lich King becomes kind of an important thing down the line. But basically, the little musical montage just acts as a way for us to be introduced to the epicness of Billy the hero. And this guy's basically Finn's hero, which is the title of the episode, because he is such a great hero and adventurer, and Finn aspires to be like him someday. And Jake even exclaims that he wants to be the dog version of Billy. So that should give you some idea of where we're going into this. But basically, they move the sword back, and it cracks against the ground and then opens up like a hole in the wall on this cliff, like Zelda style. And they go inside and just chilling out in this little cave on top of like a stack of treasures is none other than Billy himself, who's a lot older and a lot less impressive looking than in the musical intro we had for him when Jake was explaining who he was. And basically, Finn and Jake are just starstruck, and they're like, "Oh, Billy, please teach us your ways. Please teach us your ways and take us under your wing." And he basically says that he's given up adventuring because evil doesn't go away. He got tired of constantly refighting all of these evil forces. So he basically decided to switch it up, and now he lives a very boring life where he just kind of verbally protests evil. And he recommends that Finn and Jake do the same. Now, naturally, Finn is not super hot on this, and he really doesn't see how a hero can be heroic without, being violent and actually having to go in and be an action man. So he kind of doesn't take this to heart at first and doesn't really understand why Billy is saying this. But after he leaves the cave and talks to Jake for a while, they sort of realize that if they want to follow in the footsteps of their hero, Billy, they're going to have to try and be heroic non-violently. So they immediately go to a town and start wreaking havoc. And the way that they wreak this havoc is literally, it starts with this, shopkeeper guy who's being chased by some sort of monster. I think it's a dragon, even. And he's screaming for Finn and Jake to help him, and they're not going to fight the dragon because they're trying to solve their problems non-violently. So they ask him if he has anything else going on as far as problems, and he says that all the running around has made him hungry, so they go and make him some food. So they head to the nearby village, and they kind of cook for a while, and they come back with a whole bunch of gruel, and they set up this stand in the middle of this town, and they just offer free gruel to people. And the shopkeeper comes back all burned to a crisp. He finally managed to escape the dragon, and he kind of is like, "What the hell? You guys let me get hurt back there." And they offer him some gruel, and he's like, "Yeah, you know what? I am pretty hungry." And once he eats it, his skin immediately becomes all bumpy and covered in these little circles. And Jake asks Finn, "What did you do?" And he's like, I snuck in an iron skin potion. It'll make their skin turn into armor, so they're safe. But he literally put 8 iron skin potions in there, so they all turn into these monstrosities where they're all covered in bumps that are rock hard. It was very strange. Because now they're all bumpy and disgusting, and they're in even more trouble than they were before Finn and Jake rolled into town. And the tailor guy that they didn't help from the dragon says "Oh great, now my hands are so big and disgusting that I can't work on shoes. How's this town supposed to go on without a tailor?" So Finn and Jake are like, "Oh, the town needs a new tailor, huh?" And so they become the new tailors for the town. And basically, immediately a woman shows up, and she's got her high heels, and she needs them for a fancy funeral because one of the heels broke off. So Finn fixes it very quickly by hammering a nail into the bottom of the heel to reattach it to the bottom of the shoe, which first off was what the fuck? Surely that nail's going to stick through the bottom and hurt her or something, right? That's how I thought it was going to go wrong. But no, it actually turns out that Finn had a magic nail, and the magic nail turned the shoe into like this Inspector Gadget like multi-tool with like a lasso for shoelaces and like a bunch of knives sticking out and stuff like that. And it was really, really cool, actually. And obviously the lady's not, a fan of this, and she needs to like not have a shoe that's all super high-tech and gadgety, so she kind of gets pissed off. And as she's trying to leave, the tailor comes back from the hospital and he's fine now. But then the lasso from the shoe like latches out and grabs him and pulls him close, and he gets hurt again. So then they fuck up the tailor even more than before. And that's when Finn and Jake have the idea that if they are hurting people, then the town's going to need a really good doctor to heal people. And hey, maybe they can even help people by healing them after the fact as well. So that's when they decide to go be the town doctors next. And the first thing that happens is Lumpy Space Princess makes a reappearance, and she asks Finn to perform plastic surgery on her to make her body more hot, and so she can fit into her new swimsuit. And after it's done, she comes out and she's all like non-lumpy, and she's wearing her swimsuit, and she's like, "Oh my god, I love it, Finn, good job, oh my god." But then it turns out Finn performed the plastic surgery using a magic nail, and Lumpy Space Princess turns into like a cool cyborg with like a wheel instead of feet, and like it's really, really cool. And then naturally the tailor guy from the entire episode so far comes back from the hospital again, only to get hurt by the cyborg Lumpy Space Princess on accident. They've just ruined 2 more people's days. So basically at this point, Finn and Jake are kind of hopeless, and they sort of step away from trying to help people, and they just kind of wander around aimlessly for a while, when they discover an old woman being bullied by this monster. And they like try and go make the monster to stop by telling him to just quit it, and he doesn't listen, and he just continues to be a jerk to this old lady. And the old lady kind of like hypes him up, and because he decides that like violence is the only answer that's going to work to save this old lady. So Finn beats the shit out of this monster, and the old lady hypes him up and is like, "Finn, you might have had to solve this problem with violence, but that's okay, because that's the hero you were born to be, solving problems with violence. Just like I was born to be an old lady." And then she like smiles with like a wrinkly face towards the camera and starts dancing, and it was really, really weird. And so Finn's like, yeah, you know what? Violence can solve problems and help people, and it is a good way to be a hero. And so him and Jake grab the old lady and head back to Billy's lair to tell him what they've discovered. And basically when they show up, he's like, "You know where that old lady probably is right now? She's probably dead. She's probably off getting attacked by another monster, and there's nothing you can do about it." And Finn's like, "No, she's fine. She's right here." And Jake turns around. He's got like a baby carrier with the old lady in it, and she's like dancing on his back, and it was really funny. It was a funny moment. And Billy's like, "Finn and Jake, you've helped me out, and now I understand what's going on." And basically Billy has kind of had a change of heart, in quotes, and now he realizes that violence is the answer again, and that a great hero is not him. And Finn and Jake are much better heroes than he is. So he like bows down to them, and they feel all happy and stuff, and they start walking away all satisfied. And then Billy kind of reveals that that was his plan all along, and he actually hadn't changed his ways or something. I don't know, it was kind of confusing, but they're walking away, and like it shows like a vision of Billy, and he's like nodding in approval as they're walking away. So I don't know, very easy throwaway episode, but very, very funny. Why don't we talk about some of the stuff in this episode really quickly here? So let me find my notes. So I gave this episode a 6 out of 10. Pretty solid, run-of-the-mill filler episode. Some of the parts of this episode I actually remembered a lot better than I thought I would. And I did enjoy rewatching it. What else did I write down here? Oh, there was a really funny moment with the gruel earlier in the episode, where this guy, the gruel made it so his stomach was like breathing fire, like there was a little hole in his stomach and fire was coming out. And occasionally in the background he would run by and he'd be like, my stomach's breathing fire, help me. And it was really funny, and that was one of the moments that I had to note in my little episode synopsis here. Do I have anything else? Yeah, I talked about the Lich King, so realistically that's about it for this one, guys. Very run-of-the-mill filler episode. Interesting nonetheless. I was a huge fan of like the idea that there are other heroes in the world, especially like legendary ones that we can kind of pull onto for lore sake. I hope to some extent that they do more of this and they introduce like heroic relics or like other heroes that Finn and Jake can interact with, because it was one of the more interesting things about this episode. But yeah, that's sort of my thoughts on this one. And finally, folks, we are at Season 1, Episode 26, Gut Grinder. This is the season finale for the first season of Adventure Time. And I gotta say it right off the bat, this is kind of like a very simple cartoon season finale. You can tell that this is very early in the show still, because it's not even as much as like a longer episode or anything. It's literally just the same length, about 11 minutes or so. And honestly, the plot is simpler than the previous episode, and it is a filler episode. There's absolutely nothing of like deep lore stuff going on here. But either way, as somebody who is reviewing every single episode of this series, it is my job to give you the full story of the show, episode by episode, and review all my thoughts and opinions on each of them. So we're going to be going right into this one here. So what's this episode about? Finn and Jake end up stumbling upon this town of soft people that are basically being terrorized by this monster that they call the Gut Grinder. And the reason they're being terrorized by this monster is because they like to place their gold in the middle of town in the middle of the night and dance around it. It's just like a fun little activity that they like to do. And the Gut Grinder is attracted to gold and he eats it. And he's attacking the town and making all the townsfolk really, really scared. And apparently the Gut Grinder looks very, very similar to Jake, because when they approach the town, Jake's like kind of grown big so he can like walk big distances over the land to help them travel more quickly, which is something they do a lot in the show. And so the people think that it's him and they get scared when Jake shows up. But basically then Jake shrinks down and explains that he's just a magical dog and there's nothing to be afraid of, and he's actually really, really nice. And they chill out and they pet Jake, and Jake's like acting like a normal dog. Like he gets all happy and stuff when they're petting him and scratching his head, and he like starts to wag his tail and like pant and stuff like that, which is really, really cute. And then Jake's like, wait a minute, don't pet me, what the fuck, I'm not cute. And so he grows big again and tells everybody that he's the Gut Grinder. And this little cloud person, or this little soft person, is like, no, you're gonna make me wee-wee. And then he's like, I'm the Gut Grinder. And then she quote unquote wee-wees, which this is very, very weird. She lifts up her armpits, like she lifts up her arm, revealing her armpits, and water sprays out of both of her armpits. And she spins in a circle with these water jets coming out of her armpits, which apparently is how the soft people wee-wee, which is very strange. And I'm not going to comment on it any further than just mentioning it and saying it's fucking weird. But either way, that's sort of the basic plot for multiple parts of this episode, because after they're done talking to the soft people, they kind of pick up the trail of this supposed Gut Grinder and follow him to like a cube people town, and the same thing happens. They think Jake's the Gut Grinder, he shrinks down, they pet him, and they kind of get another clue that leads them to a different town. And this last town that they go to is like a, what do they call them? I think they call them the Sharp People, and they're basically like spiky sea urchin type people. And this is where things get a little bit different. It starts out the same. They show up, they think Jake's the Gut Grinder, he's not the Gut Grinder. He even goes as far as to wear like a disguise to get into the town. He wears like those like iconic disguise mustache glasses in order to sneak into the town without being recognized as looking like the gut grinder. And he calls himself Gaucho, which I thought was pretty funny. But basically, the sharp people see through Jake's disguise, and they lock him up in jail because they think that he's the gut grinder. And while he's in there, he meets this really, really creepy guy who's got like one golden tooth, and he looks like really humanoid realistic. And he's like, hello there. And he's like licking Jake and stuff, and it's really, really like out of left field and super fucking creepy. It's definitely one of the creepiest things to happen in the show so far, because Jake's just locked up with this guy in jail. Well, then Jake psychs himself up so much that he sees this guy's golden tooth, and he starts to believe that he actually is the gut grinder, and he tries to steal the old man's tooth, which goes about as well as you'd expect. And Jake sort of breaks out of prison, but he does just in time to catch Finn fighting the actual gut grinder, who's appeared to basically attack the town and steal the gold again. It turns out Jake wasn't the gut grinder, and there actually just was a monster that looked very, very similar to him that was attacking these towns and stealing their gold. So basically there's a big fight between Jake, who thinks he is the gut grinder and he's grown to a big size and he's like ravenous, and then the actual gut grinder, who's about the same size, looks very similar to Jake and like is actually ravenous. And they're fighting, and then Jake manages to beat the gut grinder, but then he still isn't content with the fact that he's not the gut grinder himself, so he starts to go after Finn and attack Finn while he's in this crazed state, and Finn has to run away, and when he's running away, he catches his backpack on some sharp object, and it rips it open, and we see a bunch of cool little knickknacks and trinkets in there, and I wanted to mention that because I thought it was pretty cool. But then basically, Finn plays Jake's viola because it fell out of his backpack, and that makes Jake like snap out of it because Finn's so bad at playing the viola, and he wants to protect his viola from Finn's awful playing. And once Jake snaps out of it, we kind of cut back to the main gut grinder, like the actual gut grinder, and it turns out that the actual gut grinder was a sharp people woman who is the wife of the mayor of the Sharp People, and she found out that he'd been cheating on her or something like that, so she decided to dress up as Jake because she has a crush on him and she thinks that he's really hot, and go and steal some gold because her husband wouldn't give her any gold. So that's sort of the plot of the episode. Very run-of-the-mill, very basic stuff going on. Nothing outstandingly crazy, and definitely not as much of a season finale as I was expecting. I was at least expecting something big, even if it wasn't like lore progressing in any way, because I know these first handful of seasons aren't going to have much in the realm of lore progression. I was just expecting something a little more than a regular episode, like maybe a slightly longer one or something, like a special. But no, it was just a regular run-of-the-mill filler episode. Nothing super remarkable. And honestly, I thought it was marginally better than the previous episode, so I give it a 6.5 out of 10. Now let me talk about some of the other things in this episode. So as far as the other content goes, I did not spot the snail. There were no fart jokes. Same goes for the previous episode, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Yeah, there were no fart jokes or snails spotted in the other episode as well, since I forgot to mention it here. Let me see if there's anything I wanted to note. There was a cute moment when Jake was getting petted by the soft people. I thought Jake's, like, werewolf moment where he thinks that he's the gut grinder so hard that he actually becomes the gut grinder was kind of cool. There was a funny moment when basically the townspeople thought Jake was the gut grinder, and to prove he wasn't, he did the worm and he sang a little song where he's like, "I'm not the gut grinder, I'm just a dog." And the townspeople continued on from there to tell him that he was cute, and he's like, "I'm not cute," and he points at his face and he's like, "I'm hot." I thought that was funny. I talked about the wee thing. Oh, Finn says Jake couldn't possibly be the gut grinder because Finn watches him while he sleeps, which was kind of weird. Oh, and the guy in the jail cell who was like licking Jake and being all weird also was eating grubs off the ground, which is fucking gross. I also noted all of the items inside of Finn's backpack. There was Jake's viola, socks, underwear, potions, a bow, an eye, a frog lizard thing, some binoculars, a bomb, and a star. So, there you have it, folks. There's our little shopping list full of items that were in Finn's backpack. I thought that was interesting to note for one reason or another, but that's really all I got to say about this episode. Honestly, pretty lackluster as a season finale, but I get it. At this point, they probably weren't even sure if there was going to be a second season, and it was just kind of like a means to an end, just another regular old episode. And I know a lot of the times, too, with these shows, they kind of just don't stop filming episodes. Like, they'll get renewed for multiple seasons, so they'll just start working on the next episodes, but they have to end one season because of the fact that they're finishing a production block or something like that. So, you know, it had to happen. Honestly, fairly lackluster, but, you know, it's not a huge deal, so it is what it is. But that's my thoughts on the final episode of Season 1 of Adventure Time. And yeah, there we have it, the gut grinder. Alright, folks, let's begin our long-winded discussion on the entirety of Season 1 of Adventure Time. And please note at this point that I'm actually also going to be talking about my thoughts on the series as a whole so far, some challenges that I've faced at this point in recording the entire series, and kind of what you can expect for the future of Project Ooh, aka H-Rat. So we're going to talk about a whole lot in this segment, so make sure you turn up your volume and listen in because shit's about to get really good. Or bad. Maybe I'll just start rambling because this whole section is even more off the cuff than usual. I'm going in without notes, which is probably a horrible idea because I usually go into each episode with some written notes to actually guide my discussion. But for this segment, I wanted it to all come from the heart, and I wanted you guys to get my true, unedited, unfiltered opinions on Season 1 of Adventure Time. And the first thing I want to say is the first season has a really bad rap. I don't know how much better this show's going to get. I've heard it gets really good starting at like seasons 3 to 5, somewhere in that range. And we're just finishing up Season 1, but I've also heard that Seasons 1 and 2 are considered to be some of the worst seasons of the entire show, minus some slower seasons near the end. And I really think that's unwarranted. There was probably about 5 episodes that I would call true duds, that I would just kind of recommend skipping if you were going to be watching the series. A good example of one that's really easy to skip and you're not missing anything is the second episode of the entire show, Trouble in Lumpy Space. That episode, something about it just really irks me, and it honestly just kind of doesn't really have a place, even as like a slightly funny episode. None of the jokes really hit or resonated with me, which I have to remember that this is, at the end of the day, a kid's show first. So I know that not every joke's going to resonate with me, but usually at least one part in each episode has got me like chortling a little bit, you know, like a little or something like that. But that episode was absolutely just like, it had none of that. And other than that, there was a couple other episodes that I would say are worthy of skipping as well. But other than that, despite the fact that it's probably been about 80 to 90% filler episodes in this block, I have enjoyed most of them. And I think the fact that they could be sprinkled in about any time in the show's run is actually a good thing, because I feel like it's these episodes that are going to be the ones that I'm like, oh yeah, there was that part where that thing happened, even if it wasn't important. Because as a kid, when I watched the first handful of seasons before I fell off cable entirely, I remember the episodes where important things were not happening. Like, I remember some of these filler episodes way better than some of the episodes where actual stuff happens. And it was kind of shocking to me, especially the episode in this last 6-episode segment that I just finished recording for, called Rainy Day Daydream. I remember that episode so well that it was to the point where I was, like, quoting the entire episode as I was watching it. And I totally forgot how, like, ingrained in my head some of these early episodes are. I know after probably about season 4 at the latest is when the episodes are going to start being foreign to me, and it's going to be new content, which means I have a little over half the series that I'm going to be going in with completely new eyes, which I'm excited for. But this first handful of seasons that I have seen still feel fresh to me, and I've been surprised how much I've forgotten, but I've also been surprised how much I remember, because I really was just a kid when these shows and these seasons were coming out. Like, I was, pre-teens, early teens, and I would only catch the occasional episode on DVD or on reruns or by DVRing them on my grandparents' actual satellite dish, because we did not have cable at my house at the time. So that really kind of shows how influential and how well these episodes stand the test of time, especially the one too with Donnie, where he kind of learns all these little jingles from Jake about how to be proper and polite, and empathy, put yourself in the place of me. I totally just get that randomly stuck in my head sometimes, and I actually remember when that part in the show when I was watching came up, I was like, that's from Adventure Time! I sing that in my head all the time! And, like, I was really stoked to actually have remembered some of the stuff, and those episodes that I remember were iconic to me, and I really enjoyed kind of having the little trip down memory lane. But overall, I think that the main thing that is kind of sticking out to me about Adventure Time is not how in-depth the lore is so far, or how complex the story is, if you will. It's instead the actual uniqueness and the cleverness and the complexness to the art and to the ideas put into this show. Some of the stuff that they come up with for this show, I have no idea who's coming up with it, but they have to be some of the most creative people I've ever heard of. Like, half the plots of these episodes that I've been describing to you guys have just been batshit bonkers, and I have no idea how any human being could come up with what they are. It's just like, it's baffling to me how crazy some of the plots get, how weird some of the episodes are. And as a kid, I feel like when your imagination is running wild and you're, like, still youthful and you're still thinking outside of the box, some of these plots probably seem a lot less crazy and unrealistic than they do to me as an adult. But what I've been very interested in as well is how I've gone from, what the fuck is this, what the fuck, to, oh yeah, sure, whatever, Like, when the episode that really sticks out to me was the episode with the Jiggler, and the Jiggler was, like, literally just this little dancing guy who had a bunch of holes all over him, and he was vomiting, like, pink goo out of himself. And I was like, what the actual fuck is this? This is so weird. Why? What? And I was so confused. And very similar things to that have happened in later episodes, and I've probably just not even noted it down in my notes to bring it back up during the discussion, because honestly, the show's weirdness has been turning up, but not as much as I would have thought, and not as frequently as I would have thought. It's very gradual, and I think I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to get used to it a little bit, which was really, really surprising to me, honestly. Another thing that really blew me away with this first season is how beautiful some of the art is. The way that the artists depict some of these scenes around the land of Ooh, or some of these characters, is honestly just beautiful. And there were a couple standout episodes where I was just like, holy shit, this is insane. Some examples include the one called Ocean of Fear, where Finn is afraid of the ocean. The part where they go underwater and they're in that underwater city area where it's like a bombed out city that's been flooded and is now at the bottom of the ocean was some of the most beautiful art I've seen in a television show, period. Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is a show that I feel like I'm going to be referring to more and more as we get into the more lore-heavy stuff in Adventure Time, has tons and tons of lore and tons of interesting areas. But honestly, the thing about Avatar: The Last Airbender is they show these beautiful scenes like the Air Temple and the big cities and stuff that are really, really impressive from a artistic standpoint in important episodes. But Adventure Time's artists put the most insane amount of beautiful detail into the smallest throwaway scenes. And I think it's that attention to detail for the super unimportant stuff that has me really impressed with this show so far. Another example is the dungeon, which I believe is one of the episodes following Ocean of Fear, where Finn and Jake go down into the dungeon despite Princess Bubblegum's wishes to find the crystal eye or whatever it is, or the crystal gem or whatever it is. The dungeon was so complex, and if you just paused and looked into the background of the episode for a moment, you could spot so many different little rooms and stuff, or little treasure pieces and things like that. It was so interesting just kind of sometimes pausing those episodes and looking around. And the weird thing is, some of the episodes are very much like that, where you're kind of pausing and looking around. Another good example is the treehouse episodes, because you're always pausing and looking around the background of their treehouse to kind of see what's going on back there, because there's lots of interesting little knickknacks, or the painting of the naked lady that's ripped so you can't see her actual exposed body parts, or the likes. But there's other episodes where they're so simple that you're just kind of okay, whatever, and you can focus a little more on the plot without having to look at these insanely beautiful backgrounds. And honestly, those are the episodes that I've been liking a lot less. I think the show's at its absolute best when it's just throwing beautiful scene after beautiful scene at me for simple 2-minute gags in an episode, or simple 2-minute plot lines in an episode. I am very impressed with the amount of detail that the artists have put into the world. And that's not even talking about the characters. Some of the characters in this show have been so beautifully detailed as well. In this last chunk, a good example is this mushroom monster. I didn't talk about him because he was kind of a throwaway character, and he only was there to meet a quota that any other monster could have filled. But basically, the episode with Billy opens up with Finn and Jake fighting this mushroom monster, and he's got a ton of different little mushrooms all over his body, and they're multiple different colors, and you can tell the way he's designed that they're thinking of how possibly these mushroom people could be a race, because Adventure Time so far has loved to make different races as well. The episode that we just finished talking about, the Gut Grinder, was the best example of it yet, on how the writers like to create their own little civilizations, and tons and tons and tons of them. Just to list off some examples to you really quickly: there's the people of the Candy Kingdom, there's the people of the Lumpy Space Kingdom, there's the House people from the Donnie episode, there's, from this most recent Gut Grinder episode, the Soft people, the Cube people, and the Sharp people. There is so many more too, honestly. I could go on and on all day about all these different little groups of people. You could talk about the Duke and Duchess of Nuts and the residents of the Nut Kingdom. There's so many. They seriously they love creating these super unique and diverse characters that live in the world, and you combine that with these interesting locales afforded by, the artist's pure skill, and you have like one of the most visually interesting shows I've ever seen. Another good example is like the one-off characters, like in our episode with Marceline Henchman in this last block. There was the piano man, and his house was super detailed and full of tons of objects in the background, and he was just in there playing a piano, and there was nothing else but him and the piano and a bunch of background knickknacks. And you could literally pause the episode and look at all of his knickknacks and kind of imply some lore about him, which I think is really, really cool. The same goes for like Princess Bubblegum's castle. There's so many little paintings in the background that kind of depict her lore as a character as well. You combine all these beautiful art assets with the crazy and out there wild stories, and I could literally watch a whole show that's just one-off adventures starring Finn and Jake without even knowing the fact that it's going to eventually turn into something that has more lore. It's just, the episodes that are the best are the ones that have crazy unique characters and crazy unique locales. Whenever they have episodes that are like the same places we've already been to and all of the plot takes place in these places, or all of the plot just involves characters that we've already met, that's when the show starts to kind of feel a little bit stale, in my opinion. But it's these like unique locations, these unique characters, and these unique story ideas that are really, really interesting to me. And I know that we're getting into some more interesting stuff immediately here in season 2. I know that the next episode that we have to watch is called It Came from the Nightosphere, and I'm pretty sure this is the first lore episode about Marceline's dad. And I am stoked because I remember a lot about this episode going into it, at least I think I do. And I remember there being lots of interesting lore tidbits in the early seasons about Marceline. And also, her dad's just kind of a cool character. There's a lot going on there, and I know there's even more that I haven't seen, so I'm interested to learn more about it in the later seasons. But Marceline's dad, I remember him being such a cool character, and I'm really excited for him to get introduced in the show because he's just visually interesting. So that's really what I wanted to bring home in this sort of season conclusion part of the episode. But what else do I want to talk about season 1? Favorite characters, BMO's a given, but like I'm going to kind of, put him to the side because he's only had one speaking episode in season 1. I honestly have been liking the Ice King a lot more than I remember liking him when I first watched the show. I think it's because I'm older and I kind of relate to how sad he is sometimes. But honestly, I still got to give it to Marceline. Marceline was one of my favorite characters I remember when I first watched the show, and that stayed true and even become more true in my rewatch so far. She's got such an interesting personality, and I like how she's badass, but you can tell there's like more to her. She's like the mysterious one, and I definitely think I'm going to be going forward shipping Marceline and Finn over Princess Bubblegum and Finn. So in case anybody was curious, maybe my stance will change as we get more shipping episodes, because I know they're coming, and I know that there's that episode where they go to the movies that I'm waiting for to really kind of, confirm my shipping, but we'll have to see. Now, I really quickly want to change gears, and I want to talk about some things that I'm excited for going into Season 2 and beyond. I remember the Lich King stuff being really, really cool, and I totally forgot about it until the Billy episode, where Billy was in his little montage scene fighting the Lich King. I remember the Lich King being very, very creepy, but very, very cool. And I'm excited to kind of deep dive into the lore a little bit more about the Lich King, because honestly I don't remember as much about it as I thought I did. Some other things that I'm excited to get into, I already talked about Marceline's backstory stuff. I know that there's this plot line where Princess Bubblegum becomes like young for some reason, and she becomes Finn's age. I do not remember why this happens, so I'm interested to see why it happens. But I'm also interested to talk shit about the Princess Bubblegum Finn ship after, they kind of start to push it on us a little bit more. Because I know that once she becomes Finn's age, they really start to push the Princess Bubblegum Finn ship even more. And I know there's all this stuff with Sam and Cat. Is that what they're called? Sam and Cat? No, it's not Sam and Cat. That's freaking that iCarly Victorious spinoff. Fiona and Cake. How did I butcher that so hard? I guess it's because Cake's a cat. But I'm really excited to get into the Fiona and Cake lore as well. Because I know that there's this whole thing where they have these like gender swap episodes, and I'm trying to remember if the Fiona and Cake universe is connected back to our main universe or not. And I also remember as a kid hating the Fiona and Cake episodes, and I'm wondering if that's still going to remain true for me now. But I'm interested to see the lore nonetheless. Some other things I'm looking forward to as well: more BMO, and more Ice King, because Ice King's kind of had a lot less episodes than I thought he would in season 1. He's only had probably about 5 out of the 26 or so we've watched. Maybe he's been featured in more than that, but I think episodes that are truly focused on him have only been about 5 or so. And some other things I'm looking forward to are some of the songs from the little episodes, like the little musical bits that I remember from when I was a kid, like the making pancakes, making bacon pancakes, mix some bacon and I put it in a pancake. That's an iconic one. There's the Finn and Marceline episode that's going to be coming up eventually here, where like they're like in some like weird dimensional thing, and they open up a door and like Finn's in the bathroom and he's like, I'm a buff baby, I can dance like a man, I can shake up my fanny, I can shake up my can. I feel like, and I don't know if I'm right in remembering this, that they kind of explained what happened with the tree trunk stuff that happened earlier in this season. I hope I'm right about that, because I remember there being like sort of a lore explanation for what happened after that episode. I really hope they do get back around to it, because I'm interested and I want to know what happened more than just she reappeared and she's fine now. And yeah, that's sort of the big things. I really don't know what else to look forward to. I know there's going to be specific episodes that I'm going to completely forget that I remember, and when I watch them, they're going to get unlocked and reopened back up. Especially from the second and third season. I think I've basically pinned down that I stopped watching around season 4. So we should have until then where I kind of have my rose-tinted nostalgia glasses somewhat. But then it'll be all fresh new content, which is really, really exciting. And then I get to go into Distant Lands, and I guess Distant Lands, after the BMO episode that we've already covered in episode 0 of this show, gets even more interesting as far as lore goes. And I guess there's a Princess Bubblegum Marceline shipping episode, which I'm kind of intrigued about. But there's some really, really interesting stuff down the pipeline for our Adventure Time series, folks. So I appreciate you following with me here as we finish up season 1. And on that note, folks, I think we've talked about everything we can about season 1. I think I'm ready to put a bookend on it here and move on to season 2. But really quickly before we do, I wanted to mention as well, in case you didn't hear me talk about it earlier in this episode, I have recently switched jobs, and my time to actually record these segments for this series have actually been cut down quite a bit. I'm going to make it my goal still, though, to find time to record as much as possible, because as it stands right now, by the end of 2022, if I keep going the rate that I'm going, I'm only going to finish half the series. So I need to double my speed, double my output on episodes, and really kind of try and bust this thing out and see, what I can do, because it's my goal to finish the series by the end of the year. And that includes the entire main series. I want to finish Distant Lands, and I want them all reviewed and out as soon as possible, It's like my goal, and if it doesn't happen, I won't just stop. I don't plan on stopping this series anytime soon, because I'm really interested to see where Adventure Time is going to go, it's just become somewhat harder for me to actually record these reviews. So I appreciate everybody for interacting with these. If you're there as somebody who's been watching these, I just want you to know that I appreciate you. If you follow along on the podcast, listening to my 5-episode chunk reviews, or if you are watching the Supercut that's hopefully going to be up on YouTube, that's the entirety of Season 1, either way, I appreciate you. Folks, head on over to Hyruli.net, aka Hyruli, .net. And it'll redirect you to a link with all my socials. Check me out on TikTok, where I post random videos of myself in real life doing stupid things. Check me out on YouTube, where I occasionally post videos with more random things. Or check me out on Spotify or any other podcast platform where we're recording and uploading the Switched podcast. More episodes of that coming soon as well. But yeah, as always, folks, I appreciate you. Have a great day, and I'll catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.